What up, YouTube? It's your girl DeeDee. Welcome back to another live stream. Happy Friday. I hope y'all are doing well. Shout out to everybody in the building, everybody watching, everybody who supports the channel. Thank y'all so much for being here. Listen, as you come into the building, make sure you hit the like button. As you come into the building, make sure you thumbs up the stream. I want to make sure that everybody that's in the building is hitting the like button. I see 45 people watching, 23 likes. Make sure you go ahead and hit the like button if you forgot. For those of you who haven't hit the like button, go hit the like button right now. So I want to have just as many likes as we do people in the building. So make sure you're hitting the like button, you guys. That is super, super important. Shout out to y'all. I hope y'all are doing well. Thank y'all once again for being here. Shout out to XYZ in the building, Successful MD. Anthony H, how are you? Will in the building, Lorenzo Redman, I don't know, KS, Cass, I don't know. Thank you so much for being here. Divine Photos in the building. Monty Gilliam, thank you so much for being here. Shout out to y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here. Listen, we're going to hop right into this. John Bailey Jr., how are you? I hope all is well. We're going to get into this, y'all. I don't want to keep y'all too long. But we're gonna hop into the video. A 46-year-old woman won't date men with these careers, plus woman wants marriage but doesn't want this, plus more. So we're gonna hop into the content. Y'all listen, before we get into it, make sure you're hitting the like button as you come into the building. Also, you guys, make sure you are supporting the channel via super chat or cash app. All I ask is that you donate at least $5 to support the channel, y'all. That is not a lot to support the channel. I really appreciate you guys for doing so. And also hit the like button. Hitting the like button does help to support the channel as well. And if you want to support the channel by purchasing merchandise, that link is posted as well. So make sure you go over and do that also. All right. Also, if you are new in the building and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button. It is free to subscribe and turn on that notification bell to be notified when I upload new videos or go live. All right. I know that was a lot, but I just have to get that out the way. So we're going to hop right into this first clip. What's going on? See Irving in the building. What's going on? See Irving. How are you? Hope all is well. So we're going to hop right into the stream, y'all. And I want to play this first clip that was sent to me. I think I don't know if I covered this already, but I want to bring it back because it is definitely relevant to the conversation. And I want to get y'all thoughts. So make sure you are chiming in the chat. I definitely want to hear your thoughts on this one. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, y'all. So yeah, we're going to hop into the first clip and then we're going to move on. What's going on, Classy? Thank you so much for being here. Shout out to you. Hope all is well. So we're going to hop right into the first clip, y'all. Make sure you hit the like button as you come into the building. Here we go.
So I was at the supermarket the other day and I saw this real nice looking guy, and I couldn't determine if he was actually buying groceries for himself or if he was an Instacarter. And my mind started to spiral like, could you date an Instacarter? And then it made me think of like, what careers would you not be able to date? Now, me as a 46-year-old woman, college educated, entrepreneur, own my own business, these are the people and their careers that I would not date. I'm not dating a drug dealer or scammer. I got way too much to lose to be caught up in any type of scamming you got going on. You know what I'm saying? You won't take me down. You know what I mean? A stripper, of course. A personal trainer. They be getting too much tang thrown at them. Ain't got time for that. What else? I don't know if I could date somebody who has a full-time job that I consider to be a part-time job. At the age of 46, and I'm dating people who are in their 40s, you need to have a career. You need to have a career to date me. You need to have been at your job for almost 15, 20 years. You know what I'm saying? You should be pending retirement at this point. You closer to retirement than just starting a job. So I need somebody with some behind them. You know what I mean? Ladies, tell me what jobs would you not date? Fellas too, chime in.
Okay, so what's your thoughts on that? The comments of this particular video was funny because a lot of the men in the comments were saying, "Damn, girl, at 46, you still out here dating?" Oh, they went in those comments. They're like, "Wait a minute, why are you still dating at 46? Almost, 50 years old. Why are you still dating?" Oh, they were going in. It was like, "Are you dating a career or are you dating a person?" It just sounds so juvenile to me. I ain't gonna lie to you. It sounds juvenile to be damn near 50 years old to be sitting out here asking. So the girlies in the comments, these older women talk like young girls. Like, oh, which careers would you like? We in a game or like it's a joke. Like we're in high school thinking about, oh, the type of men that we want to date when we get older, or the type of men we want to marry when we get grown. It sounds like a conversation for teenagers. It doesn't sound like a conversation for a grown, mature woman. It's so petty sounding, childish sounding to me, honestly. I mean, that's the best way that I could put it because that's what it sounds like. Oh, like when you're in high school, you thinking about what you want to be, what you want to be when you grow up, what you want to be when you grow up, what you want to do, like what kind of man you want to date and what kind of job you want to have. That's what it sounds like at that big age. You still sitting around, asking the girlies, what kind of man would you want to date and what kind of careers would you want to. It just sounds like something is off. It doesn't sound like a real grown, mature woman, having a conversation. It sounds like a child having a conversation about what they want to do when they grow up. I'm just saying, it just don't sound right. It really doesn't. And a lot of the questions that the men were asking or in the comments were valid. It's like, what are you dating, the career or the man? Like, it's just, this is, I think, we're watching the fall of modern women. We're witnessing the downfall of modern women in this society. We're literally witnessing the whole thing just happening and crumbling right before our eyes. We're witnessing a phenomenon. And these women are too blind and so self-absorbed to see what's actually happened. But the people whose eyes are open, we're seeing it. We're seeing it happen. We're seeing the fall of modern women and how it's going to affect them in a drastic way. And they still walking around here like it's, sunshine and roses, and they don't see a reason to be concerned. And you could just see the way they speak. Like you 46 years old, you think you got all these opportunities and still talking like you a teenager, like, oh, I'm just going to, when I get my man, he's this is the kind of, he got to have this type of job, or he got to have this because I went to school and I got a degree, so he has to, it's just stupid. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. It just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. And it's just like, it's sad to watch, but also entertaining, because it's no matter how much men speak their truth or men speak about the things that they want and what they're looking for, these women are still on this I don't know what you would call it, a roller coaster. They're on this ride of really believing that they're right, really believing that they're going to manifest some type of magical being, some type of magical relationship that nobody else has ever seen before. Like they're in this fairy tale, like, oh, it's so great, and my man, and I'm gonna find him, and it's gonna be all sunshine and roses. And you're too old for that. You're too old for that. It's not like you're 18 starting to figure things out. Like, no, you're too old. 46, damn near 50. Like, you should be at a different place mentally. This is why I say a lot of these women are educated, but they ain't really learning nothing outside of that degree. It's just like they're regressing. They act like they're, you're progressing, and they're going backwards mentally. Like, something is disturbing about this, I have to say. Anthony H, thank you so much for the support. For the super chat, he says, had to get a prepaid card to support. My lady whipped my ass last time I was here donating damage. Oh my God, no. Don't get your ass whipped. Yeah, thank you though. Thank you so much for taking the chance to support. Thank you. I appreciate you, Anthony H. Don't get your ass whooped now. Come on now. You don't need that. But thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Oh, okay. Let me read these while I'm at it. Successful MD, thank you for the super chat. Says she's proof most women don't value morals and character. Right. Meanwhile, she's too blind to see that she is the common denominator. Top shelf doesn't stay. Baby, thank you, successful MD. Exactly. It's a delusional mentality. I say it all the time. Irvin Hunt, thank you for the super chat. Says, look like a whole grandma talking about what you want. These folks always lead with their manly accomplishments. It gets tiring. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Irvin, for the super chat. Classic Perspective says, she's talking about a man's money. She's about to dry up soon. Baby, thank you, Classy. I appreciate you. You know, it's this, what y'all call it, arrested development. It's this mentality that you know, they feel like they're still in their 20s. It's like they don't see that they're aging. They don't see that they're not quite the same as they were when they were in their 20s. It's like you feel good, you might feel good, but you still don't realize that you're getting older. You're not in, you know, it's like, and listen to how they speak. Like, you talk like you 20, like you 18, 20 years old. You don't, you like, you know, like you just starting out, like you know, like it's just weird to see. I ain't gonna lie. It's like, come on now. You're older, you're educated, and you're mature, as they say. You're aging like fine wine, and you're better with age, but something mentally is just not adding up. And so this is what we see with a lot of modern women. A lot of these women are I say it all the time, it's a delusional mindset. If you don't change that mindset, you're going to stay stuck there. This is why they think as they get older, they get better. And listen, by no means am I saying when you get older, you just have to be a hot mess and that you can't look good and you can't feel good, because you definitely can. You know, people are living longer these days, so you can definitely look good, feel good, take care of yourself. But you still don't have to be delusional. You still got to understand that, damn, when you was 20 years old, you know, your body probably was in a, you know, unless you wasn't born obese, you know what I'm saying? And your whole life you was obese. I'm talking about, for the most part, when you're 20 versus 40, 20 physically is better. I mean, I'm not delusional I know it. I'm accepting the truth. You know, you can't be delusional. It doesn't help you. You know what I mean? I would take my 20-year-old body versus this 40-something, almost 50-year-old body any day. I'm telling you, I had more energy. I felt better. I'm just saying. Mental wise, nah, I would take my mental now versus my mental then, because I've grown and I've learned a lot of things and I've become better. You know what I'm saying? But physically, oh, hell, give me that 20-year-old body with this mentality. Oh, it'll be great. I'm not gonna sit here and act like, oh my God, you know, I'm just so much better. Oh my God, I look just as good as I did when I was my twin. Like, stop. You can get in shape, you can look good, but just don't be delusional. I think we have too much delusion walking around here. Too many people trying to convince others that they're better than what they really are. And once again, it's not about your personal self-esteem or loving yourself and, you know, loving who you are, because you need to love who you are. I'll tell you, love you, love the skin that you're in. Be grateful and happy with who you are. But it doesn't mean that you can't improve upon some things. And it doesn't mean that you should be entitled and think that you're better than everything and everybody else and every man walking just because you got a bachelor's degree. Because you got that degree behind your name, somehow you're special and you're above most men. And oh my God, how dare he talk to me if he doesn't have what I have? Like, that's the stupidest thing in the world. And this is why these women will continue to be single in this delusional state. We're watching the fall of modern women right before our eyes. I think it's just ridiculous to talk like you're a kid, like you're a young teenager. Like, huh? So what careers would you date? You're not dating a career. Hopefully you dating a person that has a personality, that has some standards and goals, and has some things he wants to accomplish, and somebody who wants to be in a relationship with you, somebody who takes you seriously, somebody who wants to build with you. These women are so lost in the sauce, and I've watched several videos of them talk about this, talking about, well, I've accomplished everything that I've worked hard and I've accomplished what I need. I have my career. So I'm not looking to build with a man. It's so stupid. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. It doesn't make any sense. They speak as if building is only financially, that you're only building with the man on a financial level. Building a life with a man is not just about finances. Let me say that again. Building a life with a man or a woman and a man building their life together is not just about finances. But they speak as if that's all it's about. Oh, this if he doesn't have, because I've built my career. So if he's still trying to figure it out, oh, I can't do that. That is so off the mark. And this is why they on these shows left and right begging to find somebody that will take them seriously, somebody that they could build. They say they want to build a life together, but it's like y'all don't really know what that means. It's not about you making more money than him or him making more money. It's about you have to build a life. That means the two of you have to come together and build your own life, that you've established together. It's not just about money. But they're so stuck on that part only because they're making the money. You see, when these women weren't out here, becoming entrepreneurs and not making much money, which the majority of them still not making a whole lot of money. So there's still not a whole lot of these so-called six-figure entrepreneurs, to be honest. It's not a lot. So the majority of women out here are still struggling by themselves. Let's be honest. But social media will make you think that all these women are balling and rolling in the dough and they all making six figures and they living top notch, and they are not. The majority of them are single mothers, though, who are struggling trying to make ends meet for their kids. But all of these women are not making six figures. You get on social media, everybody's making six figures. And then when you look at the statistics, that is so far from the truth because most of Americans don't make six figures. Let's just make that clear. Because people think, oh, when you get on social media, now you rich and you balling. No, that is not the case. So, so they're delusional in that aspect as well. But I just think that a lot of these women, don't really fully understand what it takes to build a relationship and build a family with a man. They really don't. They're caught up in whatever advice they've taken from social media women on here who are singles trying to tell you how to be a wife and how to be this. And they have no clue because they've never experienced it. They've never been in a serious. Half of these women have only been in situationships. They've never even dealt with a man on a daily basis for more than 5-10 years. They've been getting, ran through, and you see him on Friday and you don't see him till 2 months later. Like you ain't been with a man consistently your whole life. So how would you know how to build a relationship and a family, let alone a marriage with somebody where it's full commitment there on a daily basis? How can you give advice about what that is like and what you need to be when you haven't experienced it yourself and you've only been in situationships? So that's that. So they're getting their advice from these people who don't know what they're talking about. And they're running with that information and thinking that somehow that's going to yield them everything that they want, but they're not getting it. And so you're on social media complaining. Going to Kendra G, going to Ashley, going to all these people trying to find out how to get a man. But the main thing that you need to be focused on is changing your mentality. And that's what I don't think that they're getting from the information that they're getting. They're not getting that. You can level up, change your look all day. You can, lose weight, make yourself look more appealing, which I think is something you definitely should work on if you need to work on those areas. But you also need to change your mentality, how you think, because how you think is how you move. What you think is how you perceive things. You know what I mean? If you think that you're independent and you don't need a man, then you're going to move accordingly. And you're going to speak in a way that shows this man or the men that you're dating that you are an independent woman, that you're going to let him know that, hey, I'm available and I want XYZ, but I'm independent. I don't really need you, but I want you. And hopefully we can make this work. And they're going out here with this mentality, thinking that this is, somehow, this is making them sound good to these men, not realizing, and I said this before, that these men are hearing what you're saying and they're calculating in their mind that you ain't worth their time. Soon as they hear this independent rhetoric, soon as they hear, oh, I got this many degrees and I have my own this and I have my own that and this and that and yada, 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 they're thinking that this is selling them in a positive way, but it's actually not. It's actually, sending us a message to the men that, okay, this ain't what I really want. And men, once again, I said this before, they're not going to come out and tell you, oh, I don't really want you. You ain't my type. You one of them. No, they just going to move accordingly. And then this is when they end up on Kendra G's show. This is when they're saying, hey, I was dating this guy. He was so nice. He was, oh my God, he had a good job. He was handsome. He was tall. He was all this, but we talked for a little while. And then I never heard from him. Well, I'm telling you why you haven't heard from him, because he calculated in his mind, or he decided in his own mind, that you are not what he's looking for. And these women seem clueless, but y'all running out here with this independent boss chick type of mentality. Oh, you're successful on paper and you're this and that, da, 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 da. And I got this and I have these investment this and I have all this, like you're on some type of job interview or something. Like you're promoting yourself in such a way that is not conducive to what men want. And then you wonder why the men are looking somewhere else. What I would say to any modern woman listening, any entrepreneur, any independent woman, any woman watching who is looking for stable, solid relationships or marriage with a man, I'm here to tell you this independent boss chick status is not going to get you what you're looking for, sis. You are wasting your time. These men have spoken. They've said what they like, what they don't like, what they're looking for, what they won't tolerate, what they have standards. They put it all out there. And if you are really looking for somebody to take you seriously, to be with you for long term, who really looks at you as something special, or somebody that he's really trying to get to know and really want to be with, baby, y'all got to cut this independent boss chick stuff out. This is not helping, as you can see. This is not helping your case. This is not helping y'all to get what it is y'all say y'all want. Now, if you out here and you single and you living your best life and you don't really want a man and you okay with having situationships and just sleeping, getting ran through, then I'm not talking to you. That's if you want to do that and you comfortable with that, then nobody's stopping you. That's your business. If you want to do that, do that. If you're not interested in solid, stable relationships, something that's real, that you can build a family with a person and a real life with somebody, then if you don't want to do that, keep on doing what you're doing. That's your business. But if you're talking about you want a real solid, and I'm not talking about no BS. I'm talking about a real relationship with a man that you can build a family with. Y'all really can live together, get a house together, raise children together, bring y'all assets in together and really focus on a life for real. That's the ones I'm talking to. If you want that and you out here and you're an independent boss chick, baby, cut that out. Stop it. Because I'm telling you right now, it's not going to work. You have to be willing to meet that person. Y'all have to come together. You have to be a couple for real. You can't be independent in a relationship. You have to merge together and work together. That's what a relationship is. I don't know, and I don't know why that's so hard to understand. And once again, it's only become a problem when women started making money and when they've adopted this or have been indoctrinated into this idea of, oh, I don't need a man, I'm independent. What I need a man for? I got my own money, I got my own car, I got my own this, I got my own that. You don't need them. You want them, but you don't need them. This is what kind of screwed the pooch for a lot of these women. And once I said this before, for the life of me, I don't understand how you can claim you don't need a man. You're independent. That's cool. You went to college. Okay, you got a degree. You think you're so educated, you're better than most men. Okay, have that mentality if you want to. But at the same time, you don't need them. You want one for what you want them for, but you could drop them anytime you want. Because to me, when you say it to men, when you say, oh, I want you, but I don't need you. So whenever you get tired of them, you could just move on. You don't really need them. What man is going to feel comfortable in a relationship with a woman who thinks that way? What man is going to feel comfortable in a relationship with a woman who has this mentality? Like, I don't really need you. So I could do with or without you. You ain't nothing special to me. I don't, what man in his right mind gonna commit to a woman who thinks that way? I'm pretty sure none of you guys watching will commit to a woman who thinks that way. Because this is where you find these women who wake up one morning and say, I don't need him. I can do better, and decide to walk away. No matter if you have kids, no matter if you're building something together, they could just get up and say, this doesn't serve me anymore. I'm done. What man in his right mind is going to want to commit to you? This is why a lot of these women are having trouble in the so-called relationships that they're in, because these men, gonna get why the getting is good. If you're willing to offer them, some loving, and they can, be with you, a lot of men will take advantage of that situation because, hey, at least I'm getting something out of it, knowing good and damn well that they're not going to commit to these women because they know what you're about. They know the type of woman that you are. And you're a lot of these women are not marriageable women, to be honest. And they don't see it. So I just think, once again, we are watching the downfall of the model woman. These women really don't know what they're doing. They really don't. And you see them, beautiful women. Like, a lot of these women are very gorgeous. And they can't find a man to save their lives. And they've been looking, and they're discouraged, and they're bitter, and they're mad, and they're confused. Like, why can't I find a man to be with me? Because this man is not taking you seriously. Know why? Because it's something that you're saying that just doesn't set right with him. And instead of him going back and forth with you to try to explain, he's not going to do that. A lot of men don't have time for that. They don't have to. They just leave you alone. They ghost you, and they keep it moving because they know, they're saying, I don't want to deal with this. So once again, women need to take notes. You need to really start to evaluate yourself and evaluate your goals and the way you think and what it is, what's most important to you. Because if having a family and having a husband is important to you, baby, you're going to have to do some work. It's some inner work that you got to do. You can't just sit back and keep thinking that a man is going to deal with you with this type of mentality when men are saying, this is not what we want. And if you don't want to give a man what he wants, then you don't need no man. Plain and simple. If you don't want to work to get a man, you don't need one. Women like to say, I don't want to, because it's pleasing to other women to hear that, because if you don't want to be called a pick-me, you got to please the Bonnet Crew sisterhood. You got to please them and say, well, I'm not doing anything for a man. Well, I said this in a previous video. Listen, if you don't want to do anything for a man, you don't need a man. If you don't want to do things that would put you in a better place to get what it is that you want, what are we talking about? Why are you might as well just stop, give up and stop. Don't do anything. If you want a man, what's wrong with you doing something to get one? I don't understand that. I really don't. I don't understand it. It's just, it doesn't make any logical sense. If I was single and I want a man, then I'm going to do things that will help me to get said man. If I want a certain type of man, I'm going to position myself to get the type of man that I want. Why would I sit back? These women think they can, what they call them, passenger princesses. You just sit back and you don't have to do nothing, and all the men going to come to you. And you're going to have the pick of the litter. You can pick, and you can just go down the line and pick the best option possible. This is how they think that all the men are going to flock to them. At what point, I don't know. And you're going to be able to just pick the best ones and get the best that you can. And you're going to go with that and live off to the sunset. If it was that easy, all these women would already have somebody. But it's not. But if you don't want to do anything that would get you the outcome that you want, what's the point? This is that entitled, selfish mentality. I could just sit back and be whoever I am, 300-400 pounds, baby, because I look good. One of my legs look like 4. I'm just saying, like, it don't matter because I'm that girl and I'm a 10 and I know I look good. I don't care what nobody say. I don't need to lose shit. I could just be as big as I want to be. I'm still, face card don't decline though. I look good, so I can get whoever I want. And if he don't want to deal with me at my worst, he don't deserve me at my best. Baby, that's a bunch of bullshit. It really is. So, and this is why a lot of women are single. So once again, if you happy being single, you don't want to do anything to get a man, Do you? Because you have a right to do what you want to do. I'm not mad at you. I'm really not. I really don't give a damn. I'm just saying, if you, that's because at the end of the day, it's your life. You got to do what's best for you. And if that's what you want and if that's what's best for you and you cool with it, I'm cool with it too. But for women who are always complaining, because there are a lot of them about men and why you can't find one, why the men don't want to do this, no, don't ask why the men don't want to do, why, ask yourself why you don't want to do what you need to do to get the outcome you want, right? You got, if you want all of these things, but you expect to get, you don't expect to put in or do anything to get it. Where do you do that at? Did you expect to go to college and not do any schoolwork and not pay for it and do all that and they just give it to you? Just hand it over? Did you expect that? No. So why do women think that they don't have to do anything to attract the type of man that they want? You don't have to do anything. You're just supposed to sit back, do nothing, and he's supposed to come to you. You don't have to do anything. That does not work. That especially in the climate that the dating pool is in now, how women have created this mess that y'all are in. Oh, baby, y'all gonna have to do more. Y'all gonna have to really put in some work because these men don't trust y'all now. They don't. Some of them have totally just walked away. Some of them don't care. They don't want to hear your sob story. They don't even want to approach. They don't want to look your direction. They're moving in a totally different direction. So if you really gotta it's like you gotta work harder now. And a lot of them are confused by that and they don't like it. But it's the reality and what, it's the reality y'all created. You created this mess. So if you want to get out of it, you're gonna have to definitely put in some work. In my opinion. Let's see here before we get too far. Chris Reed, thank you once again for the super chat. Says a woman just wants to end up better than her mother. She don't want to end up homeless. That's the reason why women wants to take the high road. Thank you, Chris. I thank you so much for the super chat and thank you so much for being here. Chris also says, well, how can you survive if both of y'all are poor? You mean like two people in a relationship are poor? Now, listen, I'm not saying you're supposed to go for a person who doesn't have anything. No, I think that's the thing. If that's what you're referring to, I think a lot of these women who are complaining, they've dealt with pookies, what we would call a pookie or a ray, a man who didn't have any aspirations, any goals, he wasn't driven, he didn't do anything. A lot of these women are giving babies to men who don't do anything. And they give their all to that type of guy who can't offer them anything. And then when that relationship or whatever falters, then they have the most highest expectation for the next guy, but not realizing that they put themselves in a deficit. Meaning now you haven't increased your value, you've reduced your value. Because now you've given children to a man who you didn't require anything from. Now you're requiring the most from a man, thinking that somehow you should deserve and get the most from the next man when you didn't require anything from the last one, which is a weird way to think. Because now that you've made yourself less valuable in the dating market based on what men want, because most men don't want to deal with single mothers. So now you've put yourself in a pickle. But now your expectations are super high because you made a poor decision. That you, as the woman, you made the poor decision to be with a man who didn't offer you anything. And then you gave him a child. And now you have not changed your mentality. You have not realized the errors of your ways as the woman. You have not realized that you made a poor choice, that you picked the wrong men. So now instead of saying, you know what, I need to pick men who have something going, men who want relationships, men who want commitment, men who, want to build and grow, as opposed to a man who doesn't offer anything and you just screwing him and then you get pregnant and now your expectations are through the roof. No, your expectations shouldn't go through the roof at this point. You should be more cooperative and more considerate of your choices and more aware of the choices that you make. You learn from that. And now that you got a child, you got to really understand what men want, and you got to work harder now because most men aren't trying to take on somebody else's child. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Chris Reed. Thank you once again for the super chat. Anthony H says, I'm 56, retired at 55, own my own business, and my lady has a career. I think she's a hater because she's stuck in a career while I get to listen to D. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, listen, y'all making it work. She you know, y'all making it work. That's all I can say. Thank you for the super chat, Anthony H. I appreciate you once again. C. Irving says, building a life with a man is not just about finance. Say it again. Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's really not. And I just want people to understand that, you know, it's not just about money. It's a whole lot of other things that you have to focus on. Money is like the last thing because like I said, when you're dating a person, that's the time to get to know them. That's the time where you have the conversations, you talk about it, you express what it is that you're looking for, what you want. You know what they're doing, you know what type of job field they're in, you know what they're doing, what their goals are, because they're working in it. They're literally showing you while you're dating them what they're all about. If you meet a man and he doesn't have a job, he's not trying to get one, and he's just sitting on a couch playing video games all day, and he's never, and then months and months and years pass by and you still with him and nothing's changed, then that ought to tell you what type of person this is. Because if he's serious about being with you and building a relationship, he's going to get his ass up and work. He's going to go find some kind of job. He's going to work towards what it is he needs to work towards because he wants to build a life with you. This is the part I don't think women understand. You know, a man who actually wants to build with you, he's not going to sit down and not do anything. Almost is, to me, I feel like, y'all let me know what y'all think, because maybe you think differently, but I think it's almost motivation to me. When a man has a woman that he wants to be with, and he knows he wants to build with her, I don't know, I feel like they work harder. At least I saw it in my husband. He worked harder. He worked harder. He worked hard because he knows in his mind, I can't read his mind. I don't see his full vision, but he worked harder because he knows, before we purchased our house like years ago, he knew he wanted to buy a house. He knew the things that he wanted to create, and provide for his family. So he worked harder. So if anything, I think it's motivation when a man finds, his wife, the woman that he wants to build with, they work harder. If you're sitting here and you're saying that you want to build a life with a woman and you're not doing anything, then that's a sign for you to move on, because this guy is not on the same page. So why waste your time with somebody who's not showing action? You could say something out your mouth that you're going to do all day, but if you don't do it, then that's a sign for you to move on. He's not the guy for you. But a lot of times these women deal with these men because that's who you're attracted to. And then you complain when they don't do anything. So you have to pick better, and you have to make sure that you are the type of woman that the man you want, that you are the woman that he wants as well. So, that's all I'm gonna say. Thank you, C. Irving. Successful MD says, stupidity requires no building. She's a lunatic. Thank you, Successful MD. Anthony H says, shout out to Deidre setting off the chat, going at the men. We ain't trying to hear all that. Thank you, Anthony H. I appreciate you once again. Successful MD says, she's tattooed like a billboard. I'll stay on D&D. Oh my God. Child, XY, thank you, Successful MD. XYZ says, preach, DeeDee, let the church say amen. Thank you, XYZ. Thank you so much for the support and for being here. I appreciate you. Let's see here. And thank y'all for the support. Thank you so much for supporting via Super Chat. I appreciate y'all for that. C. Irvin once again says, independent but dependent on someone, right? To keep cleaning, water running, electricity working, the gas on. We are privileged to be dependent, actually. Exactly. I agree, C. Irvin. Thank you once again for the Super Chat. Divine Photos says, most women want men to provide them husband benefits, like a man paying for it all while they offer nothing. A man provides for his wife, not his girlfriend. Exactly. 100%. I agree, Divine Photos. Thank you for the Super Chat. Successful MD once again says, she failed. She passed go for 46 years. No hope. Damn. Thank you, Successful MD once again. Exactly. They don't see it like that, though. The bonnet buffet. Shout out to the bonnet buffet, child. Thank you, Successful MD. The Eagles Lair channel with Evangelist Tamika. What's going on? How are you? Says something. something, I guess you're trying to say something really has to be done because of our communities are suffering because of these attitudes. The young women are trusting the women too. Exactly. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you for being here. Yeah, I just think that a lot of the older women are not giving the right advice, you know. They're not giving the right advice. They're speaking like they're the young women, young girls as well. And I think it's order for, you know, the younger generation of women to get a different perspective, the older women have to be honest. And if we got a bunch of 40, 50-year-old women who are still delusional, thinking that they can manifest their perfect man and that they, you know, it's all about being an independent boss chick, then where's the hope for the young women if they don't have any guidance? If they don't have parents who are teaching them the right things and they're listening to social media and all these women telling them the wrong information, then this is why a lot of these women are going to be cooked. Even the next generation of young women are cooked as well because the older women are still thinking that they're 20 years old. Psychologically, they're in a 20-year-old mindset. They think that they're still princesses and you know, they're looking for their knight in shining armor, a king to come and whisk them off like a goddamn fairy tale. Hell, they still in a delusional fairy tale mindset, thinking that they, you know, can still compete with the younger women. And this is why a lot of these older women are mad that when men say, hey, we want a younger woman, we don't want you 50, half 100. We don't want to deal with a woman that's half 100 years old. We're in our prime now. We want something young and exciting. We want somebody that's going to be okay with taking them to different places and they not worried about it costing an arm and a leg. Somebody who's cooperative, more cooperative at least, who understands it's not just about money, but will be grateful for a man who's showing interest and want to do things with them and get to know them. Not an entitled boss chick who's been the root Chris every night of her life, I guess, and think that a date is supposed to cost $1,000 and it ain't worth anything if it don't cost $1,000. That, oh my God, it's just the bare minimum, because that's what it's the bare minimum. He wants to do the bare minimum. You don't want to do shit. Why a man got to go out his way to do anything for you when you don't want to do a goddamn thing yourself ever? So the mentality definitely has to change. People have to start thinking differently and teaching their children, because it starts at home, really. Teaching your children what relationships should look like, what you should be offering, and all this superficial stuff doesn't matter. But if we keep having the type of rhetoric that's out here now, then child, this generation, the next and the next will be cooked forever. Thank you once again for the super chat, Evangelist Tamika. Anthony H says 26-year-old words coming out of a 46-year-old mouth. Winter is here and it's getting cold outside. She better go dig up Bobby Womack. Right. And he can't even help her though. I'm just saying, baby, you got to help yourself. Exactly. So, you know, once again, you know, people often ask, what's the solution to all of this? The solution is these women have to change their mentality. You got to change the way you think. And I'm not saying it's just women. I think there are men out here who have to change their mentality as well. But I think, in my personal opinion, I think the women are far worse. I think the women are far worse because I find that even though there are some men who are delusional as well, trust, and I had to learn that too. I see on social media, there's some delusional men on here as well, just as delusional as the women, trust me. But for the most part, the women are far worse, in my opinion, because they've never been checked. They've never been told the truth. They've always been coddled and they have been lied to, and they drank the Kool-Aid. They believe the lies. And so it's hard for someone to comprehend what the truth actually is when you've been lied to your whole life. So when you've been told that, oh, you're a 10, you don't got to do nothing for a man, he got to do everything for you, then men start saying, nah, we want something too. It's hard for them to comprehend the fact that, oh, a man really wants something. What does he want? Because we were never taught what a man would want. We were only told he's supposed to give to us, and we could just sit back and be who we are. We're women. We could just be reckless. We're women. We could just do whatever. We're women. We got a vagina. We could do whatever. Now men are saying, no, we want something too. We're tired of the combativeness. We're tired of women trying to be men. We don't want to, we're not, gay men. We're heterosexual men. We want women. We want feminine women the way women are supposed to be. We don't want a woman who's in competition with us. We don't want you to come and try to tell us what we need to be doing as men. We don't want men don't want women coming and telling them how to be a man, and I can help level you up, because this is what I'm starting to hear now too. Women trying to tell men how to level up and how to get money. What? Why don't you get the money then as the woman and you bring it home to the man and y'all level up together? How about that? Because they don't want to do that. You could tell a man how to level up and get more money, but why don't you just go get the money and you bring it home and y'all put it together and y'all build on that? They don't want to do that. So I just think it's just all backwards. Nothing is going to change until either these women are forced to in situations to where they gotta start changing, and or whether it's a till it's a do or die situation where you ain't got there's no other choice. And then I don't even know if that's going to work, because if these men are just done and they're looking to find wives elsewhere, it's just going to be a wrap. These women will be cooked, overcooked. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even know if that's going to work. What's going on, Avenge the Ancestors? Thank you so much for being here. It says hello, DeeDee, and Room Be First. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Successful MD says, last year I said to buy stock in pet stores. Look, child, right. Thank you, Successful MD. Mauricio 91, thank you for the super chat, says women are 100% an inspiration and motivation for a man. Men will move mountains for a valuable woman. Exactly. And I don't think, this is something that they need to understand too. If you're dealing with a man that is you call bottom of the barrel and he's subpar and he's not trying to do anything, you probably not the woman that he really want to be with. And you have to be the type of woman that he wants to be with. If you're finding yourself as the woman in a relationship with a man that doesn't want to do anything, and especially for you, and y'all supposed to be together, and he's just kind of lackadaisical about it, and he's not really motivated, because you're probably not the woman for him, and it would be best just to leave him alone, because this is why women complain too when they're with a man that didn't want to do anything, and then for some reason he meets another woman and he does everything for her, marries her, go out and do things he never did, because that's who he really want to be with. It's something about you that you weren't the one. And this is why I say, if women really want the outcomes they feel and believe they should have and deserve, you need to figure out what you need to do as a person. Where are you falling short? What things do you need to work on within yourself? It's not always the man. You got to work on yourself. Where can you improve? Because if you're constantly out here trying to date and you can't ever find one man to take you seriously that really want to be with you for real, then baby, the problem is you. It could be your attitude, it could be your mindset, or a multitude of things. It could be a lot of things that's holding you back from getting what you want. And if you're constantly out here focused on these men ain't this and they ain't that, and you're not looking at yourself, then that's why you're not getting what you want. Thank you, Mauricio. I appreciate you for the super chat. Classist Perspective, thank you for the support, says these ladies even turn the studs off. Now they want to be feminine women again. The step studies are saying, you want me to pay all the bills? I quit, beach. Exactly. I saw that too, Classy. I saw that too. A lot of the studs are like, nah, these women are entitled. I saw that too. They even see that the women are entitled. They're like, nah, I'm not, I'm not doing all of that. So when you see stuff like this, it should be a bell in your head that rings to say, damn, maybe we are taking it too far. Maybe we are looking for too much. It's not about us settling. It's about, are you delusional? Or is what you're asking for reasonable? Because a lot of it is not. Thank you once again, Classic Perspective. I appreciate you. Hannibal, thank you so much for the super chat. Says these women seek out and want bums because they are bums as well. Ooh, child. They only see the guys a bum when they can do a little better, because where are all these jobless bums and why are they with them? Exactly. Oh my God. Thank you for the super chat. Listen, you are absolutely, look, I ask this question all the time when I hear women talking. Where are y'all meeting these dudes? Why are y'all dealing with bums? Why are you talking to and probably sleeping with men who don't have a job? They don't have a car. They don't have a place to stay, honey. Where they living? They living with their mothers, and y'all complaining that, oh, he left you with a baby. He didn't do shit for you. And he was but you laid down and had a baby with him. You spent time with him. You gave him your precious time that y'all trying to get other men to pay for. He didn't have to do anything. And you gave it up to him because he probably was fine to you and you was attracted to him. That's all it takes. This is what I say. If a woman, is attracted to you physically, oh, you ain't got to do nothing else. She gonna give you everything that you want. You ain't got to do nothing. And so y'all give y'all precious time and body and babies to these men who don't have to do anything. And then you complain about them being deadbeats and they run it off and they ain't taking care of their response. They never took care of no responsibilities, but you still gave them a chance. See, when I say cooperate and work with a man, I'm not talking about a man like that. I'm not talking, why are you even dealing with a man like that? But now they've taken it to the extreme to where now, because you've dealt with a bunch of Pookie and Ray Rays that didn't offer anything, now you've raised the bar to now average men who actually work hard, have decent jobs, able to take care of themselves. Now you want to bypass them. Now you want to, that's the bare man. I don't even want to deal with an average man. Oh, because I'm better. Because you don't let Pookie mess your head up. And now you think average men who actually work and take care of themselves, making $50,000 a year or whatever, oh, that ain't good enough for you. Y'all can't come together and build anything because you don't let Pookie mess your head up. And it's by your own fault, by the way. And now your expectations are super high. So bypass all these other men that could be potential good mates. Now you think you deserve a rich man because you allow Pookie to mess your head up. And now you want a rich man to come in. Now you don't want to do anything because you gave it all to Pookie. And now you don't want to share or do nothing. Now you just want a man to come in. Now he got to pay all the bills. He got to do everything. Come on. It don't work like that, boo. It don't work like that. Thank you, Hannibal. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super chat. It don't work like that. The Eagles Lair channel says, I know a family of women right now. The 70-year-old grandmother, her 52-year-old daughter, and her daughter all live together. No husbands in sight, all bossy. That's what they're going to have to do, Evangelist Tamika. That's what they're going to have to do. Y'all going to have to come together. Y'all going to have to live it, live out your lives together because there's nothing, there's going to be nowhere else to turn. And, if they cool with that, I'm cool with it, I mean, it is what it is. All the women have to band together. If y'all don't want a man, you can't find a way to work with a man, then all of y'all gonna have to come together and figure out a way to pay the bills and make those ends meet and live your life to the end, because you're gonna have to do something. Thank you once again for the super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. It's just crazy. Divine Photo says the only men boss chicks love to build are Pookies, right? But then they talk about they don't want no Build-A-Bear child. Thank you, Divine Photos. Successful MD says they thought they could flip Pookies like a half ounce. Right. They thought so. They thought they could, have Tupac in a suit. He start off at a Pookie and then he get that corporate job and then he treat her right and commit to her and then they could become a family. It don't work like that because that's not what they want to do. Mauricio 91 says they always try to brush over the part about where babies come from. Child. That's crazy. Thank you, Mauricio. I appreciate you once again. Yeah, it's just unfortunate, but something is going to have to give. And they talk about back in the day, Papa and Mama were forced together because they had to be there with each other. They had to work together. Well, it seems like, listen, the past has a way of repeating itself. So I wouldn't be surprised. And everybody's talking about the economy and how expensive it is and how you need two incomes to make it through. Well, that doesn't sound too far-fetched from what was going on back then. I tend to believe that we do need each other. I don't think that women could sustain themselves by themselves for their entire lives. I think it's going to be very difficult. And I think we do need each other. And I think we should be working together. I don't think it should be this independent separatism that we're seeing happening. And that's why it's such a problem. But until modern women stop being modern and understand that it's meant for us to work together, and other cultures of people do it all the time. They have businesses, they have careers. I know women who are lawyers and are doctors, and guess what? They still have a husband and they still have a family. I have no idea, which I kind of have an idea, but I don't understand how in the Black community these women don't see that. These other communities aren't full of men just sitting back working and paying all the bills and the women don't work. Most of these couples who are thriving, both of them work. That's the part I don't. Where did they get this information from? A lot of these couples, one is a lawyer, one is a doctor, one is a school teacher, the other one is a mechanic. Like they both work because they have families that they have to take care of, and the majority of the times you need two incomes. I don't understand where this rich abundance comes from, where it's all supposed to come from one person, and that's the man, and the woman could just sit down and do nothing. Wow. It's just like I say, a delusional outcome. It's a delusional outcome. All right, y'all. We're gonna move on to the next clip. Classic Perspective says, I know a 70-year-old had took out her teeth and told me that she would give me the Takashi 69 treatment because she has the gummo. Oh, what? So okay. So with the teeth missing, it's supposed to be better. Oh shit! I don't even want to visualize it. This is nasty. Like what the hell? Oh my god! What's slobbering coming out? Like what's going on? Successful. Classic Perspective. I don't want to hear nothing about that. I'm just saying, like missing 70, no teeth, gum slobbering all over you. Ugh, just disgusting. Thank you for the super chat, Classy. That, oh my God. Now I'm gonna visualize that. Like, Thank you, Classy Perspective. That's disgusting. Divine Photo says women can never understand a man's plight until they hit the wall, child. Men have been rejected in their prime, but as soon as he dates out, they notice him. Facts on facts on facts on facts. Yeah. But then act like, oh, but we don't care. Go get you a white woman. Go get you somebody. We don't. Yes, you do. Because you see it and you have to talk about it. Oh, as soon as they become successful, look where they go. Well, y'all didn't want them. You don't remember, y'all don't want to build. You don't want him. You don't want to build a boo. You don't want to see potential. That's what y'all said. We want you at the finish line. We don't see potential. We don't want to, you don't want to do that. But once he gets to the finish line and he says, oh, you didn't want me, so now I don't want you, I'm gonna go look elsewhere. Now you pissed about it. Now you mad. But if you was trying to date a guy and he turned you away, he said, oh no, you ain't good enough. You ain't really my type. And then you glow up after the years, then he come back talking about, ooh, girl, you look good. Look at you now. Ooh, yeah, come on. I'm trying to holler now. Would you accept him or not? Hold on 1 second. Would you accept him or not? Would you be so enthusiastic about going after him after he's rejected you? Probably not. Probably not. So yeah, so I just think, women don't want to take their own advice. Something burning? Something cooking? Oh, bacon. Okay. So yeah, I think that they don't you flip the roles around. They're not going to even do what they want you to do. They wouldn't be willing to do any of the things that they're suggesting that a man should do for them. They wouldn't do it themselves. Just like I saw this video of this lady talking about, oh, men should be willing to take care of a single mother and her child. Why not? Why? And all of this. But then asked her if she would take care of a man and his child. She said, hell no. So you're suggesting that a man do something that you wouldn't even do. How convenient. Thank you, Divine Photos. Once again, I appreciate you. Yeah, so it's just I think a lot of women are just full of it. I just think that they're delusional. If their mentality doesn't change, if you don't want to, if you really, want something that's stable and solid for real, you're going to have to put in some work and you're going to have to change your mindset. You cannot go into a relationship with this independent boss chick status thinking that your money is your money and his money is your money. No, baby, those days are over. These are not the simp step crash dummies of the 80s and the 90s. These aren't the men, and probably earlier. These men are not trying to, these are the modern men, in my opinion. These men are not trying to deal with y'all bullshit. And then y'all expose yourselves. Y'all put it all out there. There's whole tutorials and videos on how to finesse and manipulate men. And they think men aren't privy to that. It's like y'all thought y'all was going to put that out there and men just was going to be blind to it because men aren't on social media as much as women are. But no, they see you. They understand where you're coming from and they want no parts of it. I definitely don't want my sons to be a part of no BS like this. So yeah, and we're teaching them and they know what's going on. So they know better already. So these men aren't out here trying to be y'all super simps anymore. They tried that. It did not work. They tried to cater to women and do what they thought was best to get a good woman. And then y'all messed it up. Y'all messed over them. Y'all took advantage of them. So now they're like, hell no, we're not falling for the okie doke. They don't want to get married to y'all. They don't even want to be with y'all for real. Cause y'all not willing to do what's necessary to build a real stable, real relationship. All y'all want to do is somebody to take care of you. You just want a man to provide for you and take care of you, and that's it. And then try to shame the men. Oh, y'all supposed to be providers for his wife. You're not his wife, ma'am. You are a grown adult who's independently able to take care of yourself and your kids. He's not responsible for you. He's responsible for the woman that he chooses to marry and the woman who he chooses to marry and have children with. That's where his loyalty lies. That's who's responsible for. He ain't responsible for y'all who's struggling with y'all bills and shit. Y'all said y'all want to be independent and you didn't need no man. So why now ask for a man to come in and do the most? No, hell no. Y'all got to be out y'all goddamn minds. Hannibal says, I second that. An old Projects 304 told me she wanted my meat. Oh, damn. I think she was off something. These old spinsters really are some delusional freaks. I mean, yeah, they become desperate. You talking about the old losing your teeth, wanting to slob the knob on anybody. Like, just be desperate. Just be to the point they don't care. They'll take, they just need something, and they need loving. They need somebody to hold them and, make them feel special because they don't. They be all alone, falling apart, teeth falling out, skin sagging, just dried out, just really going through it. You know what I'm saying? They really just be at that point when it gets real and they realize, oh shit, I'm falling apart over here and I ain't got nobody. I'm over here I'm suffering. Now I want love. Now you want somebody to come and just hold you and give you some kind of hope, make you feel like there's hope, some way that you can get somebody to love on you in your sagging old days. I'm just saying, like, come on, like people, and then women like to talk like men are the only ones who gonna age. Like men are the only ones that's getting old and losing their hair and all that. No, trust me, women get old. Y'all get old too. That skin gets saggy. Your hair gets thinned out. That hair falls out now. You get dried up. There's things that happen to you too. I don't understand why women take this approach like, oh, these men in their 50s, now they want a young woman. Now when they getting old and their stuff don't work, women got to get old too. Y'all got to go through menopause too. And that ain't no easy feat. When you start having them hot flashes and, things start getting dried up and you start going through the motions and feeling like you ain't going to make it and you don't know, you're delusional and you don't know whether you coming or going. You might want somebody there to support you in that too. You might want somebody there to be loving and love on you that really cares about you when it matters. Because see, as long as everything is working, as long as everything is good, everybody's vibrant, everybody is looking good, everybody is, got their energy and everything is working and y'all it's going good, it's good. But do you have somebody there for when the shit start hitting the fan? Do you have somebody that's going to love you through all the ups and downs of life? Because the older you get, you're going to experience them. So do you have somebody that really just care about you, unconditional love for real, where they really going to be there with you when your hair starts thinning? When that cooch ain't really doing what it's supposed to do. Like, well, you that's how you gonna know if somebody really love you, if they gonna really rock with you and be with you when things start to, slide down a little bit. I'm just saying. When you know what I'm saying? when them boobs start to go down to the floor, like, is he gonna be there for you? Is he gonna be like, girl, I love you no matter what? Because see, as long as everything is perky and looking nice, it's all good. But y'all not anticipating that you got to get old too. It ain't just the men that's aging, you are aging too. And when you get into that vulnerable state, you gonna want somebody to be there to show love to you, and y'all show love to each other. But y'all not thinking that far. See, you think you're invincible. You think that, it ain't gonna happen to you. Oh my God, you're not gonna age. You're just gonna look, and look, they say black don't crack. It might not crack, but like my daughter says, it swells. So when it swells like Vivica Fox, I'm just saying, look at her. I want someone to love me basically for who and what I am. Right. See, when you get in them 60s, you want somebody to love you for who you are and accept all of you, flaws and all. You want somebody that's committed there to be there with you to have, to live to the end of your days. You don't want to do that by yourself. But see, once again, when you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, and even 50s, they really don't see themselves. They don't see that, oh my God, it's getting to a critical state here. I just want somebody to love me and be here for me. I'm not worrying about all the other superficial. Like you can't wait until you get there and then start pondering and looking. You have to plan ahead of time for that sort of thing. You got to make sure you lock somebody in when the time is right so that y'all can build and get and have that. You know what I mean? You just can't bypass all the good men and thinking you have all this time. And then when you've exhausted all of your options, now you get to the end and now you just want him to magically appear and be everything that you want him to be at the end. No. Once again, at the finish line, you want him. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? And I think this is where a lot of women are delusional. They're not thinking of the real purpose of all of this. Everything is superficial and ha ha he he. Oh, I don't want you. I don't need you, but I want you. If you ain't on my program, whatever, I don't care. Okay, keep talking. Because the older you get, that starts to look a lot different. Mauricio says, DeeDee going in on these hot pocket hoes. LMO. Thank you, Mauricio. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Anthony H says, what that cooch supposed to do? Please expound. Oh my God. Y'all just saying, like, women be delusional. Like, they be acting like they don't go through the change and they're not going through changes with their bodies. Like, these bodies go through changes. The older you get, they go through changes, and you just don't know what, you don't know what the hell. Have y'all seen this video of some of these women who have one child and it changed their whole look? This lady had one baby and it did something to her body. Her face changed. She did not look like herself at all. You just don't know how this is all going to end up. You don't know if you could have a child and it mess you up completely. I mean, there's some people who have one kid and it just messed their whole body up. You know what I'm saying? They're not the same at all. And they have a hard time recovering. You just never know the cards you're going to be dealt. None of us, we know, Thank God I've had my kids. I don't, and I'm still in one piece because you just never know. I've seen people who have one child and it really jacked them up and they have a hard time recovering. So I'm just saying, you just never know what old age is going to bring you. You never know how you're going to end. Some people are just messed up and some are doing so well. You just never know how that cookie is going to crumble. You just don't know. This is why I say, why wait to see how that turns out to try to get somebody that's really in your corner? Like, it's all cute and fun and games when you're in these streets just doing whatever. But baby, when you get old and you become invisible, you hear all these old women saying, hey, I've become invisible to men. Goddamn. It's not rocket science. No man is paying and trying to get no old ass woman. I'm just saying. Just like most women ain't looking at no old ass man unless he got a lot of money that he's willing to share. A sugar daddy. But other than that, they ain't trying to do that. So, I'm just saying. Thank you, Mauricio. Thank you, Anthony H. I appreciate you. My bad. XYZ, Vivica Fox. No, Vivica dog. Child. Baby, it's just, it's just crazy. I don't think people think, thank you, XYZ. I don't think people think about the future. You know, they're thinking about now. They're not thinking about later because they don't look that far down the line. All right, y'all, let me go. Let's move on to the next clip. I done talk a whole lot. Hit the like button, y'all. Please hit the like button. Got 132 watching, only 113 likes. Come on now. Y'all know who y'all are. Hit the like button. Go ahead, tap the like button right now. Come on, stop what you're doing. Hit the like button, then you can do what you're doing. Go ahead, hit it right now. Go ahead. Let me see the likes go up. Y'all know who y'all are. Y'all didn't hit the like button. Go hit the like button so we can get the likes up, y'all. Let's move on. I want to play this particular well, actually, I want to let me play this. I want to play a couple of clips from what's his name? Cooley, No Fugazi podcast. Shout out to him. I want to play a couple of clips that I saw from him because this shows you once again the delusion of a lot of women. Look at this.
You rate yourself from 1 to 10.
I'm a whole 11.
You above the scale.
Hell yeah.
What about in the real
I don't care about
world?
nobody else. In the real world, I'm a 10.
You know a 10 means perfect.
I'm perfect.
So there's nothing that you can change as far as your looks.
I got nice eyes. They real. This body is real. That's a problem.
Okay.
And I'm soft. I'm a 10. Say, you look good. You look good. So I'm telling you, I'm a 10.
So people are telling you that you look good. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Those people, they was lying to you. They was lying to you. They was lying to you. So the thing is, when you get all of this free attention from males that say, oh, baby, yeah, you look good. You ain't got to change nothing. They're lying to you because they want to sleep with you. I don't have those intentions, so I'm being honest with you. So I can tell you that you are not a 10. You're not anything close to that. And you have many things that you need to work on and change from the outside. For sure, for sure, for sure.
He hurt her little feelings, baby. But see, that's what needs to happen. Look, shout out to Cooley. Baby, all the women on the panel was laughing because they know it's the truth. That she looks like her little feelings were hurt, but it's the truth. They all walk around here thinking y'all 10's delusional as hell. And people are telling y'all that y'all believe in it. And then, but ain't nobody really checking for you like that. If you were 10, you would get those 10 results. You're not getting the results and you still believe in that. This is how delusional a lot of these women have become. And it's sad. You know, they walk around here believing the hype and the hype ain't really helping them. You know what I'm saying? It ain't really helping. Let's see. Let me play the next one. I got another one. A few of them I wanted to play from him because I just think they're hilarious, to be honest.
Courting someone, you got to let her know that she's the one for you, that you want her, and she should be on the pedestal, no?
Generally speaking, yes, most men operate like this, but I don't think it's conducive to anything good. Let me ask you a question. Do you have a lot of guys in your DMs?
Of course.
Okay. And those guys in your DMs give you a lot of free attention and a lot of free compliments.
Okay.
Right? Now, do you ever give them a chance?
No.
You just prove my point to be accurate, that when men pedestalize women, it doesn't work. And you're the prime example. Gotcha, bitch.
And another thing, too, what these clips show is that these women don't pay attention to what they're saying. They don't realize what they're saying because it's an echo chamber. It's an echo chamber of the Bonnet Crew sisterhood telling them all this stuff, and they just repeating it. They don't really understand. That's like when they're asked a question, of why they call. They'll just out the blue. You can be having a conversation with them, and they'll call a man misogynistic, and then it's like, where did that come from? Why would you say I'm misogynistic? And then you ask them what does misogynistic mean? They lost for words. They don't really know what they're talking about. It's just repeating words that they've heard the sisterhood Bonnet Crew speak of, and they just repeating it. They don't know what misogynistic mean. They don't know what a misandrist is. They just saying the words that because they hear somebody else saying it, and then when you ask them, what does it mean? They get pissed off. Why get mad? Because you're saying something trying to sound smarter than you are, and then when you get called out, you get mad. Like, why get mad? See, my thing is this: if I get called out, I'm like, my bad. Shit, I didn't know. My bad. I thought I knew something I didn't know. My bad. That's how I would be. Because I'm not gonna waste time and go back and forth. If I'm saying something and I thought I knew what I was saying, and then you tell me, oh no, that's not what it is. Well, okay, cool, thank you. I look, thank you for telling me. My bad. I thought it was this, but it wasn't. See, I can accept that. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, cool. It ain't no skin off my chest. Like people would say. No, okay, I didn't know. My bad shit. I thought I knew. Okay, I know now, and that's it. But they'll sit there and get pissed off because you want to sound like you smart and you really not. You don't know what you're talking about. That's why. Class's perspective says, DeeDee, Christmas Carol date. This woman sounds like Michael McCray from Boys to Men. You a mess. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat, Class. Lord, have mercy. Jesus, you're a hot mess. Okay, y'all. One more from No Fugazi.
They're supposed to do. They're supposed to provide for a woman. So when a woman already has everything,
oh, that's when they feel intimidated.
That's when they feel intimidated.
That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you, because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. So let's flip it so it makes sense and pay attention, right? A woman like you that's independent boss babe, she took on characteristic traits of a man, like being non-agreeable, being assertive, and being dominant, which is all A-type personality traits, which is naturally masculine traits. So when a woman takes on that trait, it's like, ew, you're like a man now. So it's annoying. It's not intimidating. Now let's flip it. Let's say if you got with a man and he was very flamboyant and he didn't have any ambition and he was very agreeable, like he was a yes man, he had no backbone. Would you feel intimidated by that man?
No.
If he was checkmate. Wait, stop it.
Gotcha, bitch.
Right. And see, this is what I'm saying. A lot of these women are just stupid. You know, I'm not even trying to be mean. It's just stupidity. That's what it is. You don't know what you're saying. And you've convinced yourself that you do. And then when somebody tell you something that actually makes logical sense, you're looking like, what the fuck? I mean, I'm just saying, like, what's going on? Like you're like, you know, it's like they stuck. It's like you don't want to accept it, but it's the truth. So yeah, it just doesn't make any sense, y'all. So let's move on. Y'all, we got 146 watching, 125 likes. Somebody not hitting the like button. If you didn't hit the like button, go ahead and hit the like button now. Come on, I don't know what's stopping you. Just hit the like button. It's free to hit the like button. Come on, hit the like button, y'all. We got 149 people in here, 125 likes. All of y'all that have not hit the like button, hit the like button, please. Hit the like button.
Hit the like button, please. Please hit the like button. Y'all know who y'all are. All y'all who have not hit the like button, hit the like button now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on, y'all. Let me play this little clip first because I played this a while back of Kiki Palmer. I want to play it again and I want to get y'all thoughts on it. Here we go.
Cares when a man finds his woman under a bridge.
No, I live for Stedman, but you know that Stedman has for many decades been the butt of jokes.
Yeah, because of gender rules.
Yes.
People feel like because she's Oprah Winfrey, who did y'all want her to be with, Barack Obama? That doesn't make sense, guys. I mean, I feel like that's the weird thing about powerful women, what we're left with. Mm-hmm. So I'm supposed to find love, but he's got to have a certain amount of money, but at the same time, I got to still be like, guys, what's going on here? Why am I? Nobody cares when a man finds his woman under a bridge. No one cares.
No one
cares. And I frankly don't care if that's who you love. That's who you love. Why do we have to deal with that?
Yes.
That to me makes no sense. I ain't never look. My daddy told me a man needs to treat you right. Mm-hmm. He needs to handle and service you in whatever way you need service. Let me tell you one thing that Kiki don't need:
money.
From nobody. Now, if you want to give a little something and get my nails done, something cute, but I'm fine. Nobody cares.
Okay, so basically, the caption says Kiki Palmer defends dating men who don't make as much as her. Nobody cares when a man finds his woman under a bridge. So listen, you know, Kiki has some stuff with her, but every now and again she does say something that makes sense, you know, and it makes sense when men are out here looking for, because listen, it's men who are always settling. It's interesting that women always like to talk about they won't settle. When they make a little money, they want to settle. But you're still asking a man to settle when you are looking for a man who makes way more money than you. So you're still asking men to settle because you still want a man to provide 100% of the time. When women make money, they still want traditional men. When men make the money, which they've always been looked to and expected to make the money, they still have to be the sole provider. Women don't want to put anything in. You don't want to put anything in if y'all working together, if y'all both average together, they're saying they don't want to go 50-50. If the man makes way more than you don't want to even cook and clean and take care of the household. You don't even want to do that. You just want him to pay. So it's delusional on every angle. Like, you don't want to do anything as women. These women have really adopted this mentality that they don't have to do shit. Like, they could just be, they want a soft girl life. They really don't want to contribute anything when it comes to a man being involved. But as long as they're by themselves, they're going to pay all their bills. They'd rather pay all their bills than work with a man. Like, that's crazy. But then turn around and complain about they're tired of having to pay all the bills. So you can't have it your way all the time, women. And this is why they're out here suffering by themselves, because it's just too much. I think what Kiki Palmer is saying makes plenty of sense, because it's like, hey, men, will find a woman at McDonald's if she's attractive enough and he likes her and she's cooperative. He don't care, because the expectation is always on him to provide for her anyway. So what they're expected to do has always been the same. So they find a woman, they don't care where they find her, as long as she's the right woman for them. But now women are making a little money, and this all has started because back in the day when these women weren't trying to be entrepreneurs and do all this stuff, they were looking for a provider man. The younger women were going after older men who were more stable, who had good jobs, as opposed to the men who were in their age range. They were looking for older men. Why? Because they're more stable. They got a car, they got an apartment, and they got a job. So younger women were always going after stability. You know what I'm saying? So you wasn't, they weren't saying they weren't selling him then. You always wanted a man who had more than what you had. And they still want that now, but now they make money. So, but they don't want to contribute the money. You don't want to do anything fun. You don't want to bridge everything together. You just still want a fully traditional man, but y'all don't want to be traditional women. I think if for a man who wants a traditional woman, and if he met and got a traditional woman, I don't think he mind, like the old days. He wouldn't mind paying all the bills and doing all of that for her, because she's what he wants. But these women don't want to be what a man want them to be, but they want you to be everything and more for them. That's the disconnect, and a part of the disconnect. See, Urban says, heck, 5-10 years ago, they wasn't saying narcissist, toxic, etc. And repeating whatever the media trend is, but can't pick up a book to seek knowledge. Exactly. Right. It's the echo chamber of the Bonnet Crew Society. It's the echo chain of the chamber of the Bonnet Crew Society. They're just listening to what everybody else is saying, and they're just repeating it. They don't know what they're talking about. Thank you, C. Irvin, for the support. I appreciate you. So, it's just where we are, and it's not helping them. Let's move on, you guys. We almost there. We had 153 people watching, 146 like. Come on, the few of y'all that's left, please hit that like button. Y'all know who y'all are. I'm calling you out. Hit the like button. Let's continue, y'all.
Your name, boo?
Hi, my name is Brittany Kiera.
Are you like a telemarketer?
No, I'm actually an artist.
You're an artist? Oh, what do you sing?
I actually am a rapper. I'm a lyricist, and
Give us 20 seconds.
Ooh.
Kendra G Singles, the dating app. It's available now on iPhones and Android phones. Give us 20 seconds.
Ooh. Bitch, I am this shit, bitch. Oh, can I cuss? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't get on my shit list. Keep talking about you niggas. End up on my hit list, light you up like it's December. Oh my God, my G is Christmas. Why? Brick broke, that's no she code, AK on Blizzard. I'm just always about my motherfucking business. Bounce this little ass, stay on your niggas wish list. I'm about my cash, so just ask just to hit this while I send them back. Weekend, bitch, mind your business. That's just.
Yeah. Wait, what's the name again?
No.
It's Brittany Kiera. That's my song, Tasty. I actually got it played in Tokyo. Let me see.
Brittany, how old are you?
I am 38.
38? How long you been rapping for?
Ma'am. Oh my God. Do you, boo? Anthony H, thank you for the super chat. Says, damn, DeeDee, content so good I had to go to my regular car. I'm gonna get my SB tonight. I'm gonna change my name back to Captain Caveman, please. No. Baby, they weren't getting your ass beat. I'm just saying. I appreciate the efforts, though. Thank you for the super chat, though. I appreciate it. And don't get your ass beat, though, please. You know, it ain't that serious. Thank you, though. I appreciate you. Child, how was her rap, y'all? Okay, let's continue.
Since a child.
Oh,
but I started out doing both spoken word poetry.
Oh,
So is that your profession, a rapper?
Actually, yes. I'm a rapper. I'm a poet. I do writing facilities all across the country. Yes.
Okay. So, Brittany, you have any kids?
No, actually,
wow.
I chose to actually just
38 and no
be an
kids.
educator
Okay.
instead.
You
But
ever
I
been
do want
married?
them later.
You ever been married?
She won them later.
Once, 25, divorced at 28.
Okay.
Interesting.
And so, oh, I got the hiccups. Where do you live?
I live in Tampa now.
Wait, and she said she 38 and she want kids later. How much later you plan on, starting that? I'm just saying. See? Delusional bell ringing, like 38 already. When you think, okay, anything is possible. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Right. Right. Let's continue.
I'm from Baltimore originally. Somebody said a 38-year rapper. Yes, a lot of our rappers are 38 now, or more than I am. But yeah, I'm listening.
Wait, say it again?
No, somebody said a 38-year-old rapper, and I'm like, I'm even younger than Nikki. But go ahead, I'm listening.
But to Nikki's defense, she didn't start off at 38.
Right.
Correct. Neither did I.
Oh,
Okay.
but we don't know
All
you
right.
though. We don't know you.
Touche.
We don't know you though.
Okay.
Well,
So we got Brittany, Renee?
Brittany Kiera.
Kiera, I apologize.
Yes.
Okay. So we got Brittany Kiera, 38. She's a rapper, no kids, divorced, lives in Tampa. What kind of man you looking for, girl?
I'm just looking for a friend.
Huh?
I'm open to friendship. I don't believe in I guess I live poly solo, if that makes any sense.
Poly solo.
Explain what that is.
Okay, so basically poly solo means that I'm gonna live alone. I'm gonna be chill on my own, but I am open for deeper connections with other people. But I don't really want to like be in a marriage or anything like that.
So you looking for a few men?
More so like a lifelong partnership.
But how is there a
Lifelong
lifelong
friendship.
partnership if y'all don't live in the same house?
That's a lot of people that don't live in the same house that do lifelong partnerships.
Now, do they live with somebody else in the house?
That's fine. I don't care what they do. As long as we can connect cerebrally, I'm fine.
So he can have another woman that he lives with.
He or she, doesn't matter.
Woo, yeah.
She said as long as where classy perspective. Classy, I'm calling you to the front of the class, classy perspective. She said she wants to connect with the man cerebrally. I need you as the doctor in the house to tell us, because I know cerebrally, that has something to do with your brain, right? Your mind, your mental. I know that much. So how do you connect to a person cerebrally? Is that possible for your brains to connect? Like she says she wants to connect with a man cerebrally. She don't care what else, nothing else that he does. We need to connect cerebrally. I'm assuming that's through the mind. So if y'all minds connect, y'all good. Nothing else matters. That's what she's saying. Let's continue.
Get everything on the show. I got a question. So, and you'll live by yourself?
Yes, I do.
So you don't
travel a lot. Yes.
Just curious, why don't you want to live with a man or a woman?
I've done it before. I'm okay. I live great solo. Even if I do get married, right? Let's say I get married. I think I'm still gonna have my own everything. Period.
What will be the
Like
purpose
we
of
can
getting?
share.
Well, your
Would
own
be the purpose
everything
of
as
getting
in what?
married?
Like your own place?
Yes.
And he has his own place?
That's fine with me.
Okay, but you're not answering this question. If you got married, why would you not want to live in the same house as your husband?
I can. That could be something that we share. However, being married and being divorced, the judge can tell you anything, can split up anything. It could go really ugly. And I might be a little scarred from that. So I'd rather just I can keep my own everything. If we want to go in on something together, we can do that. That's fine.
Girl, ain't no man doing that shit. I'm sorry. Ain't nobody doing that. What's the point of having a wife if y'all living in two separate houses? Is he expected to pay for your house and his? Like, this is some stupid shit. And this is not a common thing. Trust me. This is not something people commonly do. So there are not a whole lot of people doing that. But that's what if she could find that, great for her. Kudos to her. Irving Hunt says, bloated old rapper. KS said, can't make this ish up. Exactly. Thank you, Irving Hunt. Yeah, it's just like, Anthony H says she got a record contract with Simu. Child, okay. I'm not I didn't say it. Thank you, Anthony H. Thank you. Baby, it's like, what I mean, ain't nobody trying to do that. If you gonna have a wife, what's the point of y'all having two separate houses? Like, and then once again, does he have to pay for it? Classic Perspective says she needs to explain that further, because what the hell are you cerebrally connect on? Exactly. It just be saying anything that comes to mind. Anything. Thank you, Classy. Anything that comes to mind, they just say it to sound smart. Successful MD says, Simon says she's been pookatized with high bodies. Probably so. She said she was married now, Successful MD, and that didn't work out from 25 to 28. So she's scarred from that, she says. Thank you, Successful MD. Hannibal also says, she said she wants some head, low key, cerebrally. Right.
Oh my God.
I didn't think of it like that. Right. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Y'all are crazy, but smart. Oh, y'all are a hot mess. Thank you, Hannibal. I appreciate you. Shit, that's what she said. Hell, cerebrally. Something in the head. Right. Baby, let's continue. Y'all a mess.
But I'll still have my own to go back home to, if that makes any sense.
Girl, this,
Okay.
nah.
Yeah, you're definitely dealing with some trauma from your last relationship.
It may be, but also I feel that as a woman, when women really didn't have, we come from a place where,
There we go.
in order to even have a bank account, we had to have a man
Girl,
sign off on it. So I'd rather still have my own everything.
Y'all still holding.
And if I want to join venture and establish some real estate with somebody, that'd be cool. But I would still have my own to go back home to.
Girl, ain't nobody doing that. I'm telling you right now, ain't nobody doing that. Latrell, thank you for the super chat. Says they stay creating relationship terms. Girl, bye. Exactly. Ain't nobody doing no shit like that. Thank you, Latrell. I appreciate you. Ain't no man in his right mind doing that. Ain't nobody doing that. Like, come on now. Yeah. This is why they by themselves. If she could have found somebody who was interested in that type of lifestyle, she would have it already. You would have it already. Ain't nobody trying to do that. Let's continue.
Here's the deal. I'm not lost on a woman having her own bank account, her own finances, and obviously you have your own things. I guess I'm lost upon if you're married, you live in separate households. If you're not, like, shout out to Shirley Ralph, but they lived in separate states. So that's a little different because they worked in different states. But the way I'm thinking of it is y'all both live in Tampa, but he got one house and you got one house. That's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, that is crazy.
I know people that live in different countries and they're still together and still married and things of that nature.
People.
So
And
I think like different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, and I bet you that's not no average people either. That's people who have the means to live apart like that. Like, and why would you even want that? Like, why would you? What's the point of having a marriage and a family if y'all gonna live separately? You might as well just stay single, and you can have your own everything that like you already got. You don't need like that. Just have friends. Like, you don't need no relationship. You just should stay single and just screw whoever you want and have friends. That way you don't have to worry about all of that. You don't need to be in a relationship, in my opinion. You could just stay single. Why go through the hassle? It don't make any sense. Thank y'all. Shout out to all the people who hit the like button. Finally.
Oh my God.
Thank y'all for just tapping that like button. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all for that. We finally got the likes up. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Let's continue.
That's fair. Okay. So you mentioned women. So you're open to a man or a woman?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Any other requirements before we go to your deal breakers?
Oh God. Requirements. Honesty. Um, not broke.
Ooh, not
Not
broke. How
broke.
much money he
Not
gotta
broke.
make?
Um, well, not a lot of people have seen what I've seen and done what I've done, so I'm very, very lenient when it comes to that. If you have a 9 to 5, awesome. If you are, I'm an entrepreneur and it works for me. Um, and I haven't had to really like struggle after the pandemic. So that works for me. Other than that, like just have something going for yourself. If you're an entrepreneur, we can make it work. Like I'm
Okay.
really just looking for lifelong friendships, to be honest.
Well,
All
just
right.
say that it don't matter how much money you make if you're looking for just friendships. You got your own, he got his own. His money shouldn't matter at all. She should have just said, no, his money doesn't matter because I got my own. He have his own. Don't ask me for shit. That's all she's saying. Don't ask me for nothing because I got my own. You got your own. If we hang out, you pay for yours, I pay for mine. That's what you just want friendship. So we're not going to mingle money. We're not going to even bring money up. Money is not going to even be a part of the equation because I'm not looking for nothing for you. I just want to hang out and have friends. That's what that should be. Divine Photo says she should say she wants friends with benefits. Exactly. Right. Just benefits. Your money don't matter. I don't want your money. I got my money. I've seen this. I can afford. I'm good. And if you good, we go out. You can pay for your own food because I got mine. That's it. Because I ain't giving you nothing to help you. Just say that. Thank you, Divine Photos. Yeah, it does. Just say the money that shouldn't matter. Like this is okay. Let's continue.
So don't. I'm confused. You're looking for a friend or a man or a girl in a romantic manner.
I guess it's lifelong friendships. In my opinion, love is not about possession or control, right? And just because me and you establish a relationship doesn't mean that you can't establish a relationship with anyone else, nor me, vice versa, right? Um, you are free to move about the country, and so am I. Now, when it comes to sharing my body, that's something totally different.
So, okay,
Um,
I was gonna get to that. So, you meet this lifelong friend. He can sleep with
These
other people.
that's fine. That has nothing to do with me. I'm not even sharing my body, probably. That would be like a very certain, like a small percentage. If you understand anything about like poly solo or how asexual people move sometimes, that's pretty much it's probably a different dynamic than what people are normally
Okay, so
used
so
to.
you, so this is a man that you won't even have sex with.
I I might. The cards are on the table and the options might be
she's
open.
confusing as
Like I
hell.
might be open to that
Girl,
or not. It might
that's
just
why
be
you
a really
single.
lifelong friendship. It's cool with me. Like
These men don't want.
I'm just open to
Yeah, you could be open,
establishing.
baby. Because listen, when these men hear this, they're gonna be like, let's see if we can get some coochie out. If I can get some coochie out of her, because that's it. They're gonna be like, they're gonna try to see if you gonna give them some or not. That's about it. I ain't even trying to be mean. These men will be like, let me see. Can she gonna give it up or what? If the minute you take too long to get they bouncing. They don't got time for this babble shit back and forth. These men ain't got time for that. Them like, girl, you confused as a motherfucker. Excuse my French. I'm just saying, you know, they're gonna be like, oh, she's one of them. Let's see what we can get out of her. Let's see if we can get the draws. Cause that's all I want. As if she wanted to get she ain't been with nobody in a while. Ooh, okay, let me go see if I can get some of that. And that's it. They don't got time. They ain't kumbaya and with you, no lifelong friends. Them niggas gonna be sitting there trying to get some coochie. And if you don't give them that, they out. They gone. They ain't got time. They know you batshit crazy. Excuse my French. Like they know the how y'all said the clock ain't ticking all the way right or something. These men ain't she might be a target for those types of men because them men going that's like okay, yeah, we know this is gonna be you know what I'm saying, this gonna be an issue. We ain't trying to take her seriously. She want a lifelong friend. All right, I'll be her lifelong friend long as I could tear that up, and if she ain't trying to give it up, oh, they gonna be out. Okay, they out. She's setting herself up for those types of guys. They're not really trying to, you know what I'm saying? I don't think too many men will look at her and be like, oh yeah, I want to be her lifelong friend and we just, kick it. Like, no, they're gonna be trying to get something. That's it. Now, if you ain't giving that up, they're gonna move on.
A beautiful friendship with someone.
A beautiful.
That's pretty much it.
Okay,
Whether
so
it goes there or not.
So this is a romantic show. Are you looking for somebody in a romantic capacity?
I'm open to that, and that's why I opted in.
The thing that confused me is, okay, we got the conversation of y'all live in separate homes. Then we got to the point he said, I might even have sex with this man. So what does this person do that equates to being your man or woman?
So it's not about being my man or my woman because again, it's not about possession or control, right? It's about to me establishing a friendship, a lifelong friendship with someone. Whether we become romantic or not, leave that option open. So I am open to that. And somebody said I don't know what I want. I know exactly what I want.
Okay, but answer this question.
Yeah, sure.
So what do they do that would make them different than any other man? Because so far, this describes any man that you're a friend with. He lives with other people. You might have sex, but that's not really a priority. So what does this person do that would equate to they're your man?
That would be I guess that would follow after the friendship is established and we would see where that goes. If we want to be exclusive, that's an option too. That's an option. But right now I'm not looking for exclusivity.
Okay. What are your deal? Did I ask you your deal breakers?
Too many kids that you don't take care
Girl,
of.
none of that should matter. What you mean if you looking for an exclusive friend, he don't matter how many kids he got. I mean, hell, as long as he can kick it whenever you need him to kick, like he get them, the kids can go with the baby mamas. None of that applies. It don't matter if you got baby mamas, kids, y'all ain't gonna live together. You don't know if you want to be exclusive. You just flying by the seat of your pants, really. And whatever comes of it happens. So there's no expectations. He don't have none. You don't have none. So it is whatever. All you gonna do is sit there and play your friend and try to get some coochie, and that's it. It don't got nothing to do. You ain't expecting nothing. He ain't got to be your man. None of those other questions apply in my mind. I'm like, it don't matter how many kids he got. It don't matter if he got a woman. It don't matter if he married. None of that should apply. It's just like, oh, you just want an exclusive friend. If he can be your friend, y'all good. And if anything happens, it's cool. If it don't, it don't. Oh well. That sounds like a dream to a man who might be interested in something like that. No commitment, no nothing. Oh, let's just go over and be her friend. Okay. Oh no. Let's continue.
It's not even about working to me. It's about somebody that doesn't know how to generate money or income.
Why does that matter?
It's a lot of people with a lot of problems. Mental health is perfect. Like, seeking therapy is awesome. So I'm always good for that.
Lord, child Jesus.
Have your head on straight. Any deal breakers? I think I'm good.
Okay. Should he look a certain way?
It shouldn't matter.
I'm sorry?
It shouldn't matter.
Should he look a certain way?
You just want a friend.
A black man.
Okay.
A black friend.
Do you have a preference between a man or a woman?
I don't actually.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
All right, let's do the Ken. Oh my God. You said money, there's no dollar sign, right?
Don't be broke.
Well, broke, okay, you keep saying that, but that's kind of subjective because what is broke? So one thing might not be broke to one person and it's broke to the other.
Right.
You're right. Everybody has different means. They live by different means. So what I mean by don't be broke is make sure that you can handle your own and don't ask me for shit. As a man.
All right, let's do the Kendra Cam.
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna have to get out my car.
Do they have light? I think they have light.
Let me see. I could probably. Ooh.
Yeah, can you tell? Let me ask y'all this question. Can you tell if somebody is fat by the way they talk? I saw somebody ask this question. Can you tell if somebody fat by just listening to them? Can y'all tell? I'm curious because I saw this question being asked. The girl had said that the man told her, I could tell you big because the way your voice sounds. You could tell. I always just curious about that. Like, can you tell somebody big by their voice? Just you hearing them on the phone. Like, if you on the phone with somebody, can you tell if they big by the sound of their voice, child? I think I could tell, but I don't know. I think I could be totally wrong. I don't know. The dead giveaway will be if they breathing hard, like if they, hello, can I take your number? What's your account number? If you hear breathing hard or something, then that's a dead giveaway. But if they're not breathing as hard, like, can you tell? Can you hear the cholesterol in the voice? Because people be saying that, but I wonder if that's real. I'm just saying. Latrell says, what does she think this is? Burger King? You can't have it your way, child. Thank you, Latrell. I appreciate you. Let's continue though.
I was putting in my car, but
What's this?
oh, I don't even know if you can see.
Can y'all see her?
Probably not.
Okay. Can y'all see? If they
I don't
can
know.
see good, I can't really see.
Okay.
But that's good. We can see you have on a black outfit?
Yes, a black outfit.
Okay.
Shorts.
Oh, you have on, see, I can't even tell you have on shorts. You have on shorts?
I
can't
do.
tell.
I'm trying to find out where to put this at.
I think they've seen enough. I think they've seen enough.
I don't know if you can see me or not.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. They say you look cute. Okay, I can see you have shorts on. Okay. Woo! We got
I
you,
don't know if you
girl.
can see me or not.
I think we can see you. It was hard when you said shorts. I couldn't tell that, but we can see you. Okay, you look cute.
Thank you.
When was your last relationship?
2 years ago.
You don't have to answer, but I'm
I'm
gonna
sorry.
ask.
I'm sorry. It's not 2 years ago. Yeah, wait. Or was it? God damn. No, I got here, and for some reason, I hopped into a relationship, and we've been apart for a year and some change now. Sorry.
Okay.
So
You don't have to. Was it a man or a woman?
it was a woman.
Oh wow. When's the last time you dated a man?
Ooh. Dated? I go on dates. So, like, you mean like a serious manner?
Say again?
In a serious manner? Probably right after my divorce. I was like in my 20s. But I
20s. You're 38. So more than 10 years ago.
probably so. But I still go on dates. So, like, I go on dates with men. Just don't like date. It's like I don't know. To me, it's just some friendship. So, and I'm cool with that.
Last
She's just for the streets. I'm just saying. She's just for the streets. She just do whatever. Yeah. She look like she is having it her way. I mean, she go back and forth. She doing whatever. Successful MD, thank you for the super chat. Says this Friday, DeeDee. Be good, sis. Almost there, child. What you see? I'm tired. Baby, I be getting tired around a certain time. I be thinking about what I'm gonna eat. Like, I'm where to go eat my food. I made me some salmon. I cooked some salmon, and I got my salad. But my husband actually cooked some gumbo the other day, but it's almost gone. All these grown folks in here, they eat it up quickly. I only had one bowl yesterday. I ate some gumbo yesterday. It was good too. I want my husband to make some more. He makes some good gumbo. So he made some gumbo. I ate that yesterday during my fast window. That's all I ate too. And I'm hungry. Today I'm gonna go eat my other piece of salmon and some salad. And that's probably it. And then I want to go watch this movie. This Halle Berry movie that just came out on Netflix. It's old. I don't know. I didn't see it. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in it, but I want to watch that. We actually went to the movies the other night and we saw the Denzel Washington movie. That movie was actually pretty good. I don't know if y'all saw it. The new Denzel Washington movie. Hi, what's it called? I forget what it's called, but we watched it. I liked it. It was pretty good. So we saw that the other night. Child, I be thinking about eating. I want to go eat and go chill out and watch this movie before it get too late. But anyway, thank you, Successful MD. I appreciate you. Let's continue.
When's the last time you was intimate with someone? You don't have to answer.
The last year.
A year, okay.
A little weird.
And that was
Yeah.
a woman?
Yeah, that was a woman.
3 flaws you have to work on.
3 flaws I have to work on. Um, somebody say I don't let the grass grow under my feet. Because I'm always moving. But and by moving, I have like a steady place. Like I live steady. I'm always everywhere. Like I'm going to London like next. Like I'm always somewhere, Tokyo, whatever. So I guess maybe when I grow up, maybe just kind of staying simple. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know if that's a flaw or not. Let me think. A flaw. Perfectionist. When it comes to my own work, I know that people are talking about my rap, but I mean I was good enough for Cassidy and Jadakiss, so whatever.
You said what?
I said people were talking about my rap, but I was good enough to open up for Cassidy and Jadakiss. Cool.
Your phone's going in and out. Say it one more time.
I said people were talking about my rapping skills, but I was good enough to open up for Cassidy and Jadakiss.
Woo!
So that's cool.
Oh, so she must be talking about back in the day. I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean, she was good enough to open up for Cassidy and Jadakiss. That had to be old. I'm just saying. There are a lot of people who open up for artists. Hell, my husband opened up for artists back in the day too. To be honest with you, I mean, but what does that mean? That don't mean, that don't necessarily equate to you having a completely successful music career. I'm just saying. Yeah, a lot of people have done stuff like that in the past. That was old back in the day, but I mean, and I'm not even trying to shit on her success or whatever, but a lot of people have worked in the music industry, have written songs for artists and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but that's old. Like if you didn't become super famous or big, or most of the time people don't know that you've done that until you tell them. So I mean, I'm not saying that to take away from what she's done, because if you were able to do that, that's great. But there are a lot of people who've been able to do that. But I mean, you know, and that's cool. I mean, that don't mean that we like your rap or whatever, just because you open up for Cassidy and Jada. That don't mean we like it. I'm just saying. The Oracle, thank you for the super chat, says, I hear a New Orleans accent. I'm from Mobile. Yes, I'm from New Orleans. The Oracle, thank you for the super chat. And thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Successful MD says, start a fitness channel for these big back tens. That might work out. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat, Successful MD. Yeah, right. Something that will help people. Daryl, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, let's continue.
They say crack it, right?
Listen, and those are the goats right there. So ain't got nothing to do with that. 3 flaws. Perfectionist. Probably expressing, let's say, myself. I'm a nurturer because I'm a Cancer, and so over nurturing people.
Over nurturing people. Okay.
Right.
A Cancer ain't got nothing to do with it, because I know some Cancers and they are not nurturing at all. I'm just saying, the zodiac sign is a bunch of BS. I'm a Gemini, and it's a what is it? A twin sign, they say, and I'm a twin. So that's the most realistic thing I've ever gotten from that. Other than that, it's a bunch of bullshit. And I know Cancers who are not nurturing at all. So it ain't got nothing to do with that. It really don't. It really don't. But let's continue.
I'm a recovering people pleaser. So, and I guess my third one, saying what I need to say when I need to say it instead of trying to sugarcoat the shit.
Okay. And why would a guy or a woman be lucky to be with you?
Oh my God. I'm a Cancer. I'm a nurturer. I'm pretty much as real as they come. I'm not going to bend and flex, but I'm going to always be there, if that makes any sense.
And there you have it. There you have it. All right, let's do it. Are you on the Kendra G Singles dating app?
For some reason, I have to get a new phone. So I am, but I need to get a new phone. I had to delete a lot of stuff for me to even be on Zoom the other day. I need a new phone.
Okay, well, get a new phone and then let us know your username. But you want to rap for us one more time? It's your choice.
I can.
Okay, so she's a rapper. She's gonna rap us out.
Okay. I have a song out there. It's called Boxed In. All I taste is blood. All I see is red. All I feel is rage, vengeance in the air, and my fingertips longer to hold freedom there. But my grip keeps slipping like my foot in here. How we supposed to lace them up? Ain't got no boots to strap. They dumb you down and dope you up, approach you with the strap. Just trying to make it through tonight to see tomorrow's check. They take they cut, then leave you bloody, picking up the scraps. Throw up the tight, the hoods, the whites to watch your neck. Listen, watch your fucking neck. Lynched every day on the force. Shell toes and steel toes. Rooms of hospital floors. We still sharecropping. Still slaves on auction blocks and incarcerated by the system. These amendments for us slipping. Got us locked in. Boxed in. While we boxing. Tick, tick, listen. A left, 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 right. Duck, left, jab, left, left, right. What? A left, 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 right. Duck, left, jab, left, left, right. This shit been planned. It's an epidemic because you can shell this shot. Look, don't expose your feelings. Ice cold like Drake. Ain't no love below the ceiling. With the bars and the trauma and the scars of oppression got us feeling. Cats been play your attacker against children. If Black Moses did it, yo, you know that we can summon us. She live inside our veins, baby. Ain't for the jugular. Tricky sport bet to bob and weave and watch
Oh
for the hook
God,
when
hell
you
no.
turn the
Stop. I can't. Done. Oh shit, no. I don't know what she was saying. Baby, none of the lyrics stuck. I'm sad. Shout out to her. God bless her. No. There's no, oh hell no. Anyway, child, let's move on. Successful MD, thank you for the super chat. Says Kendra's visitors must hit pipes before they go. Oh shit. Oh Lord. Oh God, no, I can't. Y'all are stupid. It's so empty. What if they did? I'm not saying shit. Oh my God, y'all look hot mess, baby. Lord have mercy. I can't. Oh Lord, dude, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Listen, I got another one, but I'm not playing that one today. Hell no. Because you would definitely say that about that one too, child. They doing something, child. They doing something, baby. I don't know how you. Anyway, Lord Jesus, y'all are a hot mess. Child, who knows, baby? Lord have mercy. Because I don't see how. That's why I say, kudos to them. Because you gotta have courage to go on a show and do all that. I'm just saying, and be scrutinized by people and have people talking. But you gotta have some balls to at least, you know what I'm saying, feel comfortable with going on these shows and doing whatever, telling all your business and all of that. Oh Lord have mercy, Jesus Christ. Hit the like button, y'all. All right. Oh Lord. All right. So I'm gonna drop the link. It is Friday. If y'all want to come up quick, let's see. Hit the like button, y'all. Please hit the like button. If you want to give your thoughts, you have a concern, questions, comments. You want to give your thoughts on any of the clips I played, or you have your own, something you want to share. Go ahead. You can come on up and you can do that. But I'm gonna go ahead and let me pin this to the top of the chat. If you want to come up and give your thoughts on any topics, conversation, whatever, go ahead and do it. I'm not gonna keep the link up too long. I'm trying to pin it, but I dropped the link. If y'all want to join the panel and give your thoughts, I do promise to open the live panel on Fridays. So just make sure you have a picture on your avatar or you are cammed up. So make sure you have a picture on your avatar or be cammed up. That's all I'm asking. Hold on. Why is it not? Let's see. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong thing. Hold on. Hit the like button, y'all, if you haven't already. All right, so I dropped the link if you want to join. Go ahead and join now. If not, we're going to wrap it up, y'all. Make sure you are hitting the like button if you haven't already. Also, if you want to support the channel, you can support via Super Chat or Cash App. You can also support by purchasing merchandise. The link is in the description, so make sure you are doing it as well. And if you are new to the channel and you like the content and you have not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It is free to subscribe to the channel, right? So make sure you guys are doing that. All of that helps the channel out. Let's see. Go ahead and remove that. I'm gonna go through some of the comments. If you guys want to pop up, come on. If not, let me know. She better get her cold, hot fog water drinking ass out here. You gotta not care. Y'all gotta not care. We are the audience. They better keep us entertained. Oh my God. She better get her bacon grease drinking at, oh my God, delusional and ego. What? Wait. I could see him making facial expressions once she started freestyling. Oh my God. Imagine some guy bringing her to meet his family and she breaks out with that. Oh my God. Uppercuts to right hand throws. What in the hell? Wait. And if she your friend, fellas, you got all, you get all that for free all day. Oh my God. It's just crazy. Oh, my stomach's talking. Got that bass in my core. Opening the fridge like what we got in store. Okay, empty shelves. Man, this is a crime. Need a 5-star meal, not noodles this time. Okay, F Wood. F Wood. What is that? Oh, my stomach's talking. Got that bass in my core. Opening the fridge like what we got in store. Empty shelves, man. This is a crime. Need a 5-star meal, not noodles this time. Yo. Okay. No, that was the wrong flow. I gotta find a new flow. Hell, I could be a rapper. Shoot. Now I'm gonna try a new flow, F Wood. Here we go. I'm gonna try to do it like she was doing. Oh, my stomach's talking, but the bass in my core, opening the fridge like what we got in store. Empty shelves, man. This is a crime. I need a 5-star meal, not noodles this time. How that sound? Oh, Lord. Jesus Christ. Help me, Lord. Oh, God. F Wood, come on. You got another one? We need another one. Chill. We need another one. Nah, that's someone I heard on the streets. Oh, okay. All right. Shout out to you. What's going on? How you doing?
How you doing, Mrs. DeeDee?
I'm good. What's going on? What's your thoughts?
I was still trying to trip off the rhyming you're doing there.
Oh my gosh, I cannot rap whatsoever.
Oh
I did a rap song one time too, and it was funny. It was just hilarious.
The only song I had for her was shout out to Kevin Samuels, Playing the Taps. It's over.
Yes, Lord.
37, overweight.
Right. Confused. She was confused.
No sex. I'm like, okay, see, now that would be the woman I would probably lie to.
Right. Right.
The prime candidate for the lie, for lies, because I'm gonna tell quite a few of them at a time. But my concern is for the men. What are we doing? There's a flux of men going out there taking out their exes in the news and stuff. So I'm like,
oh, you talking about like deleting them, taking them out?
Yes.
Oh Lord Jesus Christ!
Yeah. Going up to the job, going up to the lair where he catches them, going to the motel room where he's trying to catch them. I'm like, what is going on, dude? Just walk away. Just let it go. Don't need there's 3 lives lost. Yours, the man's that she chose to be with, and hers. And I'm like, is it even worth it? Is it even worth it? So that's the reason I was checking that out. And I'm looking at these modern women. I'm like, modern women, single mothers. I mean, it is definitely a crapshoot. It's definitely a crapshoot. Like for myself personally, for 40 years, I've been dating single mothers, and I've come up with 5 absolutes for single mothers. I mean, just straight up. This is the pattern that all single mothers are going to follow, and they're not going to deviate from it. And it is straight up crazy. But here's my Trey left. Here's my let me pull it up. My 5 absolutes for single moms. It's real quick. Number 1, you're never the priority. Men, you are never the priority when it comes to dating single mom. Forget about it. Number 2, you no submissiveness or femininity. That's going to be out the window because she gave that to the child's father. So that's gone. Quality time. Once she had the child, it's over. There'll be no quality time. No newness. What I mean by no newness is there's nothing that she hasn't done. There's nothing she's going to do with you that she already hadn't done with another man. So the newness is over. And for the coup de grace, the finality, this is financial. It is going to cost you, in the U.S. now, the average to raise a child, that just raising a child whether it's yours or not yours, the average is over $21,000 a year to raise a child. But now you're going to go into a relationship where you rate, and she can say anything she want to say about the money issue, but you still, if you're the provider and protector, you raising that child, and your funds are going to raising that child. So you are investing at least, I'll say on average, I'll say on average when I did it, you're going to invest at least $6,000 a year to raising that child. A child is not yours,
right?
And that's the absolute. There's no way around it. I don't care what she said. I'm getting child support. I don't need you. Yes, you do. If we share in the same home, yeah. If I'm the provider, I'm paying all the bills. Yeah, I'm supporting you and your child. So that was, but that's pretty much it on the absolutes. That's all I'm talking about. But as far as my concern is just that the epidemic is coming up with the men are losing their cool, deleting their exes, and it's like, stop that. When you got women like we just saw out there, just go and Find someone to release all that tension with, but don't go out there. Don't do it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Don't.
unfortunate. But I do see that on the rise, you know. Especially I saw this one case where this guy, he didn't delete her, but he tried to. He shot at her and pistol whipped her because none of his kids were his. She cheated and he thought those were his kids and none of them were his. And he found out and he tried to take her out, but he's in jail now and she's, gonna live her life. I'm just like, that's unfortunate because that's sad that you would even do something like that first off. And then, so I wouldn't condone anybody going out trying to take somebody out, but I do understand how people could snap, how in situations like that, where that's just a lot for somebody to have to deal with. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like to be raising children that you thought was yours. And then all this, you find out none of them are yours. Like that would make anybody lose their mind. I'm just saying, that's all.
That's what I'm hoping that, with that, I'm hoping that they do come up with not a state by state, but a federal law saying mandatory DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't even worry about going through the states about it. There's a mandatory DNA test on it. That way, there had to be no arguments between the couples about the child or anything like that. No question, and everything's taken care of with that. Because that's something serious. I mean,
yeah,
that is something serious. I've been there, but there's nothing you can do about it. Once you sign that birth certificate, you're saying whether that child is yours or not. You are taking responsibility contractually to take care of that child, whether it's yours or not. And that's kind of cold-blooded for the woman not to say anything and knowing there's a question about it.
Right.
And I've had it happen to me where she looked at me and laughed. She said, "You signed a birth certificate, so ain't nothing you can do about it. You got to abide by the law." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're right."
Are you like for a child that wasn't yours? Like you thought it was yours?
Right.
Oh, this is crazy. This is why I said, there needs to be, because there's so many, cases like this. There's so many men who are raising children who are not even theirs, under the impression that it is theirs, but raising these children and then that's low down. This is why I say a lot of these low down chicks are just low down conniving liars, and then you want all the excuses in the world for you and want people to treat you like you special. And you sitting up here, how could you sit in a man's face for years and laugh and skin and grin and be like, "Oh, go to your daddy," when you know he ain't the daddy? Like you could just sit there and do that. See, I couldn't do no stuff like that. I'm just not built like that. I would crack under pressure first off. First off, I wouldn't do it. But I'm just saying, if I did, like I would break down and be like, "I gotta tell you the truth. I can't sit here with this lie every day, all day in your face." You know what I'm saying? Like that, that's on some type of next level lying stuff. Like that's wrong. Like what? I just don't. There needs to be some mandatory DNA testing at birth. So before you've signed the birth certificate, so you can know if that's your child or not. Because that's crazy.
Yes, need to be on the federal level. That way you don't have to worry about, well, I can do it in this state.
Right, exactly.
State, to make it a federal level.
For sure.
Everybody is succumb to it. So that's because I thought about that. Well, like you just talked about the story about the man that found all three of his children wasn't his.
Mm-hmm.
And he went off. He just lost it. Just think how that would have been prevented if he'd had if they had a law saying, "Oh, all the kids have been tested."
Right.
If even the first child been tested, you're like, okay, I see a child's not mine. Okay, let's go. I mean, how much the distraught would have been saved if he would have known from the beginning and everything. But I see men are catching on to what women are doing, but I'm afraid that their reaction to it is not going to be nice.
Right.
It's not going to be disciplined. They're not going to be able to just walk away and go like, okay, that's it. I'm going to walk away. I understand she got me on this one, but now they're not doing it now. Some men they're taking it to the extreme. And In other words, they're getting in their feelings and
Right.
and going by their feelings on the situation. I said, but that's a dangerous game of women playing. That is a dangerous game to be playing. And they're thinking that I see why they do it. You know, you got a man right there that's a provider, but you mess around, you did this, but I need the provider to help me take care of this. And that's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. But that's why I was coming on with my concern about the fluctuation of the men that are actually trying to delete their exes or deleting their exes because of, they've been deceived or disrespected.
But see, this should be more of an incentive for women to stop lying and playing games with these men. Like they need to. This is why I say, listen, a lot of this could change if the women would change, in my opinion. A lot of these women are doing stuff like this, and they're just kind of like, they're getting off on easy street, and it still ends up hurting the men. No matter which way you turn. If men respond to this in that sort of way, your life is ruined. Now you going to jail, you gonna have to deal with it. If you don't do anything, your life is still ruined because now you gotta mentally try to cope with the fact that these kids aren't yours. You have to make a decision. Are you gonna still be a part of the children's lives because you done raised them as yours, or can you detach and walk away? That's a lot mentally that people have to deal with. But these women just sit back like, oh, it's no big deal, whatever. Oh, I messed his life up. Well, I'm just going and continue to live mine like nothing happened. That's the horrible part of it. There's no real care for men and their feelings and what they have to go through. There's no real care. It's all catered to women. When women, it gives women the incentive to keep on messing up and keep doing whatever because there's no consequences. And then they don't even care. Like they don't even care. Like, oh, you're messing this person up. You just whatever, do what you do and whatever and keep going. Like I just that the mentality and the attitude behind it is very just distasteful to me. And I've seen that women don't be really caring. That's the gag. I mean, and I said this before, I think a lot of back in the day, men thought that these women were more pure and they could do no wrong. They were just these sweet angels, and they're not. A lot of times they are not. They can be very crude, very conniving, and very, they got a lot of things that they could be. And I've seen it happen, and they don't care whatsoever. No care in the world, no empathy, no nothing. Could do the most to you and walk away like I don't care, whatever. Like, and then if somebody did something to them, oh my God, why, you're breaking down, crying and crashing out because somebody did you dirty. But when you do it to them, then you don't care. And nobody cares. I just think that that's crazy to me. The attitude, and it's not every woman, and I'm not going to put all women in that category, but it is a lot of them who just don't have this nonchalant type of attitude when it comes to what they do to men. They don't see the severity of what they could cause. They just don't see it, and nor do they care. Like, they don't see how that could affect a man. And then oftentimes too, like you'll see men in the street getting hit by a woman, and nobody stops. Nobody stops the woman. But soon as if he turn around and hit her back, all the men gonna come running. Man, that's a woman. But y'all don't see this woman hitting on this. I don't get, like, what? I don't understand that. It's just funny to me. I don't get it.
I've seen some videos where the women would say, man, better not ask me if the child is his. And I'm like, that's a hint right there. That's the hint he needs right there. The fact that you are offended if he asks you
right
questions the child's paternity. And then here you go, your response is instead of you going, well, go ahead, let's get paternity. I need to check up anyway. Let's get a paternity and settle his mind, ease his mind. But instead your response, you better not ask me for the maternity. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna give him that. And I'm like, okay, that's your flag right there, sir.
Right.
But the people I'm not talking to the women. They already got their mindset on what they want to do. Mm-hmm. I'm talking to the men. I like, because you know why? Because we're the ones walking around that has to have the most discipline. Because if we go off, look what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Look what happens. If we loses it, if we lose our mind, if we lose our composure, we not taking out just us. We taking out a lot of people. I mean, just imagine the women that these men deleted. These not just affect the women, their children, their parents. I mean, you're affecting everybody when the men go off. When the men go off, they affect a lot of people. Just like when a man is when a man's productive, he can put a lot of people to work. But when he loses his composure, he affects a lot of people's lives negatively.
Right.
And I'm just, hey, men, listen. If there's a question about who you with, who you working with, who you seeing, who you giving your life to, listen. Ask the tough questions and respond with composure, with control. Respond with a plan like you would normally do if you're trying to start a business or even try to get a job. Go with your plan, but once you lose composure, you lost. It's lost. You lost. Period. It's over. Just like when the woman looked me dead in my face and said to me, "The child's not yours, but there's nothing you can do about it." Now, at that point, I had a choice, and I chose to keep composure. Cause I said I can't let my choice take away my freedom. I can't do that. And even though that happened over 30 years ago, my choice cannot overtake my freedom. So my freedom was more important. My freedom was the priority. I said, tell you what, she got me. I'm learning a hard lesson. She got me. So I'm gonna go ahead and do what the law says, abide by the law, take care of everything, and then I'm gonna trust in God, and fine, it'll work out for me, which it has. But that was a hard lesson. That was a hard lesson. And now I'm looking at the men now, and I don't want the men to lose it. You already know what the woman's game is. You know what she's doing. You know what she wants from you. It is not no secret. All you got to ask is one or two questions, and you already know. But you have to the men got to make the choice of do not lose composure. That's one thing that, even though I'm older than he is, that's one thing Kevin Samuels pointed out. Listen, I was talking to the men 3 years before I even got to this point. We're talking to the women. I was talking to men get their stuff straight, get their stuff right, get their game straight, to create their wealth, to put themselves up, get themselves up in an honorable position before the women even came in the picture for him. And I'm gonna do the same thing. I want the same thing. I don't need to talk to the women. As far as I'm concerned, the men control their composure, control their feelings, and control their destiny, their plan, their program, and everybody else will fall in line. Remember, the infrastructure are built by men. If all the men walked away from OF like that, like you said, we talked about last week, all the men, if all the men walked away from OF is gone. OF is out. Just like all the men walked away from the BMW plant, it's shut down. Well, they got women there. Well, it'll be shut down 24 hours. So men, you think about it, you have the control, you have the power, but you got to maintain your discipline. You got to maintain your composure. It's just that simple. If you don't, it can be travesty all the way around, where with no recovery whatsoever. None. And if I can recover from what I had to do for 18 years, if I can recover from that, you all can recover from, any travesty that you run up against. You can do it, but you got to maintain your composure. You gotta maintain your composure. You see what's out there. You just saw the last woman. I just want a friend. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do that. If I'm a man, if I really want to be where I want to be, I like instead of getting angry with her, no, I'm gonna just lie. Do what's peaceful for me. I'm just lie. Just
Tell her what she wants to hear.
Yeah, exactly. Tell her I want to. I'm like, what I got to lose? I ain't got nothing to lose. Tell the truth or tell nothing. I go about my business. But if you lose your composure, you lose everything that you worked for 20, 30, 40 years for. You lose that just because you lost your composure that one time.
Right.
And you thought you can take a life or try to, and because you thought that would make it even. And it doesn't. It doesn't. And I'm gonna tell you, Mrs. DeeDee, that person that did that to me, they're looking at me now and they're like, they shaking their head. It's like, I messed up.
Mm-hmm.
I messed up. And I kept her, and I'm just say this and I'll be done. But I kept my promise to her about our relationship. And she didn't have to, the whole time we was together, she didn't have to work at all. I took care of everything. Everything. She wanted a car, I said, but pick it out. Which one you want? She want to go here, Okay, fine. I'll take care of it. But then everything I said I did for her, I went back, it ran through my mind when she broke that news to me. And I'm like, okay. It came down to a choice of whether I want my freedom or not. That's what it came down to, a choice of. Do you want your freedom or not your freedom? I'm like, you know what? I'm still young. Let's go. I'll just go and take care of what I need to take care of. You got me on this one, but I'm gonna let you watch me recover from it, and then there's nothing you can do about it. And then that's the way it is. But men, please keep your composure. Don't lose your composure. Don't lose your freedom because she got you, because you let her get you. Don't do it.
Bakish Edwards, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Classy Perspective, what's going on? How are you?
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Well, actually, going back to the point, I want to say one thing before I get started. Let's shout out to Margaret Sanger because she did a great job doing what she did back in the early 60s, if I remember. As you know, we have the most abortions out of all cultures in the entire world, over 60 million abortions. That's more than slaves being killed and more than people in basically almost all the wars combined killed. Excuse me, I hope I don't use that word. Let me say delete. Now, the reason why, and it would be nice if Trump could actually get every single state to make these women give out mandatory DNA tests, all the courts and stuff, but they're not going to do that because the fact of the matter is, family court, they make an average of $65 billion a year. I was making that type of money. I wouldn't give you Negroes nothing either. Because based on the fact is, we're talking about the morality about what could and what should be done. The fact of the matter is, a lot of these women do not want family structures. And also the United States government has been planning this against Black folks for a very long time. What they didn't see coming now is happening to every other community, especially the white community, because their mortality rate when it comes to new white people being born in this world is a lot less, which is one of the reasons why I believe they're trying to deport a lot of these Hispanics out of the United States because they're still producing more children. And they're not aborting as much as Black people are or Asian people are. Even there was a man, I forgot the name, I wish I remember that book. He talked about it 30 years ago. He said something about in the next 60 years, white people will not be the majority no more in the United States. That's why I think a lot of this stuff has happened besides what we see on television. However, at the same time, men, I try to tell a lot of men, especially people that I know, that you gentlemen need to stop in this day and age trying to get these women to be wives and trying to create a family, nuclear family in this day and age, because it's not going to happen. You got to take consideration also, a lot of these guys are spazzing out on females the way they are today because they do not have any male guidance around. A lot of these guys are particularly raised by nothing but women. When you're raised by a majority of women, you take on their traits. You're always highly emotional, highly charged, ready to go off. And when you look in their family, it's usually the grandmother. There's that cigarette smoking aunt that looked like Marge Simpson's sister with the deep voice. They talking about how men ain't crap and they single, overweight, and always drinking themselves to death, because I seen it in my own family. Now I'm not saying that you can't have kids in a single mother situation. Yeah, these nowadays don't have any men. That's why you have a lot of these single mothers nowadays looking for new men. Oh, how come you men are sassy because you don't want to take on me with my kids? However, I'm almost done, Rondi. But it just vexed me that a woman would give a legacy to another man and she expects other men that don't know her to take care of her and her kids. That's crazy to me. But I digress the point, Rondi. Please go ahead.
Well, C. Irvin, what's going on, C. Irvin?
Hey, how you doing, people?
Good.
Yeah, I was still a bit lost, DeeDee, from the last woman on Kendra. And what is she actually looking for?
Child,
You know,
she lost too.
she's open to men, she's open to women. She might want to be open to maybe an animal or a pet or something, that she can just have on demand and just do as she pleases. Because like this doesn't sound like any type of like healthy relationship dynamic that she's looking for, you know. So yeah, that just kind of had me lost, and yeah, that kind of just blew me away on this Kendra show. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff on there when you've done the reaction clips, but this one was a bit strange to me. You know.
Yeah, and somebody mentioned she doesn't know what she wants. She says she knows exactly. No, it doesn't sound like she knows.
Right.
It's like she's whatever floats her boat, whatever is what she's looking for. But what I've realized when people in general are like that, you have no real goals or no real structure and you get what you get, they usually aren't happy because it's like you don't know exactly what you want, but if you get something that you don't want, you don't want it. So you still have a problem because you don't, you know what I mean? It's like, it's weird. I don't see a man who knows exactly what he wants and has structure in his life going for her because she's all over the place, you know?
And I'll also add as well, DeeDee, this whole like independent thing, in my opinion, is getting old.
It is.
We're all, as I said, we're all privileged to depend on someone. Even men, we're dependent on other men to keep the clean water running, so we can wash ourselves, to have electricity, the power plants so they can function. We're dependent on these things, and we're super, like, I think the men, we understand that, I think, for the most part, but women, I think somewhere it's lost in translation. They think that they just, because they have a job, or they're educated, they don't need anyone, but you do. Even with the education, the job, you know, if the electricity is the cutout now, are you going to use your job and your education to fix it?
No.
No. Right. It's these men who are keeping these things running. And I've just mentioned a few things. There's other things, of course, too, like the military, like men are responsible, so who are involved in the military, so other men and women don't have to go out and fight, you know. So we depend on them, we're not independent from them. So like to me, it's just getting old now, this whole independent thing, so yeah, that's all I wanted to add on that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Black. Can you hear me? Going
I
what?
think Black is muted.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute.
I hope. Can you hear us? Unmute yourself if you want to give your thoughts. Was it Rondé?
Yes.
How are you?
Hello. All right, I'm fine.
What's
I'm
your
fine.
thoughts or what's your perspective or what do you want to add to the conversation?
Um, well, I'm speaking for the men, or at least because I'm a man. I think that what's happening is that we're just getting better at being able to determine and discern what kind of women, we're dealing with. As men, we got to just get better at that, and so, because when we do, then you're less likely to be in situations, that'll jam you up. You just kind of know how to deal with this girl, or not deal. You just need to, as men, we need to know what kind of woman this is. So either we can handle that, deal with it, or not. In my comments, a lot of times in comments, I'll be like, she's a bird, and so I say that because there's a certain behavior that kind of woman has.
Mhm.
And once you recognize that, and to avoid that. That's all. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, and I think, and that's I kind of touched on it and I speak about it, how men, first off, how women have exposed themselves and their true nature. And so it kind of made it maybe a little bit easier for men to recognize certain habits or traits of women. Because like I said before, I think some men were not privy to the nature of women and how they think. Like I think some men have been hip to it, but then I think there are others who've admitted it on this channel that they didn't think that women thought this way or moved this way. They thought that they were just, totally innocent, harmless creatures. And then when they realized how, certain women can actually act and be, they were kind of shocked. I think men at a point trusted women to a degree, if that makes sense. Like to a degree, they just thought, hey, if we gonna be together, we're gonna be together. You got my back, I got yours. But then when the going, got a little tough, it showed the true nature of that person, like what they really was about and that they really didn't care. And they moved a certain way. And it was a shocker to some men. And this is why a lot of men have been hurt and distraught behind it because they didn't think that would happen or that woman would, do them that way. And so now fast forward, I think a lot of men are privy to the nature of women and they see how they can be and what they're capable of. And they're saying, no, we not, you know what I'm saying? We don't trust you. We're not just gonna, you know, give you what you want. And now women are pushing back. They're mad because it takes away from what they've been able to get and accomplish from those men. I'm
Yep.
hoping that makes sense.
Yep.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. Yeah, the internet has given us a
Yeah.
firsthand preview. It's like a big window into, how some women can be. So yeah.
I will say something as well. I think like with the internet as well, I think it's caused a lot of us to read less. Like I said earlier, in the chat, like a lot of these words that are like buzzwords now, we weren't using like 5 or 10 years ago.
Mhm.
Like narcissist, toxic, misogynist. People weren't saying these things. And I think a lot of people are getting their education and what they're learning just straight off of primarily someone on social media, you know. And I think there's just less reading. Like it's less picking up a book and saying, okay, I'm hearing this buzzword a lot. Like, let me pick up a book. There's so many books on these things, so many different authors, who put time into making books and covering these things, these words. And yeah, I just think most of the people who say these things, they haven't picked up a book. If you ask that person, have you read any book? Tell me an author you read about narcissism. They can't. I guarantee you, they can't tell you a book they've read. But they can tell you something that they saw on a clip or on a reel.
You're absolutely right, Sierra. And I mean, it's just like when you go back to the Kendra G show, everybody feared God but never read the Bible.
That too. Yeah. That too.
That's crazy. But it makes sense. That's crazy, but it makes sense. Trey, what's your thoughts, Trey? How you doing?
Up.
You making them faces? What's going on?
No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at some after hours trading, some Candlestick's not making any sense, so I'm a little bit confused. But anyway, huh?
Never mind. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Look. I don't know what you guys are so upset about. Okay, I don't know what the issues are. Feminism is the best thing that could have ever happened to men. It freed you. It freed all of us.
Yes.
Think of the pressure that your great granddaddies and your great great granddaddies were under to support an entire family. Think about how much alcohol they drank. Think about all the things they had to go through to take care of a family of, at those times, it was families of 7 and 8 and 9 because they was having a whole bunch of babies back then. It freed us. These women want to be out here. She want to be 38 and single and poly solo and rapping. Cool. Cool. I don't have to do anything. All I do is show up, drop the meats, and move on with my life. That's it.
Yes, sir.
I have no responsibility.
Don't you shake your head. Go ahead, Trey.
I have no emotional attachments. I don't have to do anything. I just gotta show up and move on with my life.
Yeah.
I don't understand why the men are so upset. And I think it's because deep down inside, a lot of you dudes out there need to check your savior complex at the door. You're trying to save women that are essentially just hunch meat. That's what they are. That's all they're going to be. They ain't coming back. They ain't going to be nothing else other than that. This is what they do. And what they do best is put their big toes in their ears. That's what they do best. And they ain't going to get no better than that. Stop trying to be that guy that thinks that I can do something. I can help her. This is why the red pill was so fascinating and exciting at the very beginning. Because a lot of men were starting to see female nature for what it once was. If you didn't have an uncle or a dad, you had no idea that women was getting down like this. If you had an uncle and you had a dad or you had a big cousin or big brother, they can kind of hip you to the game, right? They kind of showed you the game. But for a lot of guys who was growing up with single moms, they didn't know women was out here getting down like this. This ain't nothing new. They've been doing this since the 60s. It's just fronting at the front of the class. Now everybody can see it now. I don't understand. You are free, gentlemen. You are free. If you don't want to, you don't have to give a woman anything anymore. You ain't got to hold no doors. You don't have to be chivalrous. If she can't pick up something that's too heavy, you ain't got to help her pick it up. You have to do literally nothing now because they made the decision that they wanted to be independent and free of men. I don't need men. We don't need men. We don't do. Great. Perfect. Let's move on with life. I think you guys should smile more and be happier. All you can do now, you can focus on getting to your bag. Because that's what's really important for us as men anyway, right? To make the moves that we want to make in life anyway, we need to get to a bag anyway. So now we get 100% full focus on getting the bag. If you want to get a family, then you can go have one. That's your choice. But in the meantime, these women are giving it up for steak sandwiches, and men are upset about it. And I don't understand why. I don't get it.
I agree with you on that. That's for sure. They're giving up for less than steak sandwich. They're giving it up for a Snicker bar.
Twix.
I'm just saying, feminism free job, bro. For a lot of you guys out here that thinking that you're going to be able to change a woman, we're not going back to Sharia law. We're not going back to women wearing dresses below their knees. It's not happening. Go out. If you from Dallas, LA, Miami, Atlanta, DC, New York, any of these like high city, Memphis, go out on a Friday night and tell me what you see. Tell me what the women look like on a Friday night when you go out. You are not going to be able to tell the women, you're not going to be able to tell the women in the club from the women on the blade. You're not going to be able to tell the difference. You are not going to be able to tell any difference between the prostitutes and the women who got doctorates. You're not going to be able to tell. They did you a favor. They said, listen, we want to be grouped and categorized all in one. We want to be all in one. It doesn't matter if I'm educated and have high earning degrees, or if I'm at the bottom and I still live in my mama's basement and I got 4 kids. We all want to be in the same group. So treat them accordingly. Men need to learn how to adjust and move on. We're not going back. Get over it.
I said that, Trey. I said that. Even if I know a few females that are judges and lawyers that be out there shaking it to a stain.
Out there busting it down.
Busting it wide open.
Right. When I was on the police department, I worked with a assistant U.S. attorney. When I say she used to get it in, she used to get it in, bro. Officers, detectives, man, she used to get it in. Just because they got an education don't mean nothing anymore.
Trey, you ain't gotta tell me. You ain't gotta tell me. You preach it to the choir. So I think Trey, but most men are not worried about that, Trey. As you said, like most men don't even have those interactions with women. So the few men that do, I think for the most part, they're on program. I think it's the women who can't adjust to it and they want to change the men. This is why throughout I'm independent and I got my own stuff, like, men are always in their conversation, always in the group chat. They're always a part of the conversation. Even though they say they don't need us, we're always in the conversation. And they're just hoping, I think, subconsciously that we have them in the conversation like that, but I think we don't for the most part, we're doing our thing.
Is it me or does Kendra have the worst selection of women I have ever seen in my life?
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse.
Like
all the birds call up over
bad.
Yo, like 90 some odd % of the women that come up on her show are like absolutely a pass. Like from the moment they start to tell it that they're just a pass. Like I don't need you to go any further. I don't need you by the time they tell me their age, their name, their age, and how many kids they got, I'm like, all right, we're good. We good. Moving on.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate because obviously they don't represent all, like the entire demographic. But I have a saying, it's not always black women, but it's always black women. If that makes any sense. It's not all of them, but it's always. Like every time you see some, you're like, hey, but they don't represent all black women. But damn, it's always a black woman doing some silly shit. Like it's weird. It's weird. And they come up on this show, and I wrote this in the chat, DeeDee. I don't think black women care to present themselves in a certain way. Like they don't care to present a positive look or even an outlook that makes men want to, like when they're on a show, there's nothing that makes me want to send her a message. If that makes any sense. Like they don't attract. It's like, oh, this is who I am. I'm 38. I'm overweight. I'm a rapper. You know what I mean? Like, and I curse and I kind of want to be with a man, but I really like women and I don't really know what's going on. And I'm kind of confused. So, but just take it. This is what I'm off. You know what I mean? There's 70-year-old women twerking on beds on her show. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
Here though, you know why? Because they still gonna get some type of attention. Because somebody is still gonna DM them and tell them grand rising, beautiful, and to them that's enough attention. So as long as they get, some attention is better than none. So, and that's why I say she would probably be a player's dream, like somebody, because she don't know what she wants. She just accepting anything. So they just walk right in. Hey, I'm your friend. We cool. Let's do it. She don't know. She just whatever happens.
She goes with the flow.
She's meat central.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, and guys like me, DeeDee, guys like me, we love her. We love women like her. These poly solo. I just want to be your friend. Can we hang out? Oh.
She might be crazy though too. She gotta watch out for her because
I'm hoping that she's crazy. That means that
you gotta watch out for her though, because them be crazy.
The coochie gonna be a little bit better, DeeDee. That's all. That's all.
Those women that want poly Trey, I'm telling you, man.
Got a little seasoning on it. That's all.
I'm sorry, Trey. I can't deal with no woman coming straight out of Arkham Asylum. It's not going to happen.
That be the one trying to cut you up, Trey. You be running.
They all try to cut you up. I didn't have my tires slashed. I didn't have my window bust out. It don't matter.
I never understood why women go that far.
It was a new car. That's why.
Oh my God, Trey, is that an aphrodisiac for you?
He looking at a smile on his face.
Well, it's because I deserved it. But look, here's the thing. This is when I was stationed in Alaska, and I was young. I was 19, and I didn't care, and so I was smashing 2 roommates. And one of the girls found out, and she decided to take it out on my car. I had just bought a brand new 2004 Chevy Impala. Like I was in love with that car. She took a knife to my tires.
She knew you was in love with that car. She gave it the business.
She's like, you gonna sleep with my roommate? Okay, I got something for you.
Oh, Trey,
I deserve it, DeeDee.
Trey, you don't have that problem over here, man, because a lot of them are into that lifestyle, the poly and all of this stuff. So yeah.
Yes.
A lot of them got more game than some of the guys.
Sure. Have y'all had women to slash y'all tires and do all that?
Thank God, no.
Oh no, not you. You, Classy, you.
Heck no.
Rondé.
No.
Okay.
No,
So
not my
Y'all-
tires. No.
Y'all ain't never been pepper spray? Y'all ain't been pepper
Yes,
spray?
I've had my tires slashed. Yeah, sure.
And pepper
There
spray.
you go.
Damn, Trey, what you was
Yeah,
doing?
Yeah, I got pepper spray.
Who got pepper spray? What else happened to y'all? Jesus.
Was she a
Lord.
cop or something?
No, she was actually doing her residency at a children's hospital. She was a doctor. She pepper sprayed me.
You had a doctor pepper spray you?
She pepper sprayed. She was mad as hell. I was a cop too when this happened, Classy. I was a cop.
Oh,
when it
that's
happened.
why. Yeah, I've seen that a lot of female doctors are a little bit different with cops because all the linguini that's circulating around the hospital on those shifts, yeah, they treat cops differently. But go ahead.
Yeah, man, she was pissed. She got me in one eye too. She got me in the left eye really good. Cause it doesn't. People think it comes out in like a spray, like a mist. It doesn't. It comes out in like a stream, like a steady stream.
Yeah.
So she got me right now. Yeah, man. I didn't have some run-ins with. That's why I laugh and I'm like, y'all ain't never really dealt with women when they get to that point where they feel like they losing. Because all of them was when I decided that I was either moving on or I was going to deal with somebody else. You know what I mean? And I was kind of cold-blooded about it. Like, I'm out. Like, this ain't gonna work. This ain't going nowhere. And your roommate's hotter anyway. So let's just cut it. And it's
that's why she did it.
I don't think it makes much of a difference if it's cold-blooded or not, Trey. I mean, my friend got a knife on him, so and he wasn't cold-blooded about it. Mm-hmm.
I got a homeboy had a gun pulled out on him. She pulled a gun on him
in his place.
He wanted the
his place as well.
Yeah, he one of the coolest dudes I ever met. He's one of those guys. You know what it is? DeeDee, he was so nonchalant. Like, it just irritated her. It bothered her. Because he was just like, man, come on, it's not gonna work. Like, I'm just moving on with my life. Like, let me go. And she was pissed about it. Next thing you know, she pulled a gun on. He called me. He was like, yo, this girl just put a gun on me.
Yeah, my friend was as calm as ever about it, and wanting her to leave, and she didn't want to leave this place,
Women don't like when you.
And she picked up a knife. Funny thing is, he called the police. And the police said something short and hanged up the phone.
Yeah, they was like, "Did she stab you?" No,
yeah, something like that. They did something like that, and then he just hanged up the phone.
Call us
it's not
back
an
when
emergency.
Call us back when she stab you.
Man, I work in surgery. I don't need those problems. I'm sorry.
Right, that's crazy. Yeah, but women don't like when y'all are quiet. They want y'all to argue back with them.
Yeah, they want the energy. They want the check. They want the exchange of energy. When you don't give them that,
drain you out.
It makes you mad. Yeah.
They get infuriated.
That's what I dealt with, arguing women. So I had to learn not to argue with them. But yeah,
I've been like that too. I've been infuriated. I be talking to my husband and he just calm. I want you to say something like, why you ain't, So yeah, I know it's a thing. I don't know why. I told y'all women are crazy. A lot of women are crazy.
It's too much reality television. Y'all women need to stop watching these drama shows.
They want to rise out of you. They want you to show you care by arguing with them, I guess. I don't know. It's weird.
I don't know. I guess the closest thing I came close to a knife, a lady threw a Chinese star at me, but I guess there was.
Hold up, Classy. See, Classy be trying to slide it on the slide. A Chinese star is not nothing like, dude. She could have sliced you up with that.
Possibly, but I wouldn't compare it to a knife. But that's just me. Go ahead.
Who would you date? You dating Melina off of Mortal Kombat with?
Nah, she was just into Chinese artifacts. She was off in the kung fu stuff. So she had nunchucks, had size, had Chinese stars. And the argument we got into, just like what Dee said, she said she would like to get her husband riled up. When she got mad, I told her that she was cute when she mad, and that went the other direction. So
I don't try to do that. I keep the peace. I want peace. Successful MD says, remember, attention is the most available drug. Right. Thank you, successful MD. Chris Reed says, "Don't cut the leather seats." I know that's right. Thank you for the super chat. Glorious love, how are you?
Hi, DeeDee. I am actually a new sub of yours, and I just
you.
decided to call up. I listened to a lot of your content. I was looking
you
at a lot of your content before I subscribed, but I, like you, I'm kind of on both sides of this spectrum, and let me just give you a little bit of a background, and gentlemen, a little bit of a background. I am also I was a married woman most of my adult life. And I am now a widow, so I have that vast experience of being married. What I wanted to say is that some of the men, in particular, one of the ones that reasons I called up is because it seems as if some of the men that I encounter or men on these chats are willing to have their cake and eat it too. They're willing to require something of women, uh, but not stand on it, not stand on a certain standard. And I would just ask some of the men who are asking for a particular type of woman to stand on what they mean on that particular kind of woman, not sleep around or require that the woman, the valued woman that you want, sleep around, because you seem to be talking out both sides of your mouth. That's what I'm not. I really don't understand that perspective. I am one of the ones who will say, women, close your legs. Stop sleeping with men. Stop sleeping with men. Stop sleeping around. Value your bodies. But then you have some men who say, well, no, they have a high body count. We're going to sleep with them, but you talk about them on the other side, and you don't say, well, I'm not going to. I would want my women, black women particularly, to have a standard where they're not sleeping around. So
I get what you're saying, because we talked about that. Trey, y'all probably remember we've addressed that, how you have men who say they don't. We hear men say all the time they don't want women with high body counts. We don't, we don't respect that. We don't want that. We're not gonna take you seriously if you have a high body count. But then on the flip side, there are some men who do say, okay, who argue about women who won't sleep with them on the date or whatever, when you go out, take them out. Hey, you're not a virgin, so why won't you, have, the goal is to have sex. You want me to take you out, so why don't you do this? But also, I guess not looking at that these are the very women that you want to sleep with are the same women that you say you don't want to have the body count with, that you won't take seriously. The women that all these men are sleeping with, these are the women that are out there. So are they going to be these women who, do you want them to not have high body counts, or is it okay? Because if you want to sleep with them and then they're dating you, and if that don't work out, they date somebody else, that's expected of them to do the same thing. So wouldn't that raise their body count? Is that how you seeing it?
yeah, that is that. Yeah, I think that sums it up quite a bit, and because I just don't understand. I don't understand. It's like two polar opposites, and I think that fosters confusion. It fosters confusion.
It could. What's your thoughts on it,
Well,
Craig?
I think that, okay, to unconfuse things, for some of those women, see, this is why I mentioned about how I use the term, if I'm going to identify, I've used the term bird. She's a bird, she's a chicken head. And there's varying degrees of that. And so those kind of women, as men, we might still deal with to a certain degree. Not seriously, we might just want to sleep with them. And that's that. Might want to take them out, definitely want to sleep with them. And that's it. A more virtuous woman, yeah, sure. We want her to keep her legs closed. We will, if we determine that, hey, she's sort of on the virtuous side, she seems to be a good woman, then we will make a note of that, and eventually, who knows, may want to really deal with her seriously. That's the distinction. Whether or not we're dealing with a bird or are we not.
But are we equating the two? I mean, is there a big lump? Are you lumping all of them in that bird or that chicken head side? I mean,
no, not all, but a great deal of them are based on their behaviors, not just what they say. Because sometimes what they say and what they do are opposites. But that
Well,
behavior, it's a
I
certain
kind of
nuance
agree
that
with you,
they
and I
have.
do preach. I do preach that. I think I know that it doesn't happen. I know you can't put the genie back in the bottle, but I don't think things will change unless women be somewhat of the catalyst in that change. And some of the catalyst in that change is to, first of all, be respect yourself. That's first of all, and carry yourself like you respect yourself too. That's a big thing. Carry yourself like you respect yourself, and close your legs.
Who's gonna
Period.
teach him? Who's gonna teach him?
I mean, I think more people speak out on it. I think, and I do also believe if men speak out on it more, and not have the two confusion.
Why would I speak out on it? It's against my nature. Why would I do that?
But because I think that you won't get a change. I don't think. I think that if you're not willing to sacrifice, you won't get a change.
Why should I say? Why do I need it to change? It benefits me.
Well, if it benefits you to not be with a woman, period, and just to be like single all your life and not to be with a woman, then maybe you don't fit the bill for that.
Hang on. You're trying to equate that men and women are the same. I'm
no. I'm saying
old.
I'm saying if it doesn't benefit you, then no, it doesn't. It's not for you.
No, right.
Right
now it doesn't benefit me, but I can get married at 70 and have kids.
Okay, I'm not denying that.
Okay, so hold on. So why would I fight for something that does not benefit me right now?
But I think if you want, I thought it was a form that you want to purpose change. If you want to purpose change, some of the change has to be made, and some of the change can't be.
Miss
it has
Love,
to be painful.
Miss Love, I understand what you're saying, but I'm asking you, why would I change something that does not benefit me as a man?
Okay, I guess you wouldn't, but I thought that maybe some men wanted women to change. I thought that some men wanted women to change in the way their behaviors, but maybe not for you.
The point I'm trying to make is that we can't make y'all change.
I think you can have. I think you can impact that. I think you can.
No, we can't. No, we can't.
I think so.
Maybe back in the 60s, sure.
No,
this is 2025. You guys are running for president.
I think you can affect change. I think you can affect change by divesting. I think you can affect change.
We've already done that, man. Black men date.
Well, not really, because you have men like you who are saying that they don't want that kind of change, and they would be willing to sleep with women without.
Ma'am, we've already divested. Black women black men have already married outside of the race more than any other race. We've already done that.
Oh, I don't. When I say divest, I mean divest from women. Period. I wasn't even.
Again, that's my question. Why would I do that? That's not in a benefit. That doesn't benefit me.
Maybe the men, because Trey, you don't want to be married.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, some men may still.
Men who might want marriage, maybe they haven't totally given up, and you can get who you want, Trey. You just said it. You can smash whoever you want. You good. You get what you want. But I mean, like the men who want, maybe still want a wife and a family, and they want the women to. I think it's gonna be hard, but
I agree.
If maybe if the men. When I got what she meant when she said divest, leave these women. I think men are doing that, moving away from the women, sort of, and
they need to do it totally.
Don't cater to them. Stop DMing them. Stop supporting what they're doing. Maybe that might have an impact. Maybe
I think so.
But DeeDee, even the man who's looking for marriage still wants to have sex.
But that's what I'm saying. Now, who he gonna have sex with? The woman that's available, the one who's gonna hand it to him.
Yeah, I think oftentimes women want men to not do what's biologically ingrained in them, and that bothers women for some reason. This is what we do.
Well, they would continue to have sex though with those people they have sex with, though, right? I mean, I'm just talking about.
Well, first of all, let's be very clear.
Right, and so we got
prostitutes.
And so the kids, you got to do
fine,
so.
But most men aren't even having sex. Not to the numbers that you think they're having it.
Okay, so are those the ones who are divesting?
Well, no, these women they're having sex with essentially the same men. The T app proved this. The T app literally confirmed this entire thing, that all the women are essentially having sex with the same men.
Mm-hmm. Hence why I think that they should close their legs.
54% of black men don't even have kids.
Right.
So the issue here, again, I keep trying to explain this. We can't make y'all change.
I think I
We
know that
can't.
you can't. I know you maybe I'm not explaining. I know that you can't make, and I think it's a dual responsibility. I think women, and I said this from the beginning, I really do. I am a proponent for women keeping their legs closed and carrying themselves with self-respect. Period. In that order, keep your legs closed and carry yourself with self-respect. And I think that that starts with the woman. I really, really do believe that. And I think that men could affect change by honoring that with women.
But
Miss
I
Love, can
think
I ask
men
you a
do honor
question?
women who want to preserve themselves.
And
I
I,
think those women who, I mean, it's not so common, but the women who do, I think that at least the men who want something serious do honor that, you know.
and I
But it's
see
just
that
that we
more.
just,
I
it's
do
just we
see
don't,
that more. I
but we
see that
don't
more, and
do
I
it.
think that that's changing. I think it is because women are hearing what you're saying, and I think that
Okay.
that is changing to a certain degree. I think it needs to happen more. I think it needs to be more of a movement to have these busters, you know, you know, go whatever that praising these women that shouldn't be praised, all in their DMs and stuff like that, and all just, you know, and they're conflating the attention to approve that they're being approved. They're not being approved. They're just busters in their DMs trying to get.
But that's what they're seeing online. They're seeing the majority of that, like women who don't want to preserve their value, you know.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
what
I also too
this
think
is what's kind of presented.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
go
I
ahead.
think
agree. I
too
agree with
that
that.
it's too much. The sexual promiscuity is praised too much.
It is.
It's too much of an empowerment thing, and I think a lot of the women who are out here doing that is encouraging the other women who may
I agree.
have had some, you know, value, and they're being encouraged to be that way too. So
Yeah.
even though I do somewhat agree with, you know, that maybe the men who, which what they're telling us is a small percentage of men who are actually catering to those women, because they're giving their bodies to a smaller percentage of men. It's not the majority, because that's what they're seeking. That's what they're after. Those particular guys who they'll just give it to, just, you know, for nothing. They say for a Snickers bar, you know, they'll go sleep with them. So I'm just saying, like, if they out here doing it like that, what is it, what can the men do, like, to encourage them to not do that? If they want to do it too, just as much as the men, I don't know. I'm
Look, they
confused.
can't. Look, DeeDee, they can't. I'll say this. Let me just say they can't, DeeDee. I told you, like, on one of the live streams we had before. Like, I met a girl who was a virgin, and I was the
Mhm.
first person to have sex with her. So I made an impact on her, but she still had some girlfriends who are a bit older than her, who
Mhm.
have experience and, you know, who don't preserve themselves.
Right.
And what did she do? She went down that path.
Mhm.
You know, this is
Could
right
you
where we are now. This is where we are now. You know,
could you could you have been the one to say no?
I didn't know she was a virgin till afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Why does
like,
he have to say no?
I didn't say he had to. I
yeah.
said could he have been an
You know what?
impact to say
To be
no?
honest, to be honest with you
Even,
though,
even,
to be
even
honest,
if you did
if I,
know, even if you did know, see,
Mhm.
Irvin, you cannot tell us that you women have full autonomy over your bodies and then blame everybody else for the
No, not
decision
blaming
that
because she
you.
shouldn't have been in that situation.
Okay,
I'm not.
but then why is he being asked a question of what he should have done? She
I didn't
chose
say
to
he
do
should
that.
have. I said could he
Okay.
have? What do you
He
think
doesn't
about
need
that?
the
Well,
question.
I
The
didn't know till
question is
after, so
crazy.
I
There's
know.
no
Then
coulda,
you
shoulda,
explain it.
woulda,
Thank you.
or anything. She made that decision. She's grown.
Right,
This is
but
what
I'm
y'all asked
looking at it
for.
from this perspective. This is not adversarial, believe me. Like I said,
okay,
I'm not one of the ones. Okay, I can be one of the ones. I'm not one of the ones. I've been married most of my life. I've raised
okay.
children, so I'm not one of the ones. I am saying what I'm saying, and my children are virtuous. So what I'm saying to you is that in order to change, we have to affect change, and sometimes we have to equally be responsible for it.
The men are not
For
responsible
not
for
just
this.
not for you, not
You're
for
asking
you,
you're
maybe,
asking for men
but
to
for our children.
you're asking for men to fix something that we didn't break. That's my issue.
Well, you're right. I mean, you're or help fix something. I believe that what
No,
I'm going to say
no,
to you.
we
You
no
know who
no
I
no no.
think broke it? I
We
think
didn't
sexual
break it.
immorality. I think the
We didn't break it.
feminism. I think feminism broke it. I think the sexual revolution broke it. I agree with you. but it's broken. Somebody has to fix it, or they
No,
have
no,
to be
no,
like
no,
It
what
would
you're
be for
saying.
women though. It would have been her
somebody.
bestie. It would have been
Let
her
me say
bestie,
this
her close
too.
one in
Now,
that
what I
situation.
think,
You know.
You're
when
right.
you really think about it, though, like,
But
okay,
women are trash right now.
women, they are.
I had
Yes,
no
ma'am.
influence.
Yes, ma'am.
But is sexual morality just placed upon women? Is that only specifically for women to hold themselves sacred? Is it just for the women? It's not for the men? I'm just asking. So is it, if you're still, if you follow the Bible, I'm just saying, isn't it, is that meant just for the women and not for the men, that you're supposed to
No,
hold yourself?
if you follow the Bible, the man's supposed to be a virgin too. If you
Right.
follow the Bible,
So
but here's my issue: women aren't attracted to male virgins.
And that's a
And
problem.
I'm
I
telling you,
agree.
I'm telling you, somebody who's dated women, who's had kids with
Yeah.
women, who's lived with women, they're not attracted to men who don't have sexual experience.
Yeah.
So now you're asking us to stop doing something that makes us more attractive to the women.
That's true. Like a girl left my friend because he was a virgin, and she
And
was
that's nothing new.
yeah.
It's been like that for
It's not new.
years.
It's not new. It's
Women,
not new at all.
here's the issue. The issue here, DeeDee, is that women want to win on both ends. Shout out to the media man. You want to win on both sides, and you can't. Either you have full autonomy over your body and you make decisions, and whatever consequences come from that decision, that is on you. But you cannot ask men to fix a problem that we did not break. If we broke this, I would be the first one to say, hey, man, we got to do something. But this wasn't on us. It's not on us. And if there's going to be change that comes, it's because the women got together and said, hey, we're going to change. This has nothing to do with men. We're out of this.
but women want sex just as much as y'all do.
Yeah.
But women gotta want to be virtuous again. That's all.
They don't.
And
I
it's
think
them.
that's the issue. That's why I
And
initially.
Rondé, they don't want to be.
It got to start with the women,
Right.
because it's your body, your choice. You make the decision of what you want to do with it. I mean, just because men are readily available, of course, that's what there's. I guess that's what y'all are saying, Trey. Men and women are different, but men like sex. Women,
We always gonna be readily available. Your
y'all
husband
always
always
ready,
gonna be readily
and
available.
apparently a lot of these
Ready.
women are ready too for the right dudes. I'm just saying. So I'm just.
I mean,
people got
to
it's
understand.
biology. There's a reason why
But Trey,
our sperm regenerates. There's a reason for that.
Trey,
Always
the
ready.
generated scrotums. Trey is right about that. I mean, you gotta remember, we start waking up at 13 with wood.
Straight up.
It's not that we
agree.
choke.
I agree with it. See, I'm one of those ones. See, I'd be on both sides, but I'm one of the ones that agree with the red pill. I think that you should be going your own way, because I do think, and I think, I also say I think women should be going their own way. I think it needs to be a restart, in which I know is very unlikely to happen. But I mean, because I do think that you're right. Women are going to have to be the ones to really start to try to initiate this, and that's why it's the hard cut of changing your attitude and closing your legs. And until that happens, you're right, I don't have much hope for it. I just I'm just reaching out, I'm on panels and I'm asking perspectives, because I believe that in order to change things, you got to at least put voice to it.
I do think I agree. I do, and I really do honestly think it starts with the women. Because once again, if women would close their legs, it would make a difference.
Yes.
As long as they keep giving the men, the ones out there, what they want, it's not going to change. If women could say, my body, my choice, I make the decision, then they have to be the ones to make the decision to say, we're not going to be promiscuous. We're going to shut it down. We're going to have standards. We're going to require certain things.
Yep.
And it either would force the men to realize, okay, we ain't got no hoes out here. We can't just go bust a nut in these hoes. We got to do certain things. We got to live up to a certain standard, or not, or go another way. But then, so I do think I think women have the power, but not in a way that they're thinking. They're moving in this promiscuous, promiscuous way, thinking that that's empowerment, but it's not.
Spike Lee made a movie about this. Spike Lee made a movie about this, DeeDee. He did a movie called Chirac. And in that movie in Chirac, the girls decided that they weren't going to have sex with the guys until I think the violence stopped. Who broke first? The women did. The women broke first, not the men. The women broke first, and we wound up giving it up because, like you said earlier, DeeDee, we got to stop acting like women don't get horny and women don't like sex too. And I argue that women actually like sex more than men because they get more emotional feeling out of it. They get more endorphins and dopamine, and serotonin, and all the other stuff that comes out of it. All they have says, men just get pleasure. We just get the dopamine rush out of it.
And that's another problem. And that's another problem. You're creating a whole generation of broken women because they're getting all these soul ties.
No, women.
Women. Look. My example. Look, guys. If my example wasn't a perfect example of that, her friend is encouraging her to travel, move around, and have other experiences. Her friend, her female friend.
Right.
And when I met her, I assumed, I kind of thought she was just, I didn't expect that because I saw her friend and I saw like who she was hanging around with, and I thought I didn't think nothing of it. But it's like other women are not taking responsibility to help other women. If you know that
they're not,
other women would rather drag you down into what they're doing. If they have a girl in their camp and she's a virgin, they're not going to tell her to preserve. They're going to tell her to turn up.
Man, we gotta call it. We gotta call a spade, DeeDee. Just like old girl that was on the Kendra G show. Some women are just straight up punch me. Let's just call it what it is. Yeah. We keep trying to make it seem like, all these women. You can't save these women. A lot of these women, this is what they want to do. They want to be hunch meat. That's what they want.
So can I ask you this? Can I ask you this? If nothing changes,
like a bird.
If nothing changes, and it remains exactly the way it is now, and with the passage of time, how do you see it being? I mean, are you willing to have nothing change and willing to just take a chance that it'll just get worse and worse and worse?
We're going extinct anyway. Generation Alpha only had 38 million people. So we're going extinct anyway. The fact of the matter is that all you liberals out here keep thinking that not having kids is the answer. So
I'm not a liberal, by the way, but I get what you're saying.
I'm speaking to the liberals. I'm just saying, Generation Alpha only had 38 million people. Generation Beta started January 1st, 2025. So we gonna go extinct anyway within the next probably 3 or 4 or 5 generations anyway. Ain't gonna be no humans here because ain't nobody having no babies. And the more and more the feminist agenda keeps pushing and keep telling women to wait longer and have babies later and get your career and all this stuff. So it really ain't gonna matter too much longer.
I'm gonna be a devil's advocate here. I'm gonna follow Miss Love's plan about the men, what men can do. I'm looking at just on what men can do, because the thing about it is the women wouldn't have this option if men had not invented birth control. I'm sorry, they wouldn't have this option. They'd be more careful about everything they can do. Now, men have done things to try to control the women's activity or promiscuity. In other words, if you remember, there used to be an online program called Backpage, which that got taken off the market. Men invented it, but they ended up taking it away. Once men men are making the option for these women to do what they do. They invented birth control. They invented abortions. Men have set it up to be so easy for women to be to exercise promiscuity. The men did this. They invented this, and the women went and took advantage of it. And that is
okay, let him finish.
No, he's repeating himself.
And she said, like she just said, the women open their legs. But if there's no entry, there's no sex. Now I understand I understand what you said, Trey, about men are naturally like this, fine. Men by nature like this. But these are the men that was doing this, or by nature, that was doing this to make families. The men are not thinking about that anymore. The men just think about sex. They're not thinking about having families. And if they think about having families, then they will definitely cut down.
But Darryl, do you think the women are? Do you think the girls, like, I'm gonna go back to this. Do you think that's what they're thinking about?
No, I'm not talking about the women at all. I'm talking about what the men can control.
Daryl, are you a crackhead?
No, I'm not crackhead. It's just Trey.
No,
What that?
no, hold
That's not even fair.
hang on. Hang on. I'm not calling you a crackhead. I'm gonna make a point. Are you a crackhead? Do you consume crack?
No.
Why not? Man made it. Take your time, Daryl.
Yeah, man made it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you make a decision every single day to not do something that is harmful to you, correct?
Right. Right.
But no, when's sex harmful?
Clearly it is the way y'all talking.
No.
For a woman, it is.
You need sex. You need
both
sex.
parties.
Hold on. I'm asking a simple question. Do you make a choice to not do harmful things or things that have terrible consequences and results for you in the end? Do you make those choices for yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, so why can't we hold the women to the same expectation?
Well, like I said, remember I started off with I'm gonna be devil's advocate and just look on the.
I got that. I'm playing into your devil's advocate. Why can't we hold the women to the same expectation?
I'm not holding the women. I'm holding the men.
And that's the issue.
And I'm not holding the issue.
He may come from the perspective that the men is the head. Okay,
exactly.
The men is the head.
You can be the head of anything you want to be. I was in the military for 8 years. I led people. If they don't follow you, if they don't follow you, you have nothing.
Yeah,
plain and simple.
That's true.
Fine,
that's
but
how it works.
You don't get followed unless you take the lead.
Unless you lead.
Yeah, but it's their choice if they want to follow the lead, though.
No, sir, that is incorrect. You can be put in a leadership position all day. It does not necessarily mean that people will follow you. It happens all the time.
Well, that doesn't make you a leader. You can be in a position and not be a leader.
Incorrect. You can be promoted into leadership positions and not have one person follow you.
But in order to affect change, there has to be lead and follow.
That's correct. That's exactly my point. So if you have no followers, how are you leading?
But see, if think about it, Trey, you talking about the women. What women leader you know? Give me one great woman leader.
This isn't about female leaders. I'm not making an argument about female leaders. I'm making an argument because
I think he's speaking of a man's rightful position. That's what he's thinking. I think that's what he's speaking of.
That the man's rightful position is the leader. Yes. I'm challenging that the women don't follow.
I'm challenging that's been historical that the women didn't follow. I mean, we can go back to even biblical days.
Go to the Bible. Everybody followed Noah. Only a selected few did.
So again, how can I lead somebody that's not following?
All right, then. And then since we went biblically,
go back to Noah. Noah and the ark.
What happened?
Noah and the ark.
No, not Noah. No, we can't use Noah and the ark as an example. But okay.
But people didn't follow. There were people who didn't follow.
What happened when Eve didn't follow the lead?
DeeDee, this started from the beginning. God gave Eve specific directions, and she didn't listen.
What happened when Sarah didn't follow the lead?
Actually, he gave the specific instruction he gave to Adam, the man.
That was true.
Okay.
It's true. Yeah.
No, I read the Bible now. I am a Christian. So
you know what? Everybody says they read the Bible, and then everybody has a different interpretation of it. I'm not going to have a religious debate.
We're not even. That's down a rabbit hole. We won't even go.
But the fact of the matter is true.
The fact of the matter is that Eve was rebellious.
Right.
At the end of the day.
Absolutely. But yes, Eve was but the greater sin was against Adam.
You want to blame the man, but y'all the ones that got period pains.
Absolutely, and that's why we got him. that's why we got him.
He's the leader.
Let me help you out, Lawrence. Let me help you out, Lawrence Love. Let me explain something to you. Going 2025, younger men are not going to stand by and let you blame them for the sins of women.
Absolutely, I don't want to. Please don't take it at that. I blame it on the women. I actually do blame it.
No, you don't. You haven't blamed it on the women.
No. Well, let me be clear. Will you allow me to be clear? Will you allow me to be clear? Will you allow me to be clear? I do blame. I blame women.
Let's not do that.
Absolutely.
Hang on. Let's not do that. That loud bass in your voice is unnecessary. Just relax a little bit.
I was trying to. Well,
I get it, but I can hear it in your voice. I think we can all hear it in your voice. Go ahead. But let's just chill out.
Okay. Oh, absolutely. I apologize. I'm sorry.
All
Sorry.
good.
And no, I absolutely believe that it's women. I believe, and I can tell you where I believe it. I do believe it's age old because I believe that women have a rebellious spirit, especially if they're not under leadership, or under an umbrella leadership of a man. I do believe that. I'm very traditional. I've come from a traditional background, and I'm very traditional and in traditional roles. I believe in that. But I also believe that it got even worse and we got in the situation that we're in when it came to the equal rights movement for women, when it came to the sexual revolution for women, when it came to birth control and rights over your own body, because I'm one of those ones who subscribe to the fact that my body was my husband's, not mine. So before you think that I'm thinking that it's not women, I am definitely thinking that it's women because I run across women who are totally vile and disrespectful and just not even under any kind of subjection. I believe that it is the women's fault, but I also believe, and I will stand on it, that the women must close their legs. And you say that women, and you're right, women do desire sex as much as men do. But it has to be we have to get to the point where we die to ourselves. We arrest those feelings and recognize that it's not appropriate for us to be handing our bodies over to men who are not our husbands, because that opens us up to familiar spirits and soul ties and everything else, because we get attached. We have attachment problems when it comes to that. So before you think that I don't think that it's women's fault, I don't know where you're getting that I think that I said it was a man's fault. What I asked for is a man's help to get women out of the situation that I do believe we've gotten ourselves into.
I
Yeah,
think
and
hold on, let me say this. I think it's so bad to a lot of the teachings that you may have gotten, or us older generation have gotten, this group of women,
Yeah, I agree.
they don't have that. They don't have that. So their whole perspective is totally different. They're not even, taking, even if they were Christians, they're not taking the Bible seriously. They're not following that doctrine. They on something totally different from what I see. They don't, a lot of these women, I will say, are more bold and open about their choices than a lot of men. A lot of these women are the leaders. They're leading themselves into all of this. They don't even subscribe to a man, even though they say they want a leader. A lot of these women don't want a man to lead. They're leading themselves. So they're leading, making the choices, making the decisions to do what they want to do. And they're empowered to do it. They feel like it's empowerment. Like, hey, I could sleep with, I want to be like a man. This is what they're saying. Hey, I want to be just like as equal to a man, to be able to do the most vile things. Like they're following the men that they complain about, is what I see. They're following men who are sleeping with all the women, getting the women pregnant. So they're like, hey, I can go and sleep with a fine dude. He's hot, he's fine. I don't care about nothing else. I'm gonna sleep with him. I'm gonna go take a plan B, swallowing it over.
Yes, like it's nothing.
Yeah, and they're just like, hey, I'm gonna have a good night tonight. Let me get my plan B. So there's no bringing it back. There's no morality anymore. It's all empowerment to do the most vile things. So
I guess I'm not hopeless yet. I'm not hopeless because I have daughters. I
do
and
too.
they're in this
I have
generation.
daughters, I have sons, and so I see what's happening. But I do think I get what you're saying, that maybe the men could help in a way, but I really kind of think it's beyond the men. When you have women who are saying, I want to get to the D, and I think it would be a little bit what's the word? I don't think it would be fair to just say, oh, let the men help. I think we would say the men should maybe help in a sense of not catering to their desires, like catering to the women who
I
are
can see that.
wanting the sex. So I think what the men are saying is, hey, this is our desire. If she offering it, we're adults, we gonna take it. So I think kind of like what you're saying is, y'all stop saying yes to these women, as opposed to the women, even though you're telling the women close your legs, instead of
But they
saying,
won't.
telling the women close their legs, what you're saying, and I'm saying too, but also, men help by you not taking advantage of this woman wanting to offer you some sex and she's throwing it on you. So let them move away from their nature and say, oh no, even though I'm horny, she throwing it on me. Oh shit, I mean, not take it, because I'm if I take it, I'm hurting the cause, or I'm helping the situation get worse. I think that's what it sounds like you're saying. But I think it's, if we have women who are saying my body, my choice, I make the decision, I could delete a baby, I could do all this, then she should have more discipline to understand
Absolutely.
that, hey,
Absolutely.
what she's doing is not in her best interest. Because remember, the women who are out here promiscuous, it's a more negative effect on the women, not the men. So if
Yeah.
you know that, and they're the ones who are going to have to raise the kids, which we see them complaining about, becoming single mothers, you put yourself in that position. And if you don't like that and it's difficult for you to do, why are you constantly putting yourself in that position? That's your place to control that. That's not nobody else's.
Yeah. And DeeDee, I agree.
Yeah,
I've
I agree.
dated women that I wanted to take seriously. Even this one, I wanted to take her seriously, but she was taking leadership from someone else. And this is something that I don't have power or control over. I don't think any of us men have.
Right.
She's going to choose who she wants to be with at the end of the
Right.
day.
And if her friends, if her friends are showing her leadership of it's better to do this, she's going to, well, sadly, I mean, she's going to most likely do that. And I've seen that happen. It's not the first time that's happened to me.
Yeah.
There's different situations. I'm not the first guy this has ever happened to. Where you take
It's
someone
happened to me
seriously,
too.
because we talk so much about guys who just want to just like, oh, like, release or whatever. But there are
Mhm.
situations where, like, all of us have situations. We can all say that we wanted to we did take someone seriously,
Mhm.
Well, would you
but
be okay
it,
with a woman of
but they
standard
didn't, but
though?
they didn't
Would
want to. Yeah, but they didn't want to be led. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I could think of like three or four, but due to whatever distractions or whatever, they didn't want to be
Influences, probably.
influences, right? And
So
it's
you met a
usually
woman who was a virgin, but she was influenced by her
by a
friend to do
friend.
something else, and you
Her,
couldn't. You had
her
no.
friend was
You
a
had
friend who
no
was 4 years
control or
older,
say
4 or
over
5 years
that,
older than me.
right? That's what you're
Right,
saying.
right. I didn't.
Sure.
Even when I was trying to tell her, like, we should do this and go here and everything, you know,
Mhm.
it's her friend in the background, like, oh, we should go and do this. We should go and do that, you
Mhm.
know.
And
Just because
usually her
her
friend is a
just
single
because
mother.
her friend made some, maybe probably some poor decisions or whatever, or she's on a journey or path of liberation of her own body, she wants to take her army, I guess. And
And that's
it's happened more than once, in different ways,
Mhm.
it's happened to me
So
too. Trust me, I've
yeah,
been here.
yeah.
What do the men expect when they invent stuff like birth control, abortions, Plan B? You are giving the women the weapons to be the way they are. I mean, what do the men expect?
But it's their
You
choice to
you
take it though,
It's
Daryl,
still
though,
a
man.
choice at the end of the day,
Like
Darrell.
alcohol
Daryl.
exists, but I have friends who don't drink alcohol. I have a friend, like, when we go out, he doesn't drink any alcohol, and I even when I say come, just have a drink, he
well,
doesn't drink any alcohol.
can
But
I
it's
ask you?
there. It's
Oh,
a choice.
When
would
I
you be
meant
willing to require? Would you be willing if you met a woman? Would you be willing to say, emphatically, I only want a woman of quality and of? I mean, are you making hard stances like that?
I
Are
do.
men making those stances? Are they choosing virtuous women?
The thing is, as well, I'll say
Do
something
you
with this.
understand that
No, no, no. I will say.
these women lost
Can I
their
say, Trey?
virtue in
Let
high
me just say
school?
something, Trey. Trey, I'm gonna say something. What I've noticed, it's harder to distinguish the ones that are virtuous, because there are women who present on the outside, how they
Right.
look and how they dress, as
Mhm.
virtuous. But then when you start to talk to them, you start to see the masculine qualities, and you see the rebellious part of them.
The
But they
masculine
but they but
qualities.
they've mastered it to the T, how to be virtuous on the outside. There's that too. I mean, we talk about promiscuous, how some of them dress and everything, but there are some that on the outside, they've mastered that, but they haven't mastered what true femininity is. Femininity is not like how you dress, and how you
Chameleons.
do your hair and your makeup. There's the other layer, and some of them haven't worked on that. And I think maybe because maybe their mother didn't teach them that,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but
Why don't we address the actual problem? Why aren't these fake ass Proverbs 31 women going into these schools and catching these women, these young girls while they're young? Why are you trying to catch a girl who's 21 and trying to teach her how to be virtuous? Let me be the one to tell you, she lost her virtue 5 years ago. It's been gone.
She's 2 seasons
These
in the
girls are
mud. She's not
having
gonna
sex
change.
as young as 14, some as young as 12.
Yep.
So the better question is why aren't all these virtuous women, these so-called virtuous women, actually going out and going to go deal with these young girls at a younger age to teach them so they grow into this instead of trying to catch them after they already had a taste of the sweet nectar? It's too late
Well,
then. She's addicted. What old girl saying? She's
I
addicted.
think part and parcel, we need to start doing that, and social media may be one of the avenues to start.
Social media will never work. You're fighting against a battle. There's already too much content to say otherwise. You actually have to get out and get on foot and go into these schools and actually talk to
Well,
these young girls.
you actually can't go into the schools right now, but I get what you're saying.
Hold on. Excuse me. The LGBTQ and the trans can, but you can't.
That's a whole
But
nother
you
subject.
can't.
That's a whole nother subject.
You know why? You know why? Because it's not important enough to y'all.
No,
That's
I
why.
mean they don't allow. Well, for people like in groups
They
like
do
mine, they
allow
don't
it. They
allow
allow
us in there.
trans to go to school. I signed a permission slip that makes sure my daughter didn't go to one. They do allow it.
No, I've
It's not
tried it.
important enough to y'all.
I've tried it. They don't allow us to go. Maybe it's because it's Christian based, so that might be it. So no.
Let me ask this question. I want to ask this question just real quick. I was curious. Do y'all as men, do y'all think that single men out here value virgin women? And if they met a woman that was a virgin and she has all the qualities and she's a virgin, are they running to be with her? Or
I'd marry her tomorrow.
Look, DeeDee, I'm gonna be real. Like when I found out the next day when we wrote, something
depends on the person.
something was off. Like something was definitely off after we did what we did. And then she told me that she had to tell me something and everything. And then when she told me, like I
That was
knew it.
guilt.
And this is when I wanted to treat the situation very sensitive. And I took her kind of seriously. I did. I took her seriously, and up until as far as I could, but I can only do so much in
But
the
I think there are
situation,
some dudes who don't want virgins.
Yes. There are some guys who don't want virgins, but the majority of men who actually want to be married, the 54% of black men who aren't married, I guarantee you, if they met a virgin, they would want to get married.
Right.
The problem is that there's only about 6 to 7 or 8% of women who are actually virgins before the age of 21.
And then there's the attraction factor.
Yeah, it's I think, and it's probably, and I'm saying this straight because it's a personal experience that I've, and I'm not gonna get into detail because I don't want to put all the business, but I don't think it might be a small percentage. You could agree with that, but I think there are some men who aren't, they're not solely just looking for a virgin. They want a woman with experience too. And if there are, which there are, young women and men who are virgins out here who have a good head on their shoulders and they meet a guy, these guys aren't just jumping for a woman who is virtuous. A lot, some of them. I ain't gonna say a lot. Some of them, because if it was just about that, you would think that is a diamond in a rough, that they would just grab it, and some of them are not.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
maybe attraction level is not just the fact that they're virgins, but it's attraction levels and other things as well.
I mean, my cousin DeeDee, like he's 27. I think I told you in the past once, like he's a virgin and his wife was a virgin. She's 22, and they got married and everything. Like, they got together and then like a year later engaged, and then like they're expecting a baby in the end of December. So a son.
Yeah.
They both virgins, and he had a girl before as well who I met, and I think they were, well, what my aunt told me, they're both virgins as well. but I think she wanted a dude of experience. I
She
think
did.
the first one, yeah, the first one. So she, yeah, and that broke him. But he,
Yeah.
thank God, like he got over that, and he was able to find this, and he met her, the first one in the church. I'm not saying the church is a safe space or a safe haven, because we could
Yeah, I
talk about
mean,
that too.
the
It's
church
really
has its
not.
problems too.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah, yeah. But you know,
But
DeeDee, if you hold two women up, they're exactly the same. Exactly the same. Except for one's a virgin and one isn't. Which one you think most men are taking?
I think most will take the version, of course. Of course. I'm just saying that it's not the end all be all. My daughters are virgins.
But it's a hell of a good start.
My children are virgins.
Yes.
That's great. That's
All
great.
of them. Of course, the little ones you would expect. All of them. They probably don't want me to tell their business. All of them, my sons and my daughters. And they're kind of dating. And that's why I say it's not just about you being that. It must be something else too, because a lot of these guys aren't like necessarily jumping when they know that. That's what I'm saying. So it must be something else to it. It has to do some type of attraction level or some other things too that goes into that. They're not, because if that's the case, you know what I'm saying? You would think it'd be a lot easier, but I'm seeing something different. So that's what I'm saying. And Trey, to your point, yeah, I don't think it's probably a big number, but it's some other factors that you got to include as well, right?
Right.
Attraction level.
Of course. There's
a virgin and you're not attracted to her, then you think he's not gonna want to be with her.
Of course. There's a plethora of things that equate to somebody being attractive. But I'm saying that's why I said if they're both exactly the same, and you're attracted to both of them, but one is and one isn't, I guarantee you the majority of men are going to take the virgin. And the reason is because more than likely she's probably mentally healthier. There's probably no trauma there, right? Yeah. There's nothing to revert back to. She didn't have any experiences to go back to, right?
Right.
But the issue here is that you're not going to get women to want to be that unless you get into them. That's a horrible way to say it. But you start with them at a very young age. Yeah. And I'm talking as young as my daughter is 7. She'll be 8 in October. We're getting ready to have that conversation come 9. We're getting ready to sit down and start having these conversations at 9. Her mom doesn't even want to have it. I had to explain to her mom, we have to have these conversations at 9. And because I showed her girls that were starting to get pregnant at 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, as young as, that's a lot more to do with the food. And that's a very rare occasion. I understand. I understand that. But it is possible and it does happen. You have to have these conversations. But if you're not willing to sit down with young girls and actually have some real harsh conversations about male nature, which we know what it is, right? We know how the biology of men. You're not really willing to sit down and have this conversation with them, then the girls are going to continue to keep doing what they're doing, which is to be promiscuous. Because you also have to understand something that we now have a world in which girls can't wait to turn 18 just so they can get on OnlyFans. We're living in a different time. These girls can't wait to do it. So now the promiscuity is monetized. There was a lady who actually told a story. She was a reporter. She was telling a story about her daughter's friends who were on Feet Finder. The girls were making money off of feet pics. The sexuality has been monetized, and even the younger girls understand that now. So this idea that you're going to be able to get them to just close their legs, they're not doing it. There's too much money in it now for them.
Yeah, but once again, you did say something that made sense. You have to instill certain values in them young. When it starts from home, that is for sure. Because if you don't, then if the parents aren't the influencers, if your children are not influenced by you, then they're going to be influenced by whoever else, and whoever else they're influenced by, that's the route they're going to take. But in order for your kids to be influenced by what you say, and they respect what you say and listen to what you say, you got to start when they're kids. So they grow up with this mindset, oh, I can't go out and just have sex until I'm married. That's the goal. They're not, influenced by money and things of that nature. We have a culture of people who are not raised a certain way, and they're influenced by money, and they're influenced by what celebrities are doing and everybody else. So that's who they follow. If your kids respect and follow you, and you've taught them certain things from little, then that goes far. How far it's going to take them, I don't know, till they decide maybe they're going to do something else, but it take them pretty far, in my opinion. Because if I have, and I'm just saying, if I have 20-something-year-olds who are virgins, then I think me and their fathers have done a pretty good job, seeing as you have children out here, what you say, 9 and 10 having sex. That's crazy. So even if they make a different decision at this point, we got them pretty far, you know? So that's something to be said about that. So I do think it does start when they're young, young, and you got to instill certain values in them. So, yeah, I think that was a key point for sure. But a lot of these young people don't have that. They don't even respect their own parents. They don't care what their parents say. They're trying to defy every rule their parents put in place. They don't care. They want to go do what they see. They want to follow Sexy Red and whoever else.
Right.
And that's not a good outcome.
I just say this? I was thinking about this, and I definitely don't want to come across as one of those ones who is touting the women, the women kind of movement thing. Definitely, and I did elicit some help from the men, because I do see some of the women, and I'm really disappointed in a lot of what I'm seeing of women of a certain generation. I think that we're suffering. You can even look at Black women suffering from some kind of body dysmorphia situations that I know, men, you can't do anything about it, because I hear y'all talking about it, about the fact that the lashes are 3 inches long, and the bonnets and the BBLs and all of that stuff. I just think that we have gone so far off the rails. So,
But would you would attribute that to body dysmorphia?
I think it is. I think it's a form of body dysmorphia. I think that anytime you can go out the house, I think that anytime you can go out the house with eyelashes so long that they're weighing your eyes down. They're 3 inches. They're putting eyelashes up on top of eyelashes and then gluing them on, and they're 3 or 4 inches long. I've seen some 3-inch long, 3-inch long eyelashes, and the bonnets. And the real big thing is the BBL. It's if you can't see yourself, or if you in your mind you're thinking that looks good, it's a psychological issue.
It is. It's true.
It's a psychological issue, because no one else, I don't see anyone else doing this. So I'm like, what has broken us?
I gotta stop you there. All the ethnicities do it now. They all do it now.
With the BBLs, but not maybe the eyelashes too.
The BBLs, the eyelashes, the Botox, the lip fillers, the waist trainers, the lipo. The white girls got hair extension clips in. Just because it look like it, their natural hair don't mean it ain't their hair. It's all the ethnicities now. It's not just Black women.
Yeah. Oh, who's inventing all this? Who's inventing the
He's gonna say man.
The men.
Right.
Men.
And Daryl, who has a choice if they want to use these things?
Still, if the choice
no, there is no still, Daryl. Let me tell you,
You don't have to use
it. These women choose to come and get this stuff done. I've done these BBLs. Nobody's putting a gun to their head making them do it.
Oh my
They're
gosh.
choosing to go do it.
But I haven't seen the lashes on white women like that.
25 years. These women are choosing to do this stuff.
I think Black women
respectfully, Daryl,
all the men learning. You complain about the women, but you keep inventing these things to create that muscle.
They didn't invent it, Daryl. Like, you got.
No, I don't think men invented the lashes.
No. Hang on. Daryl, you're missing a key point here. It was invented because the women requested it.
Thank you.
But you know what? Even past the invention, I'm talking about the excessiveness of it. Though. Okay, so and it's distorted. It's actually distorted at this point. They're using BBLs that don't even look natural. They're doing eyelashes. I keep harping on the eyelashes because it's so visible. It doesn't even look normal. It's past normality. Right. So I'm not even if you invented eyelashes, okay, that's fine, but you don't put 7 sets of eyelashes. What are we doing?
And the white girls can
even
get
the lips,
BBLs
even the lips,
too.
DeeDee, even the lips,
They
guys.
got the BBLs that look more natural.
Yeah.
You know how the people were like, oh my God, where are these white girls getting these butts from? Why they used to be
can't
flat
tell.
like a pancake. Now they got a little something back there. They was getting
But
BBLs.
DeeDee, white girls getting boob jobs ain't nothing new. They've been getting boob jobs since the 70s.
And DeeDee, let's not talk about the duck lips. Let's not talk about the duck lip surgery.
Oh yeah.
Let's not go down that road.
About the bus. Like
And let me add this, DeeDee.
Talk about
The
extreme.
men that they want don't want that. That's the funniest part.
Yeah.
But they're being with that though.
Yeah, but
They're what?
but it's a misconception. This is to your point, Gloria. There's a mental issue here, right?
It is.
Because they think that they're making themselves more attractive to the men that they're attracted to, when in actuality, the men that they're attracted to are more attracted to a more natural look. It's the most backwards thing I've ever seen in my life.
I don't understand y'all sometimes. The men created and support OF, but they complain about the women using it. But you invent and you support it. If the men stop supporting OF, if they stop paying for the women, if just the men stop paying for the women and OF goes down, it doesn't exist.
No, sir.
No.
That's incorrect, because there was a porn industry before there.
A lot of those women that's getting all that money, that's not coming from regular men. That's coming from them rich guys. They're doing all that crap. It's not regular men doing all that. That's those rich men.
Still men.
You Shannon Sharps.
But he's missing a point. Even if you were to take down OF, they're just going to move somewhere else.
Yeah.
After a man invents it, Trey. After a man invents it, just like a man invented back page.
Okay, but we're in 2025. How long before a woman is smart enough to invent it now?
Exactly.
How long before a woman can just
how
long before a woman can just take over the OnlyFans space? So you keep thinking that this is not
all men.
80 years ago.
Mm-mm.
It's not 80 years ago. A woman can create an app now. You do know that.
They don't, but they don't.
Yes, they do.
Oh,
Yes, they do. Women have apps.
They do.
What are you talking about?
The only way the women create an app is the man makes the foundation for the app to be created.
So okay, so you want us to get rid of everything.
A man has to write.
So we should get rid of the internet then, right? So we got to shut the internet then.
Yeah, we got to shut the internet down there.
You got Kendra.
No,
James.
and I don't think that's the solution. I don't think that doing things like that or not inventing things or taking things away is a solution. I think that there's a breakdown. I mean, and I don't know what's going to solve it, but I actually think that there is a mental breakdown. And I think that's what the issue that people need to address, because anytime, like I said, you can go out and see somebody like that has all of that going on, and they actually think that that's normal. If that's not mentally ill, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
Look, anytime you look yourself in the mirror and you say, I need more of this and I need more of that, there's probably something wrong. Now listen, I can understand, like I've said before, I have no issues with a woman if you're going out to an event and she wants to get dressed up, get dolled up. I have no issues with that. That doesn't bother me one bit. But we're talking about women who do this every single day. This is their lifestyle every day. They can't leave the house unless they have a wig on. They can't leave the house unless they have their eyelashes. They can't leave the house. That to me is a mental. But if you're going to, like how DeeDee's going to be in front of an audience, that's different. It's completely different, right? If she wants to dress up for that, it's completely different, right? I can understand that. But we have these women out here that this is a part of their identity.
They identify as it.
And that is a mental problem.
So can men help?
No.
No.
We got men who want to identify as women.
Yes.
Like, no, Daryl, we can't help.
Glorious, can I tell you why we can't help? Let me tell you why we can't help. Because men bring structure and discipline. You're not going to want to do it our way.
And men agree.
I promise you that. You're not, of course, greed is good. You're not going to want to do it our way. This country was built on greed. You're not going to want to do it our way. I promise you that, Glorious, because if we align discipline, like for instance, my kids love being at their mama's house. You want to know why? It ain't as strict as my house is.
I think if you force it,
You know what I mean?
I
You see
know,
what I'm saying?
I know.
So yeah, we can help you, but when we start to tell you, hey, this needs to be done, do it this way. Don't do this. You got to be in the house by 9. You got to. They're gonna rebel because they're like, hold on, you're gonna put all these rules on me now, and I don't like that. We have structure and discipline. Some of us are up at 5 a.m. We at the gym by 6. We have structure and discipline.
Don't want to do that.
Yep.
They don't want to do that.
I'm going to become a passport bro then. That's true.
That don't work for women.
No, that's right.
They don't want
not to look for nobody, but just to get away from this.
Yeah, these women already complain about control. They don't want to be controlling them. You can't tell me what to wear. You can't tell me this. They're already doing that. They're already saying they don't want. That's why they want to be by themselves. What I see is a lot of these women, they want the resources from the men, but they don't want the structure. They don't want they don't want none of that. They don't want a man. They just want you to pay for their bills and the lifestyle, and they could do whatever they want to do. That's it, and be left alone. That's what they want.
DeeDee. Is that they want that baby face on? I'll pay your rent soon as I get home from work. They want that. But they gonna give us, I got the eye of the tiger, and you're gonna hear me roar.
Classy, let me ask you a question. When those women come in to go get those procedures, can you talk them out of it?
No.
Oh, hell no. They there.
And let me tell you something, Trey. Let me tell you this. I'm gonna be honest with you. Back in the 80s when they were doing the collagen injections and the facelifts and the breast jobs, they were doing psychological evaluations. The doctors were before they did it. Nowadays, they're not doing them anymore because they're getting so much money from the women from doing it. They just said, screw it. I'm gonna give you what you want.
Oh, I need to come give me a BBL classic. Make me an appointment.
The bottom line.
You better not. I'm gonna tell your husband. Where's your husband?
Give me a BBL. Hell, why not?
What you mean? Why not?
Brazilians do. You better go to the gym and do those squats.
I need to give me a BBL.
And that's another thing. That's another thing and I noticed that we've also adopted, and I think men. I'm sorry, I believe that y'all have co-signed on this a little bit. Now women have gotten it in their heads, and they've it's become distorted. I think women are masters of distortion, and I think it's become distorted, and that is the big the overweight kind of thing. And I think that and what black women will sit there and say, and then I hear some men in the hood say the same thing. Oh, but the man likes it when the woman has a little meat on their bones and stuff like that, and they're big and stuff like that. But what men don't understand is black women specifically, and I can talk because I'm a black woman, specifically take that as a sign of, oh, okay, I can just go with this because the black man said they want a little meat on their bones.
Look, you ain't lying because even the Turkish women say that. I had a Turkish woman say that to me. I know the black men like.
Yeah, that's what they say that in Europe too.
There's a joke that a white female comedian said. She said anytime she feels depressed, she goes in a black neighborhood and they make her feel better because she was fat. So she said she's going to black neighborhood because they'll make her feel better. Listen, I completely agree with you on this. I think that us as black men, we have to choose better when it comes to the aesthetics of the women in which we're looking for. We're far too focused on body parts rather than actual beauty. She got big boobs, she got a big booty, she got thick thighs, she got this and that, and we like that. Versus she's a beautiful woman, she's overly attractive, right? And a lot of these girls sometimes are like, they look like they got hit with a frying pan in their face, but she got a big, she got a big butt, and so they'll let it slide. And oftentimes those are the ones that wind up getting pregnant. So now we got a whole bunch of problems now because you don't like it because she's not attractive, and now she's pregnant. So now we got problems, right?
And
so
that big butt turns into a big belly, big arms, big everything else. And they're thinking that but see, this is what I'm telling you. What women are saying, women think that it doesn't matter about my stomach hanging over the front of my pants and stuff like that. Long as I got a big butt,
it's okay.
It's okay.
But see, this is too why we was talking about this before, Trey, when I was saying the psychological dealings of women that a lot of men don't get. Like women take stuff y'all say wholeheartedly.
Yes.
And we are different from y'all. You got to understand that we're different in many ways. Women take what she, because I've heard I was too skinny. You know what I mean? It was like, oh, she a beanpole. I was told I was a beanpole. Okay. And oh my God, as a teenager. So I wasn't, fine enough. Even a friend of mine told me, that I was skinny. And I'm not a colorist, but maybe I was one at a teenager because I was like, well, you black. And it seemed like, and I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to, but I'm saying that's all I had.
That's how we did. Yeah.
I'm being honest because we was teenagers. I was like 15, and she alluded to me because I was already teased as if I was, because I'm tall and I was skinny. So it was made to be a bad thing that I was skinny. She was more thicker and more curvier, and the boys would go for her, right? I didn't care, but I'm just saying that's what it was. And she was 15 dating older dudes anyway. So that she was putting herself out there. And they knew she was out of, not even in school. So, but she was more curvier and she was a dark skinned girl. That's my friend. But she's gonna tell me, oh, well, you're skinny. Like, what you mean? Like, it's a bad thing? I'm like, well, you black. So I don't know. Maybe that's a bad thing too. Cause back then, that's how they was looking at stuff. I don't know. But yeah, I was the beanpole. I was the one that, I ain't nobody fine. Oh, we got this beanpoles in here and all this kind of stuff. So I was made fun of for being skinny. And the curvier girls with the butts and all of that is what the guys would go after. So I definitely heard men say, oh, they need a woman with a little junk in the trunk. She got to have a booty. She can't be flat, So women hear that. And that's I think partly that is in their subconscious now. Like, oh my God, men want women with a thicker butt. So I got to get a booty. And then they take it to the extreme though.
And let me rock on this, D. Yeah, a little bit of what Daryl said.
Still
I do
appreciated
agree
naturally
with
those
that is part of men's fault, but at the same time, you still have a choice. That's all I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, you're right, DeeDee. Back in our day, the music was influenced by us. Sir Mix-a-Lot. I like big butts that I can't deny, but you other brothers can't deny. Now, me personally, I like the tall girls with knots for boobs and had no butt. That's just me. Okay, I was the opposite. I was called noodle when I was in. The biggest thing on me was my kneecaps and my glasses at that time. But at the same time, I like tall girls because I knew they were going to be beautiful. Because you remember that old tale of the ugly, was the ugly duckling that became the swan? I knew y'all were going to be fine, so I always hung around the nerdy tall girls.
But you see, what I'm trying to give you, like the psychological thinking of a woman sometimes. But the women have started thinking that since men are saying that, and it's women this time. I don't understand the women past that they didn't feel this way. The women of this time, they've started saying, okay, well, as long as I have a big butt, I can be 400 pounds.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, that is true.
I can be 400 pounds. I'm still this, but then you hear the men saying that black women are the heaviest of women of all, and they, they're unhealthy and all it. You know how the Kevin Samuels used to say, all of y'all overweight and obese and stuff like that. Women are not seeing it that way. They're honestly not seeing it that way. That's why you see most of us are overweight.
And that's true. Like I said,
right.
I got to be honest. I'm gonna say this, and thank God it was years ago. I can be able to say this from a medical point of view. It's not recent, so I won't get in trouble. The last woman I put in the morgue was black woman, 675 pounds. That's pretty huge. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of. I'm not saying that came from guys trying to get a big butt. It could be from abundance of depression. But I honestly do think, especially Black American women in America need to be very conscious about their health, seriously. Because I'm just saying this based on the fact that I can't speak for all the other men on this panel. I've been to countries like Brazil, which Brazil had basically the same type of experience that we had here in North America. However, but if you see those black women there, big afros, thin waistline, that's just their culture, workout culture there. But if you go to South Africa, my God, you will see like this little 5'1" woman with the waistline of 3, but her booty is a size
Exactly.
Yeah. And I'm like, my goodness. I'm like, I thought it was, I thought it was like some type of running joke until I actually saw it with my own eyes. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And her thighs were massive. I'm like, is that possible?
I don't know how they do it.
But
All
the
that weight
ladies
on
here,
you
but the ladies here in America, I will admit, some of the guys be telling them they thick, and they keep gaining weight. And they think they're getting a big butt by gaining weight, which all they're doing is just spreading their hips. There's nothing in the back.
It's too big. But at what point, like, you know, it's if we could go back and say, oh, back in the day, we were saying this and doing that. At some point, we realize we learn better, right? Are people just perpetuating something, you know, even though they know better? Like, I come on, we're in 2025. I think people understand that if you're obese, it's unhealthy, right? That you should at least try to eat healthier or exercise. I mean, everybody knows about eating healthier and exercising, right? So I don't know. It's not like it's a hidden secret. Everybody knows about it now. I don't think, you know, um, it goes back to whether this is something that you want to do or not. Do you want to lose weight? A lot of people don't want to lose weight. They think that they're going to look sickly or they're going to lose the butt that they do have. A lot of women just don't want to lose weight because they who said it? I think you said it earlier, Miss Glorious, that they want the butt, but you know, you got a stomach too. When you gain weight, your stomach get bigger, your butt get bigger, your legs, everything get big at the same time. So it doesn't look good. You got a big butt, but that big stomach hanging over your vagina, it don't look good either. So it's like, do they want to lose the weight or are they just comfortable there?
I mean, think about this, in the medical field, you can't even tell a person that they're morbidly obese no more. They can sue you and win.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You can't probably say fat. You can't.
And it's the medical terminology. Doctors were getting sued for saying fat. That's why they switched the word up to
Or you gotta say what? Thick.
You got to use a certain terminology that's soft, like thick.
You can't say
you're a little
what you
bit
saying.
on the
You can't
heavy
say.
side.
What you saying? You can't say morbidly obese as a medical term under advisement.
I guess they want you to say fluffy.
You said
that's
you
crazy.
definitely getting sued, but anyway.
It's crazy.
Well, I thank you all for letting me come up, and I just wanted to leave food for thought. It's not all of us think the same way. Not all women think the same way. You know,
Right.
and we, I,
For sure.
I'm hopeful though. I'm still hopeful. I haven't given up hope yet. But I do, and I'm still going to ask if men. What I'll say is for this: is men stay your course and standing your ground. Then, if okay, fine. If you don't want to, if you can't help, even though I'm crying for help for women. Stand your ground. Just stand your ground. Keep speaking out on some of the things that you're speaking out on, because I do think, I'll say this, I think women are listening to a certain degree. They might not be receiving the message as well. That well, but you know, especially the passport bro and stuff like that. But I do think that they're listening, and I just continue to speak out on it. I don't know what to say.
They're listening to a caliber of man. Right. Yeah. If you're a rich man or a man with clout, you don't have to have a conversation about a woman's weight.
Yeah,
they already know. They already know that they have to come prepared to a certain degree. It's really the average man that's getting a lot of these issues when it comes to women, because they know that men who are successful are not tolerating that. They're not putting up with it. And they have they have an abundance of women, but they have options. So they don't have to put up with that. I think this issue, I think one of the things you're going to run into, Glorious, is the women are going to complain that, why am I doing all of this for average men? That's going to be their argument. Why am I conforming for $50,000 a year and 5'9"?
Yeah,
that's not what I want.
But they can't get the man with the millions.
No.
DeeDee,
let me retract it. Let me speak for LA women. They can get the man with the millions, but they can't keep the man with the millions. Because I know a female that went out with James Harden. She going around, man, me and James Harden dating. Okay, are you driving his cars? Have you ever been to his house? No, but we spent time at a hotel, so it's like,
so they only sleeping with him. That's cool. She happy about that. You bring him sleeping with you. That's it. That's all you get. You ain't gonna marry you for the most part.
The crazy thing about that, DeeDee, to them in their psychic is in their mind, they use that as the bar, as the hierarchy.
Yeah,
And
I
they think
think
that
that's
every
great.
man should be on that level because James Harden slept with her. And I'm thinking to myself, like, no, you just got bent like a pretzel. Never mind, go ahead.
Right.
Anyway, well, thank you, though. I've got to go. Thank
Oh,
you.
no, you're welcome.
All
Thank you
right.
so
Thank
much for
All
being
right.
here. We appreciate you. Take care.
No
Yeah, we had a
problem.
good time. We had a good time.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I mean, look.
Yeah, she was fun.
Agree to
Yeah,
disagree.
a different angle,
Well,
but she
I
was
love
fun.
these women up here because they run from this channel like the plague. I'm just saying.
Passions are
I'm
high.
sorry. I'm sorry, DeeDee.
Agreement.
I tried to be nice.
Well, passions are high. We agree and disagree. It is what it is. Ain't nobody being ruthless.
Right. I love it. I love for women to join and come up because a lot of them don't want to. I don't know why, but I know why, but
But DeeDee, at the end of the day, a lot of us, we need more people like you, the Love Dorseys, the Danica Maries. Well, there's this one woman,
Yeah.
I saw her, she gets it in on black women. This is another black woman.
Who?
We need more. I forgot her name, bro.
River?
She's new. No, not River. This is a brand new girl. I'll tell you next
what
time.
she look like?
Kind of dark skinned chick, very, very
I
pretty.
think I know who you're talking about.
She's
I
new.
seen that channel.
Yeah, I think I know. I can't.
She's new, but
It wasn't
about
Ashley Dalton, was it?
no,
No,
not
no.
Ashley. No,
No, it's
but
but
she's younger. She's younger, but
oh,
at the same time, all I'm saying is we do need more women like DeeDee and them
You
on
talking about just
around.
the girl talk?
No, not her.
yeah,
This is a
that's
brand
the
new one.
just the girl
No,
talk.
it's
That's
not
what I was
just
thinking of.
no, not her. I know who she
Oh,
is, but this is a brand new
Is she
chick.
brown skin?
She's a little brown skin, dark skin. Yeah, she's letting it all out. Black women, y'all are messing up, not in an aggressive way. She is just breaking it down to the T. So I'm like, yes, we do appreciate it. We need more women like this on
Shout
YouTube
out to
and
her.
TikTok.
But the math. Listen, the math
Shout out
doesn't
to
look
her.
good for black women.
At the moment, yes, I agree.
I mean, if you start to look at the math, if black men continue on the path that they're going, black women are going to be phased out.
Yeah.
I hate to say
Because the only way y'all stay around is gotta have babies. And if black men are deciding that they're going to keep dating outside the race, and keep marrying outside the race, and keep going overseas, well, that leaves y'all in a bad situation.
right.
You know what I mean? There's this thought process that we'll go get white men and we'll go get, and I'm like, they don't want y'all either.
No.
They're if you look at their numbers, their stats, they marry within their race.
Yes.
That's it.
And see, I try to tell people this a lot of times. It's not raciism, it's
And
tribalism.
Asians too.
The thing about this is that the same thing is like for a lot of white men, what good does it do to interracially have interracial mixed kids when your job is to maintain power that you control? So you need to create more white children.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Let me read the super chat, y'all. Successful MD says the sisterhood needs to be dismantled for change. Thank you. Chris Reed, this is interesting. He says, but if we teach women to keep their legs closed, it's not going to do nothing but make me and take it. Make you take it. This is crazy to me. And we're not staying in caveman days. So damn if you do, damn if you don't. So he said if you tell women to close their legs, y'all gonna take it. So
ain't nobody going to prison.
I mean,
this man's tripping. Sorry, Chris.
crazy.
Chris, you tripping.
I
Nobody going
mean,
to prison, bro.
Isn't that illegal?
we mean when we say
that's
keeping your
the
legs closed, it
undisciplined,
means more of just preserving it for someone,
I think that's
of value. Because
Not
obviously she's going
getting
to have sex one day, but it's like preserving it, not like
not
become
getting
like
this every
a
woman.
celibate,
Right.
until she
Man,
dies.
I become barbaric. I got Jergens, Palmetto, and Jacqueline. Why am I
Chris is wild.
Yeah,
Chris is a wild boy.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Chris. That's a wild take. That's a wild
Jeez.
take, bro.
Oh my God. He says also, I want to ask the panel a question. Will America have a woman president soon or not? Because this is a man's world. What do y'all think on that?
No.
No. Okay, there we go.
And the reason for it
soon.
is because I think Kamala was probably closest you were going to get. The conservative thought process has started to gain more traction going forward, and we'll see come 2028. But I think on either side, you're not going to get a female. You're not going to get a female president. You would have to have a resurgence of the liberal, sort of agenda And the only way you do that is by getting a Democratic president. Now, I'm not necessarily sure that you're going to be able to do that because if we're talking Gavin Newsom or AOC,
Man, y'all better not vote that ass in office.
yeah,
The
the Democratic Party is in trouble if that's who they're going to select. So I think overall, no, I don't think we'll see one within probably the next 3 elections. We probably won't see one.
But see, I've been trying to tell people in order to get a woman president, you're going to have to convince those same 53% of conservative women that vote the side of their husband why they should vote for a woman president. That's how Hillary and that's how Kamala lost.
Gotcha. Successful MD says, DeeDee, you will have an oil trail from a oil trail. Oh, hell.
I know what he's talking about.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. You're gonna be leaking.
Oil trail. Oh, hell no. Rainbow.
You got to ride back on the plane like with your knees up in the
hell no.
seat.
I'm not.
And then you gotta wear that tight girdle to keep your spine intact.
If I ain't, hell no. If I was gonna get a BBL, I would have got it a long time ago. Oh no. Anyway, Rainbow Kid, thank you for the super chat. Says, were men talking about booty before the song Baby Got Back? The song came out in 1992. I'm not old enough, but it seemed like the booty talk came after.
No, it came before. It's called Doing the Butt.
Yeah, you probably too young, Rainbow Kid.
That was way before my time.
That was in the 87.
Yeah, that was.
I know what you're talking about. EU and shit. I'm from
88.
That's right. I was born in 76. I'm old, so there it is.
Yeah, I was born in 84, so yeah, it's a little bit before my time.
I'm on the 70s, baby.
You're 70s, Ronnie?
I'm a 70s.
Daryl, what year was you born in, Daryl?
31.
We can't hear you, Daryl.
1940 what?
41.
61.
OG.
That's OG, yes. That's quadruple OG right there. That's quadruple.
He's stupid.
No, actually, no, it's funny. My mother was born in the same year, so you and my mom the same age. You could be my daddy. Are you my daddy? You could be my daddy.
Well, I'm married a virgin, so I already know that was the case. I'm married a virgin.
That's what I'm talking about.
You did it right. You
did it right. Wasn't my mama there.
Exactly.
Right,
I'm married a virgin, man, sir.
I love that.
That nigga said, "Oh, you my daddy?"
Right, man.
I love that. That's what I'm talking about. You got my soul.
I'm looking for him, DeeDee.
He's trying to find his way, DeeDee. He's trying to find his way out here. He's trying to find his way out here.
I see no resemblance. None.
I don't know if I let my hair grow, like,
both got black shirts.
It might look like that. Yeah, we both got on black. We both got a gap in our teeth. You might be my daddy, bro.
Daddy.
I did.
Hey, DeeDee.
I have covered 49 states, so you know.
Were you ever in DC? Was DC a part of it?
I don't know. DC was the
circa 1984. 1984.
Back in the Marion Berry days.
New York, but no, spreading seed in DC.
Yeah. Were you in DC? Around. Look. I was born in December, so around February, March 1984.
Stop. No, shut up. I'm gonna mute you.
Come on.
You're my daddy.
Oh God, that's funny.
Y'all are funny. Oh my God, he sounded so sincere. Lord have mercy. Lord Jesus Christ, help him, Lord. He sounded so sincere. Oh, you my daddy?
I am looking for him now. No, I'm just playing. I actually looked him up when I was on a department. I found him. So,
oh man, I didn't grow another.
I was just being funny.
You gotta look him up.
Yeah, I never met him.
Never met him.
No, I never met him. I have a picture of him holding me at like 2 months, and I think he held me and was like, "Oh hell nah," and he rolled out. He never came back.
Oh wow,
never came back.
That's not fun. I'm not letting.
But I looked him up when I was on the police department, And
Sorry, yeah.
probably was for the best because he turned into a distributor and a user of drugs. So probably for the best.
Many blessings, sir. I wish that on nobody.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
Well, my daddy was on drugs, so but he ain't alive. He dead. He been dead a long time.
Both of my parents.
Well, you know, it was the 80s in DC. Heroin was running wild.
Marion Barry got caught twice.
Marion Barry was on crack. Yep. Like
Trey, you and I did take the same career path. Trey, you and I did take the same career path because you was in the military, so was I. You went in law enforcement. I did too for 14 years. So yeah,
you my daddy, bro.
You might know his daddy. You might know him.
You might have worked with him.
Glorious, thank you for the super chat. She said, "Oh wait, Trey, I'm from DC."
I might work against him.
you might have locked him up.
I gotta say something. Real talk. I mean, the 80s, the mid 80s, that was a crazy time with crack cocaine. I'm not gonna lie, that was nuts.
Hell yeah. I'm in New York City, so yeah.
So you know about the Ed Koch, Mayor Koch days? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Koch, them Dinkins days. You know, it's looking on the ground, seeing the rainbow on the ground, literally crack round with all kinds of colors. You crunching all them on you. It was.
Mill Bradley.
Oh yeah, Bradley too. God, Jesus Christ, I feel bad for you, New Yorkers, dude.
Good gracious, man, Bradley. Snow day.
And I'm from Oklahoma, and I knew all of this.
Who that? That's you, DeeDee?
Yep.
No.
What's this?
Is that back? Is that back in your early YouTube days?
Oh, where was this? Let me see. This was. Oh, this was. When was this? 2018.
Looking like straight purple.
Let me say this my one because I was rapping earlier. This is my rap song I did. Y'all want to hear it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to hear you a spitter.
Yes.
No, I'm not. Look,
let's go.
You better not be talking about Jiggy.
Where's the lights? Where's my lipstick? Is that camera on? Is that a 50 lens? Fresh purple wig for my new video. Check the Cosmo, cause a sister gotta know. Hit the record, then your girl gotta stop. Numbing outside with that fresh birch box. Girl, I swear I like twirling this hair, but she's shedding like everywhere. Hate in the comments, I done lost my place. You goddamn right, I can beat my face. Where's the lights? Where's my lipstick? Is that camera on? Is that a 50 lens? New lipstick for my brand new cam. 100 thumbs up in your girl like damn. Brand new shoes, they ain't even got a bit. I'ma dance all night cause this outfit's lit. Checking Instagram every minute of the day. This is just a part of what your girls gotta pay. New videos and my AdSense check. Pick my feet up and your girls like legs. What's the like? All right, that's enough.
Very fun.
All right.
Got a nice late 80s and 90s vibe too.
Definitely early 2000s.
Hey, DeeDee, that would have been a hit with the girls and the gay dudes. That would have been a hit with them.
Yeah.
The whole beat my face part, they would have loved that.
Put a dance move to that, it'd be good. It'd be good to go.
That actually wasn't bad, DeeDee. I was expecting so much worse.
Oh, you
was expecting so much worse. That was actually not bad at all.
That was definitely better than what that woman on Kendra was.
Right. That's what I'm saying, child. When I heard that, I'm like, shit, I could be
you know what I don't understand? Why do these rappers have to like turn into like masculine? Like when they go rap, it's like, like they get tough, they get their shoulders up. Like, why can't you like that? That to me sounded feminine. That sounded like
Are you talking about the ladies, Trey?
Yeah, I'm talking about the ladies.
I gotta take that. I blame Biggie for that crap when he got Lil' Kim starting that BS because everybody else was feminine before. Well, except for Queen Latifah, even though we loved her.
An MC Ike.
And MC
I like
Light, but
MC Light,
they
yeah.
have real skills. But I
Like,
have to put a little bit. I have to put a little bit of that on Baby because he led Little Kim towards that direction. And everybody follows suit. Unless you're Young and May, you know.
Yeah, y'all think her and Clay gonna make it? I give it another 6 months. I think they done. Megan and Clay.
Oh, Megan
they gonna
and
make
thing.
it?
That ain't last.
That ain't last year.
No, I don't think that's her type.
It's not gonna last.
I think
Clay
she's
in a
trying to see
sunken place
something.
right now.
My personal opinion, I don't think Cardi B wouldn't last.
What you trying to see? She trying to see something. She trying to see. I don't know. She gets some coins out of him or something.
Yeah. Clay got ball player money. That's different.
She trying to get some money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And and I don't think he gonna give it to her. Cause you know why? Cause when I saw that clip, there was a clip of him getting her some clothes from Academy. When and she was like, some golf like shorts, the skirt thing. And he said, I got the finest at Academy. And I'm like, oh no. She was like, it's not even fitted. It's not even tailored. I said, oh no, ma'am. He ain't gonna spend no money on you.
If you know Clay's father, the play for the Lakers, David Thompson, not the Skywalker from Denver, but the other David Thompson, they not gonna let that go down. His father is kind of like Seth Curry's father. He is not gonna allow him to get nowhere further with Megan Thee Stallion.
I don't think so. I think he playing around, having a good time with her, and she's trying to get something. When she realized she can't finesse him financially, money wise, I think it's gonna be over.
Clay's way too conservative. He's way too conservative and quiet. I don't see him going like spending like that. He may throw a couple.
I don't think he's gonna spend. Yeah, I saw that. I don't think he's gonna spend, but he won't. He wants some of that Megan. I mean, so
I mean, yeah, go ahead and do you. If she's willing to give up, go ahead and smack the cargo drums, and when it's done, hey, had a good time. It is what it is.
That's it, and that's gonna be over.
I'm sorry. I know I sound like a maniac when I say this about women, but every relationship is not going to end in marriage. Sometimes it just you have a good time, you hit a stride, and that's the end of it. It happens.
Y'all just hunching.
There will be sexual activity involved.
You're just hunching.
Yes.
I said it.
No, it's just true. Like you gotta if you just be upfront about it,
though, right? Y'all, every person you meet, your intention is not to marry him. Or sometimes y'all intention.
If I'm getting into a relationship, DeeDee, somewhere down the line, I'm thinking I'm gonna marry this woman. Well, if I'm getting into a relationship,
right?
Because you know why I don't play with people's emotions like that. Like I think I've seen way too much stuff happen when people play with somebody's emotions that's ended up in people dying. So I don't do all that. That's why I do everything up front and tell you, hey, look, this ain't going nowhere. Let's just have our fun and move on with our lives, right?
You say that in the beginning, though.
Yes, Remember, I told you in my last relationship, I asked her straight up, "Do you want to get married?" I asked her straight up. She the one that told me no. I was like, "Oh, okay."
And that goes back.
You can't say you've always done that.
It goes back to Daryl's point. Men have to control their.
No, I'm saying, have you always? I mean, because I do that as well.
I have always been,
but I can't recall if I've always done that since the very beginning.
I've always been. I'm always upfront about, hey, look. Even if I knew that I wanted to get something serious, I'd tell her, like, look, I see this going somewhere. Like, I'm not just dealing with you just to be dealing with you. Like, I see this going somewhere.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I don't like, I like clarity.
Yeah.
I don't like, you deal with some women and it's just everything's kind of up in it. Like the old girl on the Kendra G. You don't really you don't know what you're doing. Like, you're just everything's just up in the air. Yeah. You know what I mean? You just don't know. I don't like that feeling.
And how has it been for you when you've told women, I see it going somewhere?
You know what's shocking? The women that I've told that I've seen it going somewhere,
they ran away.
They rejected.
They ran away.
Same. I'm that, bruh. Same.
It happened to me.
They ran away. And this is why when we say the women don't want the truth, y'all don't really want the truth, because if we give you the truth, you're not ready for it. Even when it's to your benefit, you don't want the truth.
I could think of 3 or 4 situations I had here. I did the same thing.
It's scary.
Same thing. And I really thought like they're going to receive it the same way. I don't know how you felt, Trey, but I thought, okay, it's a good time to say it, after this second date or whatever, or the first date. But yeah.
I typically know about a second date, like, all right, this is the plan. This is where I see this going. Right? Like, all right, this way, and I'll lay it out like, hey, just to let you know, this is where I see us going. Like with my ex, I told her on our second date, and it was at her apartment, by the way. She'd invited me over she was like, oh, let me cook for you. I told her right then and there, I was like, hey, look, I see this getting serious. Like, if that's not something you're interested in, just let me know right now. Right. And she was like, no, that's definitely something I'm interested in. All right, bet. And we moved on from there. You know what I mean? But there have been women where I have told, hey, look, I see this getting serious. And you can literally see the fear like come right over their face.
Yeah. I know that look.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like
they self-sabotage, DeeDee. Self-sabotage is a real thing. It's a real thing.
And this is what I realized. As a man, you got to make that adjustment like immediately. Like once you see that fear come over her eyes, DeeDee, you gotta know, okay, don't get your feelings involved with this woman because she gonna go live her life. She's telling you right now. She gonna go live her life. She's not looking for a relationship. So we just gonna be in here hunching, and it is what it is. But I do believe, and this is something I wish Glorious was here because I would tell her, this is something I do believe that men should be doing. We need to be upfront from the very beginning and tell her exactly what it is that you want and what you're looking for. Stop playing these games. But I know that it isn't always to your benefit to do that. I know that for a fact. It isn't always to your benefit to do that, but you should still do it anyway. Because women love to live in the vague part. They love to live in that vague area. Take that vagueness out and you get the actual woman you're really dealing with.
Yeah, and it's going to give you that clarity that you need right away, because what it really just tells you is that she's not ready for a committed relationship. Right. When you tell a woman that and she backs away and gets scared because she's not sure that's what she wants. So that's your cue to say, you do what you said, Trey. You can't go forward with the relationship because that's not what she wants. And the more you try to push it, the more she's gonna go the opposite direction.
She's gonna cheat on you.
Yeah, like DeeDee, I remember telling a girl this, and then like she came over the next meeting. She came over, and then like she was cooking and everything, and then she was like, "Oh, I feel like I'm falling in love or something like this with you," or like she's like, "I can't do this," and she kind of just self-sabotaged it, you know.
But it's good to be upfront. I agree. But there's a group of guys where they don't always have to be that way. The players, I mean, straight up players. They can just be around the girl and it just be, she gonna go with the flow, whatever he want to do, and then that's that.
Well, he's essentially, but he's essentially showing her what he's about. He don't have to tell her. He's making it known. Look, I'm gonna kick it. You want to do what I'm doing. See, they kind of set the tone though. They don't really have to say much. They just do it. Look, I'm hanging out here. You want to hang with me or not? They don't make no big deal about it. They're just like, they basically call the shots without having to say much. Look, you like me, you gonna hang around me, whatever. Like you want, they don't act like they care. They don't put too much into it. And women like that. Women like when men kind of silently take the lead. Like he just tell you what he gonna do. Right. This is what I'm gonna do. You with it or you not? Like
like this, like DeeDee, this girl.
That's what I would.
This girl, DeeDee, like her ex was like that. I found it out later, and her ex got her pregnant at one point, and she aborted. She aborted the they had the abortion and everything because he didn't want
Can we be honest? Sometimes some females would just date you because they're attracted to you enough where they just want to show you their jiggly post. They just want to have sex with you. I've had those situations, and that was just the end of it. Sometimes it happens that way. It doesn't always build to something that's gonna lead to marriage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that goes back. Go ahead.
I'm Ms. D. I'm just back on what you just said. Mm-hmm. If you tell a girl what you're doing, like for instance, this girl had no interest in me romantically whatsoever. Mm-hmm. We got to talking, and I was telling her, I'm like, listen. She got, what you doing? What you doing for yourself? I'm going to travel. I'm going over here. I'm doing this, and she was like, well, I want to go with you. I'm like, wait a minute. You didn't like me like that. I'm not trying to take you as a friend, right? You understand that, right? There'll be some intimacy going on if you go. And she's like, that's fine with me, as long as we go. I'm like, okay, fine. That's it. And it's like, yeah, I'm up front. I'm letting you know what I'm doing. All of a sudden, you want to join in. Fine. This is what I expect. If that's not going to happen, then I'm still going to do what I'm going to do, and you're going to be left. She's like, no, I don't want to be left. I'm fine with what you want. Let's go. And at first, this woman had no interest in me whatsoever that way. But like you just said, once you tell a woman what you're doing, and you got things to do, places to go, people to see, oh, I want to be part of that. Okay.
Or DeeDee, I can tell you when I was younger, I had a female friend. We've been knowing each other for almost 10 years at that time. we had like that homie lover friend thing. She didn't mind us. We had a lot of sex until she got a boyfriend, and then that was it. You can find a situation like that. It's rare, but she had so much trust and comfort in me. She knew I wasn't trying to do nothing mischievous or any malicious acts to her. But we had sex. She's like, you can have it as many times as you want to until I get a boyfriend. And when she got a boyfriend, I'll let it go. I was like, okay, cool.
I had a female friend here, Classy, where like she was upset at the fact that, and she said it to me, she's upset at the fact that now she can't like go on trips with someone, because what she would do is go on trips with her exes.
You ruined it.
And I told her specifically, I told her face to face, I told her one day these exes and these guys that you're trying to juggle around, they're gonna get into relationships, and they did. And now she feels like she's stranded and like, oh, I don't have anyone to go out with or anything like that. And I told her, like, back when she was 30, I told her, like, you kind of need to switch up and fix this. And she didn't, and yeah, like 6 years later,
It happens like that sometimes.
And she went on her first trip, she said, alone, and it felt very, it felt strange for her, but her exes got into relationships, so.
It happened to me. Most of the girls that I dated, shoot, they got married after they dated me. I had that bad luck Chuck vibe. You remember that movie at that time? And at this time, I guarantee you, I've been, ever since I hit 30, I've been celibate for 10 years. Real talk, I haven't had any encounters with a woman like that.
From what? From 30 to when? 40?
From 30 to past 40, yeah. I'm 49 years old.
That's interesting.
Yeah, pretty much. I think about all the women. They got, except for my previous one, they all got, no, one didn't get married. But the rest of them are married. One of them married a dude that got my same first and last name, and he's third generation like me. True story. And he bald and got a beard. Just like me.
Got a type. Just got you again.
She got a type. Yeah, she got a type. And the only way I knew was because she tagged me in her wedding photos. She got the wrong guy.
Oh,
and we got the same name.
Wow.
And I woke up one morning and I had 100 and some odd notifications. I was like, what in the world happened overnight? And when I woke up, I was like, why am I tagged in all her wedding photos? Now I looked like, oh, her husband has the same name as me. That's crazy. Maybe she did it on purpose.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that's why she married him. Child.
I think C. Irvin and I are in the same living predicament. I think if I recall, C. Irvin said he's living overseas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So am I. It's a whole different world.
Where are you?
I'm in Argentina.
Oh.
Oh my God, Argentina, wow. Buenos Aires.
Oh snap.
Are you in Buenos Aires?
You in Buenos Aires?
You shouldn't have a problem, Daryl.
I know about those women there.
You should be good over there. They're not indoctrinated by. They're not. Well, they are a bit. They are actually. Some of them are indoctrinated by feminism. Actually.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Steve. I have right now in my DQ. I have 3 women waiting for a response from me.
I believe it. Lord,
yeah. I mean, I've met a few Argentinian women, but over here, like, and
they're tough now. They're tough. They'll tell you in your face, right, exactly what they think of you.
Yep. Brazilian women too, they'll do it nicely, but they'll
Chile women too. Chile women as well. Argentina, Chile.
Oh,
yeah.
Hold on.
I had to go to the gym.
What you doing in Argentina, man?
That's
what you got going on over there? That's not a place black men end up.
You are absolutely right.
South America, not really.
Right.
For
You're
South
absolutely
America, not
right.
really.
I would not suggest any young black men to come to Argentina looking for a relationship. I would
No,
not
go to
suggest.
Brazil.
Yeah, go Brazil or Colombia.
I would say, yeah,
Don't do
Colombia,
Argentina.
Brazil, maybe
Yeah.
even Peru.
No. See, Urban, let me rephrase that. Don't go to Rio. Go to Salvador, where the majority of the black women are. Rio is just a sex town. Don't go to Rio. Go to
Yeah.
Salvador.
Oh, you mean Sao Paulo?
Or Colombia
No,
too.
not Sao Paulo.
Colombia too.
Not Salvador. You talking about Salvador Bahia? Is what you're talking about.
Yeah. Or Salvador. You can go to Sao Paulo. I'm just saying, if you want a nice, wholesome woman, go to Salvador. If you want a black woman with afro and some cornrows, all natural, go to Salvador. You can go to Sao Paulo.
But your Portuguese needs to be up though.
No. My Portuguese is fine. I'm cool on Portuguese.
No, not yours. I'm saying for the guys who are
Yeah.
going.
Yeah,
of course.
Oh yeah.
I think it's the same for Colombia too.
Yeah, you know, obrigado, chinero. But anyway, go ahead. Talk.
No, the Spanish I know, demasiado viejo, demasiado gordo, man.
How you living in Argentina and you ain't speaking Spanish? You supposed to be fluent.
Oh, I'm speaking Spanish when I need to speak to her. When I need to speak to her, my Spanish is excellent.
How long you been in Argentina?
It's been a year now.
Oh,
wow. Okay.
So you're fresh. You're kind of fresh there then.
Yeah. I was kind of fresh.
I've been here a minute, so yeah.
I've been to Colombia and I've been to Mexico. I haven't had Brazil yet. So.
Oh, you gotta go to Brazil, man. Oh, you are going to be black American.
I'm afraid.
What you waiting on? What you afraid of?
I'm afraid to go to Brazil.
You went to Argentina.
I was gonna say you're not afraid of beautiful women.
No. I know why you're afraid.
It's not beautiful women.
I see that huge smile on his face. I know why he's afraid to go to Brazil. He's gonna get everything he wants.
And then some.
Yes.
These women are on another level. They're not waiting for you to walk up to them. They're not waiting for that. They don't wait for that. They're not waiting for that.
Yeah, you know what though? That's a lot of overseas locations, especially if you're when you're a black guy. Like they don't really wait around. Like when I was in Japan, those Japanese girls they will walk right up to you and just start talking.
Yeah.
Just literally start about anything, your shoes, your phone, they'll find something.
Spain and Portugal too.
Yeah.
Oh, Portugal, yeah.
Spain and Portugal. Depends where you go.
Take some notes from them, Shell.
But yeah.
But you know what it is, DeeDee?
Turkey
you know what it is, DeeDee? It's a cultural thing.
Yeah.
Right? For whatever reason, here in America, the culture tells the women that the men gotta come and talk to you. The men gotta, and it's like, but other cultures are like, look, if you like them, you better go say something.
Yeah,
and let me tell you something else. There's a legit competition overseas. The women, like if you were to ask some of these women where they are on a scale of 1 to 10, you're not gonna get a bunch of 8s, 9s, and 10s. You're gonna hear 6, 7, 5, 6, 7.
Yep.
And what the girl's gonna say is, it's like, well, she's gonna say, well, all the girls here are beautiful. That's what they're gonna say. All the girls are beautiful here. So they truly understand the competition. Versus here in America, you ask a girl that same question, they all gonna say, well, I'm a 10, I'm a 10, I'm a 10, because they all think they're the most beautiful thing walking the earth. And so because they understand that competition overseas, they don't wait around. They're like, nah, I better go get them now because somebody else might walk up on them.
Right.
Why you think those women?
That's what Ukrainian women do, Trey, to upper Ukrainian women. You know?
Women, Jesus.
Yeah.
The ones
talk
that are
about 8, 9, and 10.
about a
You want to talk about
relationship.
8, 9, and 10, and she telling me, no, I'm like, I'm average.
Yeah,
like,
she be
okay.
like 6
I'm like,
okay.
okay.
D-roll with blonde hair, like Cameron Brink.
Bro, I had a Filipino chick that won like Miss Hoover's Filipino. When I asked her, I was like, what you think you are on a scale of 1 to 10? She said, easy, solid 8.59. She's talking about she is 6. I said, get your ass out of here. You ain't no get out of here. You ain't no daggone 6. But because where she's from, they all look like her.
Yeah.
And so all the women are beautiful.
Yeah, it's like that. Well, even when my friend went to Ukraine, it's like that.
And so when I say America has a beauty issue in some cases, I mean it. Like a lot of the women here think they're a lot more beautiful than what they really are. You take a lot of women from America and you sit them in a room full of Brazilian women, nobody would even pay them any attention. Nobody would pay them any attention. And it's because these women and they're fit, right? They're pleasant, they're smiling, they waving at you. Hey. Now granted, to some degree, it's because to them, I'm exotic. right? To them, they're all as exotic. He looked different than everybody else. So that does have something to do with it.
And sometimes
right?
Trey, they don't like the men in. Also, what I've noticed is they don't like the men in their country. This is
They
what
got
This is
machismo
what
problems. That's why they have machismo problems.
Yeah, they're not really feeling the men in their country like that. Like you go to places like Poland, you go to places like Spain, Portugal, Ukraine, Lithuania. At least for a black man, Sweden,
I don't know about
Norway,
Poland. Those
they
men
not
are
really.
trying to beat you down.
Say it again?
I don't know about Poland. I heard the men don't like it when black men from America talk to their women. That's why.
Bro, let me tell you something, man. Like I've had ex from Poland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I got quite a bit of experience, and I have friends as well. Like where I live, we can just take a bus to Poland from where we are.
I see
So
DeeDee's face.
they're black guys, and I roll with black guys. My friends, and some of them from the U.S., but they live here. And I agree with you. Like sometimes we've been in certain places, and like we're the only black guys, and when they see like 3 or 4 Polish women coming up to my boy and wanting to talk and whatnot, yeah, some of the men do get a bit pissed off. It depends though. I've noticed in some cities in Poland it's like that, but in another city it's not like that. Like the men are like, then they see you, they're cool with you. You're like, oh, you're a black guy, blah blah blah. They're cool. Do you like the women here? Da da da. It's like it's more of that type of energy. But
look at DeeDee's face. She look like she's gonna get tired and close it down.
Right. Okay, I gotta go eat. Y'all gotta go eat. Darnell Elliott, though, thank you for the super chat. He said, "Sorry, I joined late, but can you do a quick recap of what careers men have that women don't want to date?" Do y'all remember? I don't even remember, Darnell. I'm sorry. Thank you though for the super chat. What did
anything blue collar?
She don't want to date. What?
Landscapers, stuff like that. Yeah.
Bus drivers.
DeeDee, can I make a suggestion?
Especially bus drivers.
Can I make a suggestion, DeeDee?
Yes.
I think there's a new topic that's been floating around about some teachers going around dressing a certain way at schools. It might be a good
yeah,
topic
I got that video. I have it. Yeah.
Because I'm telling you right now, these teachers, right, they going after y'all young sons seriously.
Oh yeah. I mean, do y'all want me to do it in a live or what? Because that was going to be a video. I have the clips.
Well, you can. Well, why not both? Just do the video and then we come talk about it whenever you feel.
Yeah, because I have it and it's a mess. Yeah, I have the clips on my desktop right here. That's something that I'm going to to react to. Yeah, I see it. It's crazy though, but
going after these young boys, I'm telling you, heavy.
These teachers are, child, what they trying to do? Get the young, what are you doing? Like, what are you, BBLs trying to entice the kids?
I'm so jealous.
It's probably both ways. The young boys trying to hit at them too.
I'm so jealous.
I know the young boys trying to holler at them.
Probably.
I know.
Man, I wish they was wearing them pencil skirts when I was this man.
What the teacher was wearing when you was in school, Trey?
Not that. They wore a lot of pantsuits. Like they wore a lot of pants and heels. Yeah.
They were old.
Like even the younger ones, they dressed.
Yeah.
Like when I was in high school, 98 to 02. So, we had some young women that were in our like teachers, but they didn't dress like
not like this.
Not like this. I wish. Because I remember my PE teacher, she rode a motorcycle. She was fine, DeeDee. Rode a motorcycle, but they don't dress like this. The girls wearing pencil skirts and open shirts and stuff. I'm like, how these boys supposed to focus? These boys that can't focus.
Yeah, I mean, and we're talking about 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds that's in their generated scrotal zone, meaning they're going to be drinking protein shakes and everything, thinking about their teacher. Yes, it's happening. They ready to get on these teachers because they know these teachers is lonely, they single, ain't married, they trying to give it up.
Trying to get him a man, trying to get him a kid. Like what man? Yep. Maybe they're trying to entice other teachers, the male teachers or something.
I think we need to come with a Me Too movement for men called #HeToo.
I think we should go to all the schools and gather them all up. That's what I think we should.
Oh, of course you want to gather them. somewhere else. We ain't trying to hear what you talking about. We know. I know where your head at. You want to gather them all. You see, you can have. What you gonna do with them, Trey? Trey is a hot mess. Yeah, this dude he is. Oh my God! Just
What?
a hot mess.
What they gonna do? What they gonna do with them young boys?
Smiling. You, I mean, I could just see you badass as a kid. Probably was bad.
I was terrible. I was horrible.
I
I was horrible. I stayed in trouble.
I could tell.
With all that young stamina at that school, man.
All right, y'all. I got
I went to school doing I went to school doing corporal punishment. So I got, they actually could spank you.
Yeah, me too. I did.
Yeah. Yeah, I got, believe it or not, I got spanked too, but I got spanked for a reason that was not relevant.
Yeah, I mean,
how we used to have like the little and this was in elementary school. We used to have like the little class dances or whatever it was, like a class little dance. And we had to dance. My teacher made me dance with the boy. I didn't want to dance. So we got our hands on each other's shoulders like this, and we far apart. Yeah, we doing like this. And he gonna smack me to try to get closer to the boy. I'm like, what is wrong with you? I didn't want. Why are you smacking me to try to get close to the boy? That was weird. So that's the only time I got smacked with a paddle. Like what? All the kids were like, well, not all of them. Somewhere were closer. I'm like, I don't want to get close to him. Like, what are you doing? It was weird, but that's.
Wasn't gonna be no rainbow around there. Wasn't gonna be no rainbow around there. They were gonna make sure of it.
That's crazy. But anyway, that's the one time I did get smacked. That's for that reason. That's it.
Yeah. But DeeDee, you start a turn pale. Go get something. Your eyes are twitching. I can see it from here. But go ahead.
For real? I didn't even know. Yeah, I gotta go eat.
I'll see y'all. Enjoy your weekend.
Take care. Have a nice weekend. Enjoy the weekend, people. Stay blessed.
Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate y'all. Later. Thank you, Rondé, for being here. I appreciate
it. You're welcome. Mm-hmm.
And Daryl. Is Daryl? I always mix it up. Daryl. Gotcha. I'll remember next time. Take care. Be safe. Great having you here. See Irvin, you too.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend, DeeDee. And guys, take care.
Y'all too.
Be safe, Mrs. DeeDee.
Thank you. You too. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. Shout out to everybody in the building, everybody who gave super chats or cash apps, who supports the channel, y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here. Why does this look so big? I don't know why. What happened? I don't know. I appreciate y'all once again. Make sure you guys continue to support the channel by watching the videos already posted on the channel. Like, share, all that good stuff. Hit that bell to be notified when I go live or post new content, y'all. Y'all stay tuned for more. Y'all be blessed. Enjoy your weekend. I may be back up here, maybe not. Just keep the notification bell turned on just in case. But thank y'all once again for being here. Thank y'all. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. Y'all be safe out here in the streets, and I'll catch you in the next one. Mwah. See y'all later. Bye.